Chapter 1601, Ancestor Yu calmed down and ordered the disciples inside the mansion. No one goes outside for now. I will be going to see the forefather. The disciples present were moved after hearing this, for they understood the significance. The ancestor traveled deeper into the mansion until he reached a shabby house. He tidied his clothes without any slight and prostrated before the door. Your grandson greets you, forefather. Come in. A powerful sound came from within. The ancestor took a deep breath and entered the building. It was very neat, with nothing else but a straw mat with an old man meditating on top. He had a large stature and wore a hemp garment without any adornments. His gray hair was shining as he sat straight like a rock. This was Forefather Yu. Descendants no longer knew his real name. They only knew that he was Yu Taijuan's only son. This was the second God King from the clan, a very powerful Nine Worlds God King. The clan once had 5 God Kings. Outside of Taijun, who was an emperor assailant, her husband was also a terrifying God King. Another God King was the Yu ancestor's father, or the forefather Yu's son. He was also another powerful God King. Unfortunately, these 2 God Kings were no longer in this world. Their lives ran out among the slow path towards the Grand Tao. Just think about it, a clan that wasn't an imperial lineage actually had 5 God Kings and 1 emperor assailant. Despite its small scale, its power and prestige were mighty enough. These God Kings were the reason why the Yu clan had an illustrious position in the Grand Sea. After seeing the forefather, the ancestor bowed again and said, Forefather, I'm afraid we are facing a strong enemy. He had climbed on our 12 scales and used its power. I know. The forefather slowly nodded. Who is he? A junior named Li Chia. He came from the cleansing incense ancient sect with no real backing to speak of. The ancestor busily answered. Li Chia, cleansing incense. The forefather murmured these 2 names and fell into quiet contemplation. He came with ill will. First, he seriously injured our descendant and tortured him. Then he tore apart my grandnephew's arm. This is a very aggressive man. Right now, he's using our 12 scales to destroy the Skyfire warships. I'm afraid he's coming for us soon. The ancestor worriedly said. His nervousness was understandable. Li Qiye came aggressively and seemed to be aiming for his clan. Moreover, he has heard of Li Qiye's title, Fiercest, as well as the notoriety accompanying it. Elaborate. The forefather inquired. The ancestor told Yuzhan's story again and how he and his uncle were taught a lesson by Li Qiye. They reported the matter to the clan master, and the clan master, in turn, reported it to the ancestor. After hearing this, the forefather gently waved his sleeve and said flatly, let the juniors take care of their own problem. The boy is to blame for not being skilled enough and lose. Tell him to train harder. The only thing to worry about right now is the 12 scales. He frowned after saying this. Ancestor Yu mulled over the statement as well. He was a bit surprised that his grandfather didn't want to step up for their descendant. However, he didn't dare to remark on it because his grandfather was much more insightful than him. He surely had his reasons. It'll be a problem for Fiercest to have control over the 12 scales. We need to eliminate this to avoid further complication. Ancestor Yu said. The forefather took his time thinking before answering. Nothing is surprising since there are many great yet hidden masters in the world. However, in our generation, there should only be 2 people who can completely understand the 12 scales. Which 2? The ancestor said. The first is Gu Zun from Heaven Suppression. His talents are virtually peerless. The forefather replied, if he really wants to, he can definitely understand the mysteries within. It's just that mother is still around, so he doesn't want to antagonize her. Who is the second then? The ancestor didn't doubt Gu Zun's talents. After all, this was an Ionic genius. The second, you won't know this person, no need for me to waste words. The forefather's eyes flashed for a bit but he refused to answer. This astounded the ancestor. Just what kind of terrifying characters could this be that even his grandfather didn't want to comment on? Li Qiye comes with menacing intent but he's probably not on the same side as Gu Zun. The ancestor said quickly, we're on the same side as heaven suppression with good ties with Yi Zhozhou's people. Gu Zun doesn't need to aim for us, plus, Li Qiye also erased Gu Zun's shadow on the scales. We can't predict Gu Zun's actions with an ordinary perspective. The forefather shook his head. To call Gu Zun a genius is not unreasonable but to call him a stubborn madman is fine as well. A simple junior like you can't speculate his thoughts. The ancestor obediently kept his mouth shut. Mother will be out tomorrow. Select a few descendants and let them see her because she might not see your group again later. As for Li Qiye, she'll make a decision. The forefather said. Her venerable wants to come out. The ancestor was ecstatic. Though the world knew that she was finished with her cultivation, she still hasn't left her meditation. No one in the mansion was qualified to see her outside of forefather Yu. Go. The forefather ended with a wave of his sleeve. The happy ancestor took a deep breath and bowed again before turning to leave. One more thing, no need to be so close with soaring immortal. We do not walk on the same path with them. The forefather added. The ancestor was dazed for a while. He eventually calmed down and had to comment, soaring immortal indeed wants to befriend us. If we have an ally like them, the benefits will come. In fact, the seniors in the clan knew of Yu Yulian's crush on Long Outyen and were happy to see it coming to fruition. Even ancestor you wouldn't mind her marrying into soaring immortal. The forefather raised his voice, what do you know? In the eyes of soaring immortal, we are only tools to be used. Just shallow juniors like you are qualified to talk about an alliance with soaring immortal. Humph, allying with them will bring about a sect-destroying disaster. Well, the ancestor hesitated and didn't know what to say since deep down, he wanted to form this alliance. Just keep this in mind, no need to investigate any further. You'll understand in the future, our foolish descendants cannot accomplish anything great, understand? The ancestor bowed deeply, your grandson will bear this in mind. Even though he didn't agree with this view, he was still very respectful towards his grandfather. In the deepest location of the mansion was a forbidden area. The Yu descendants weren't allowed here because this was their ancestral grandmother's living area. There was an old and simple shrine here that had experienced countless years and beaten by the weathers. Squeak. The tightly shut wooden doors finally opened. An elderly woman with white hair running down her temples came out. Nevertheless, one could still see that she was an amazing beauty judging by her current elegant demeanor. She walked to the garden and looked at the flowering old trees and sighed disappointedly, old man, the trees we planted have blossomed but you are no longer here, leaving me all alone in this world now. Who? Her eyes suddenly became serious during this sentimental moment. Her entire being changed and a mighty aura erupted just like a general that has swept through the 9 heavens. The Grand Tao is always a solitary path, you're not the one alone. At this time, a young man floated over and said, Qing Feng, long time no see. The old woman was shaken to hear the greeting. Her eyes that were exuding frightening light widened as she stared at the young man in disbelief. Is this really you? Her voice was trembling. Who else can control the 12 scales besides me? When I changed your constitution back then, you also had the same expression, one that didn't believe in miracles. It was Li Qiye who answered with a smile. Your Excellency, it really is you. The old woman shouted emotionally. Yes, it's me. He sentimentally spoke while looking at her, it has been a while. Time is truly cruel. Chapter 1602, Yu Qingfeng was the ancestral grandmother of the Yu clan, the first general of the Black Dragon Legion during Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation. She was prominent as an emperor assailant, a truly dreadful existence. Qingfeng greets you, Your Excellency. After calming down, the old woman quickly prostrated on the ground and exclaimed. Li Qiye quickly helped her up and said, You are no longer part of the Legion, so this ceremony is unnecessary. After being propped up, she looked at the youth while gripping his hands. After a long time, she finally touched his face. Your Excellency, you have truly gotten your real body. She said emotionally. It is to the Black Dragon King's credit. He gently sighed. He went all out and sacrificed the heavens will in order to get out with my body, then my soul and spirits returned. Your subordinate is ashamed, not being able to aid the Dragon King in you. She sighed. When the Black Dragon King attacked the immortal demon grotto, she was still undergoing her death cultivation and couldn't lend him a hand. Otherwise, she would have participated. It's not your fault. Li Qiye shook his head. Your lifespan was over back then, so it's already amazing for you to last till now. Looks like you won't be able to live for another life, but this death cultivation will at least replenish your lost longevity. She became dejected and answered, The reason I can do this is all because of the old man. He used his own life to replenish mine, but she sighed again and stopped. He has always loved you and it was his choice. Li Qiye said. We promise to live till the end together regardless of mundane matters, but in the end, our descendants are incompetent, so the old man changed his mind. He hoped that I could live longer to protect them. It's just that the fools don't know our trouble and sacrifices. She became gloomier. Her husband was also a general under the Black Dragon Legion, though he wasn't as strong as her. The lovers decided against sealing themselves and chose to live an ordinary life until death together. Alas, their descendants deteriorated one generation after another. Only Ancestor Yu in this generation was capable of doing anything. After him, the Yu clan had no talents to speak of. This made her husband change his mind. He decided to let her live longer to protect their clan for a few more generations. Thus, during the end of her lifespan, he helped with the life replenishment. Despite the successful attempt, her husband couldn't surpass this ultimate trial, so he sacrificed himself for her sake. How many people in this world can see through death so easily and let go? Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. She invited her into the old shrine. It was also very simple inside, with a few carved diagrams to the left and right. They were the historical records of the Yu clan's ancestors. She sat down and spoke. I'm sure you will be able to do a lot with your real body in this generation, Your Excellency. If you need my assistance, just say the word. I shall exert all my power for you once more. Li Qiye refused. No, the two of you have gained freedom and left the Legion, so I won't break your tranquility. It's time for you to enjoy old age instead of being a part of my war chariot. I owe you that much, Your Excellency. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. No, I wouldn't be alive either. The Yu clan wouldn't be so prosperous as well. She solemnly said. You don't owe me anything. Li Qiye smiled. I merely guided you and gave you a chance. What you have achieved is due to your own efforts, and furthermore, you have paid everything by working in the Legion for so long already. And remember, I only did a little bit to help. Your big brother is who actually saved you. Yu Jingfeng sealed his sister back then and spent an entire generation to accumulate enough materials before asking Li Qiye to save her. Because of this fateful encounter, they joined the Black Dragon Legion. After many victories and meritorious contributions, Matriarch Yu became the first general of the Legion. It's all because you showed love for me and our clan. She gently sighed. At this moment, she was willing to come out again to work for Li Qiye, and same with her clan. However, he wouldn't agree to this. This is what you and your clan deserve. Li Qiye said with a smile. It's a pity that the juniors are so incompetent. Otherwise, this wouldn't be happening to me. Big brother doesn't want to look at these unworthy children, so my old bones have no choice but to live on in this sad manner. Jingfeng can still live for a very long time. Li Qie nodded. Alas, he has the world-weary Tao. It's understandable that he doesn't care for the descendants. In his eyes, the Yu clan doesn't need his attention. Big brother, she became sad when talking about her brother. No one might remember a famous character like Yu Jingfeng in the current generation, an emperor contender hiding in discover. But matriarch Yu will always remember. Jingfeng started on this invincible path just to save his beloved sister back then. Big brother didn't used to be like this back then. He was a bright and energetic person on top of being very magnanimous, but the trial of love overwhelmed him. He grew tired and no longer cared for mundane matters. She stated. No. Li Qie shook his head. Your big brother has made peace with his failed love for immortal Emperor Qianli. His inner demon isn't about love but himself. After choosing this Tao, it is exceedingly difficult to turn back. The farther he went, the stronger he became and the more he grew tired of mortal issues. In the end, he became cursed, not even the heavens want to take him. He'll have to stay this way. She had to ask. She didn't wish for him to suffer such a dark fate in the upcoming years. No one can help him if he doesn't want to leave. Li Qie shook his head. He knew what he was getting himself into and what he would have to face. Because of this, he fought against immortal Emperor Qianli back then one last time, but she didn't want to kill him. He probably made up his mind to walk on that imperial Tao just to save me back then. She smiled bitterly, realizing the price her brother paid just to save her. He created his own grand Tao back then. In fact, it was a very amazing one, so he had escaped the world-weary Tao, yet he returned again. His choice was the same as immortal Emperor Muzhuo. Li Qie commented. Muzhuo was an emperor then, so his fortune and cultivation were greater than your big brother, but he still went back to this terrible Tao to be forever cursed. It was their choice, no one can do anything about it. Li Qie smiled wryly as well. Why did the emperor choose this path? He already had an imperial way. Matriarch, you didn't quite understand. The emperor's grand Tao was enough to shoulder the heaven's will. It was a mighty and unstoppable path. But in the end, he gave up this Tao and chose his previous world-weary Tao. No one could imagine such a choice. I don't know. I'm afraid no one knows the reason either, just some guesses. Li Qie chuckled. Some believe that he did it to live even longer. Or maybe this is a type of running away. However, I don't think so. Then what's the reason? She asked. Li Qie pondered for a bit before answering, I don't know either. We'll have to ask the emperor himself in order to find the answer, but if he won't tell anyone else, there's no way to know then. Chapter 1603, Matriarch Yu exhaled quietly after hearing this. She also wanted to help her brother so that he could have a different life. Alas, she was powerless in this matter because Jingfeng was even stronger than her and more knowledgeable regarding cultivation. If he didn't wish to leave the Tao himself, there was nothing she could do. The only good thing about the matter was that he would lead a very long life. He has trained the Tao to a cursed level, hated by both gods and devils. It was very difficult for him to die, so in a certain sense, he has exceeded the limit of a cultivator. Li Qie said, it's up to him alone now, but there is still hope for a changing opportunity. He alone knows what it is though. After a while, she changed the topic and asked, are you returning to take back heaven suppression? Li Qie shook his head, I've never thought about retaking it for my own. Heaven suppression is separate from me, but I do not want to see Gu Zun in charge, that's all. Other than him, I don't really care if anyone else were to take over. Gu Zun. He won't give up. It's been 3 generations already. Her eyes became serious. This is why he is exceptional. Li Qie couldn't help but laugh. To be perfectly candid, sometimes I do admire the brat a bit. He knows exactly who I am and know just how futile it is, but he still won't give up, still hellbent on taking the treasures from me, snatching food from the jaw of a tiger. Such greed will not subside even after I took his creation and imprisoned him in the eye of the sea. Such Tao heart is definitely persistent but so misguided. Otherwise, his future would have been boundless as an incredible emperor. Matriarch Yu nodded her head in agreement. There was no need to doubt Gu Zun's talents, but his mistakes have cost him his future. He knows you won't kill him, that's why he has no qualm right now without repenting. If it wasn't for the Black Dragon King, he would already be ashes. She was aware of the past. The king beseeched for his sake, but it doesn't mean that I won't kill him now. Li Qie chuckled, my tolerance and patience have a limit. Gu Zun chose not to appreciate it, so if I catch him again, there won't be mercy even if the Black Dragon King comes back to life and plead. She quietly agreed again. Outsiders didn't know about Gu Zun's imprisonment in the eye of the sea, but as the first general of the legion and one of the executors of the sentence, she was privy to the information. He won't give up so easily. She speculated from her own understanding of Gu Zun's characters. Yes. Li Qie smirked. At this moment, his disciple, Yi Zhozhou, is in charge of heaven suppression. Though he isn't showing his face, he's controlling everything in the background. Zhozhou is only a pawn. Great as Gu Zun might be, just give the commands, our men shall capture Gu Zun so that you can sentence him. The matriarch offered. Though the legion was only in name right now, the old generals from Immortal Emperor Qianli and Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generations were still alive. No. Li Qie shook his head, this started because of me, so I shall end it. If he won't repent, I'll personally kill him in order to give the king a fair answer. She became sentimental and commented, an Ionic genius. A single thought ruined his life. With your guidance and the Black Dragon King's protection, he could have been one of the greatest emperors of the ages. Alas, he has fallen to this level. It was no wonder that she would have such feelings. Gu Zun had incomparable advantages compared to everyone else back then. It would have been difficult for him to not become an emperor due to his talents and having a supreme overlord like the Black Dragon King as his backer. Greed destroyed his boundless potential. His fortunes were also taken away from him during his imprisonment. Death would have been his fate if it wasn't for the king. If it wasn't for his ill-considered thoughts, it wouldn't have been Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation after Immortal Emperor Qianli, Gu Zun would have been the one. In the end, such unparalleled talents were wasted. After Immortal Emperor Yin Tian, Gu Zun also thought about becoming an emperor. Maybe he wants to use that power to fight against you, Your Excellency. Perhaps he has the same goal in this generation. The matriarch wondered. So what if he becomes an emperor? If he dares to oppose me, I'll kill him all the same. Li Qie said flatly, the sin of past has been forgiven. However, during Immortal Emperor Ta Kong's generation, he has committed an unforgivable crime, enough for eternal damnation. Do you know why I still haven't tormented him just yet? Li Qie asked. Because of the king. She briefly mused before answering. That's right. The king seized my real body again at a great price. He also knew that I won't spare Gu Zun, so when that day comes, he hoped for a swift end unlike the torture back then. Li Qie gently sighed. The Black Dragon King's expedition back then wasn't only to pay back Li Qie. A small part of it was due to Gu Zun. He has done as much as he can for Gu Zun. The matriarch replied. He knows that Gu Zun isn't worth it. It's only because he has promised Gu Zun's older sister to take care of him, and that as long as he is still in this world, nothing will happen to Gu Zun. He thought that he owed her that much, that's why he begged for Gu Zun. Li Qie sighed again. Gu Zun was the king's younger brother-in-law, the only relative of his wife. She died early, so the king has lived in anguish, thinking that he owed her. Because of this, he promised her to take good care of Gu Zun, and that as long as he was alive, nothing would happen to Gu Zun. This was why he begged the Dark Crow to spare Gu Zun after the crime. Otherwise, Gu Zun would have died 100 times over. The king is a man of his words. The matriarch gently sighed. This was one of the reasons why so many people respected the Black Dragon King. Alas, having a brother-in-law like Gu Zun only dragged him down. I'll be swift when killing Gu Zun out of consideration for the king. Li Qiye said flatly. The matriarch didn't say anything else. She could sympathize with the king's emotions. For example, her descendants were a mess as well, so she was quite frustrated. I wonder when my clan will fall because of those fools. She said with feeling. With the 12 scales and 18 crystal cannons, even if the future generations are incompetent and the clan starts to decline, it is still impossible for outsiders to destroy it. Of course, unless they were to provoke some real emperor assailants. Otherwise, the clan will still go on. Li Qiye chuckled. That's why I'm worried. The matriarch forced a smile. The fools don't know that there is always a higher mountain and a better man. They think that because the ancestors are around, anyone will give them some face. That's why I won't give them the 18 cannons, that will only harm them. Makes sense. Li Qiye laughed. If they were to experience that power, they will be too happy and think no one can mess with them. I don't know how much longer I can live. The matriarch responded. Zongying doesn't have that much time either, so who knows how long the clan will last if the fools are in charge. Zongying was her son, forefather Yu. Living can be a type of pain, even if it is through hibernation. Li Qiye commented on her mood. She was quite sad and wanted to wait for death after the passing of her husband, but she needed to live longer to take care of her descendants. Living was painful for her at this moment. Chapter 1604. For many eons now, not too many ancestors were willing to give up on their descendants. Because of this, many famous god kings chose to hibernate underground and lived in the dark in order to stay alive. They relied on their own reputation and power to protect their descendants. Children have their own fortune, just let them be. Li Qiye said. I'll do that after this and maybe the next generation, since I'll be one with the earth by then. She sighed gently. She was ready to die. Li Qiye said with a smile, the years are always changing. There is no evergreen tree, and the Black Dragon Legion that has threatened the world for 3 generations shall end too. He exhaled in lamentation. Just imagine how prestigious and invincible this legion used to be. Even imperial legions had to make way. Alas, no one could live for that long, so the soldiers and generals in the legion continued to change. From Immortal Emperor Qianli to Immortal Emperor Yin Tian and finally, Immortal Emperor Ta Kong, so many brave warriors came and went. Matriarch Yu was the best general during Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation. At the end of this period, she and her husband were granted permission by Li Qiye to leave and start their clan. Many generals did the same. As they grew older, they went back to their home and lived reclusively. However, even the strongest couldn't withstand the test of time. Without hibernating underground, they wouldn't live for much longer than 1 generation. Because of this, many of them have passed away. I still remember the generals quite well. I guess it's not possible to see some of them face to face now. He said with a tinge of disappointment. She nodded sentimentally and responded, when everyone returned to civilian life, the painting drawn by you is still being stored in my clan. Wait, I'll bring it here for you to see, Your Excellency. General's diagram, huh? Li Qiye couldn't help but smile. He nodded, all right, it'll be comforting. She quickly entered the building and took out a painting. Li Qiye personally drew it back then and gave it to the couple before they left the Legion. After she left, Li Qiye went around to look at the murals on the 2 walls. Some detailed the glories of their clan. Of course, the couple played a prominent role in the murals since they were the strongest ancestors. Any battle involving them was recorded in great details. Li Qiye was immersed in this viewing about the couple's old battles. He suddenly went back in time with expeditions across the 9 worlds. This was a brilliant era, at least for the Black Dragon Legion. They reigned for 3 generations and became synonymous with the Black Dragon King to a certain extent. Unfortunately, after his incredible battle, the 9 worlds fell into the difficult Tao era. From then on, the Legion also disappeared. No one saw its banner again. Li Qiye sighed while looking at the murals. The king paid too high of a price to save him. Of course, he understood that part of it was the king trying to make up for Gu Zun's crime. As Li Qiye was relishing this moment, it became loud outside with a row of people filing in, both young and old. They respectfully came inside in an orderly fashion. The person leading the way was Forefather Yu with Ancestor Yu after him. There were several other influential ancestors after them. Then it was Clan Master Yu and some excellent prodigies. Yu Yulian and Yu Zhan were part of this group. Today was when the matriarch would come out, so the forefather brought the descendants here to see their ancestral grandmother once. In fact, the young ones never had this chance previously, not even the clan master. Even a god king like Ancestor Yu had only seen her a few times growing up. The forefather was the one who saw her the most. "Who are you?" All the members were shocked to see Li Qiye standing there. Forefather Yu's expression sank. This was their important ground and outsiders were forbidden to enter. But now, a person was here out of nowhere. How could the forefather who was responsible for safety precautions here not be shocked? His eyes turned cold as he glared at Li Qiye. "That's him." Yu Zhan reacted like a cat that had its tail stepped on. His face turned white as he pointed and shouted at Li Qiye. He unconsciously took a few steps back from fear of the last beating. However, he became bolder since all the ancestors were here, so he arched his chest proudly. "Fiercest." Ancestor Yu and the clan master were astonished to see him. They didn't expect for him to show up in this place. Of course, they were aware that he might have some plans toward their clan, but not this fast. He ignored the rest and gazed at Forefather Yu. He smiled and said, "Zongying, right?" "You are." It was the forefather's turn to be astonished because Zongying was his childhood name. But now, a stranger actually called him out with it. "What's going on?" The matriarch got the drawing from her room and asked after seeing this scene. "You're venerable." Ancestor Yu immediately prostrated on the ground. "Your descendant greets you and wishes you good health." "You're venerable." The rest of the members who had never seen her before prostrated as well. Only Yu Zongying was looking at Li Qiye in a daze. In this split second, he certainly thought of something. "Rise." The matriarch nodded. Everyone stood up and became quiet. The ancestor took another look at Li Qiye and reported softly, "You're venerable, this person is called Fiercest. He harbors ill intentions towards our clan and actually has grasped the 12 scales power. You're venerable, this person has besmirched our reputation and hurt our members. He even crushed all of my bones. I was useless and couldn't maintain our prestige, so he humiliated me." Yu Zhan saw Ancestor Yu's hostility and quickly added some convincing evidence. Yulian was surprised as well. She didn't think he would be so courageous as to enter their forbidden ground and provoke an emperor assailant in their ancestral grandmother. It was as if he has eaten the heart of a tiger and guts of a leopard. Fiercest looks down on everyone and thinks he's the best. "You're venerable, please annihilate his arrogance and punish him for the crime of insulting our clan." Yu Zhan wanted to leave an impression with this first meeting, so he boldly narrated Li Qiye's evil deeds. "Shut up, slap him." The matriarch uttered with a cold expression. Yu Zhan was stunned after hearing this, same with Ancestor Yu and everyone present. No one expected for the matriarch to side with an outsider. "Pa! Pa!" Yu Zongying regained his wits and slapped Yu Zhan twice until blood spilled before pushing him down. "Kneel." Yu Zhan helplessly kneeled on the spot. "Mother." He then bowed towards the matriarch while glancing nervously at Li Qiye because he had understood a few things. "Zongying, back at heaven suppression during your childhood, do you remember your sun-gazing meditation?" she said slowly. The forefather shuddered with both excitement and fear. He stared at Wuxia in disbelief and stepped forward, then kneeled before him. This lowly one didn't think I could see your hallowed appearance again in this lifetime. Please excuse me for my lack of hospitality. Rise, no fault in not knowing. Wuxia gently waved his sleeve in response. Chapter 1605, Yu Zongying stood up with an uncontainable excitement. Not even in his dreams did he think he would get to see the sacred teacher again. He was very young back then, but he still remembered the sacred teacher taking him out to watch to sunset on a whale at sea. One had to remember, the sacred teacher was a supreme existence, the ruler of the 9 worlds. To a large extent, it was only because of his parents' contribution that he was able to earn the teacher's favor. After so many years, the ruler of the 9 worlds had visited their clan again. This was the greatest of honor. Yu ancestor and the others were wide-eyed. Forefather Yu had a great position in the clan. This was a 9 worlds god king kneeling before fiercest today. It was all too shocking. Fools, frogs under the well that can't see Mt Tai, the matriarch scolded. Forget it, it's not their fault. Wuxia sat on the master chair and gently shook his head. He would have done something to the others, but because of the matriarch, he couldn't get angry at all. Otherwise, how could someone like Yu Zhan prance around in front of him for so long? In a short time, the group didn't dare to breathe loudly. They didn't know Fiercest's identity, but their forefather was so respectful. Even an idiot would realize that his background was incredible. Meanwhile, Yu Zhan didn't even dare to look up while kneeling. The matriarch was disappointed while staring at her descendants lowering their head. The Yu clan had fewer capable people as time went on. There was a clear deterioration. Zongying could take care of the clan as long as he was around, but once he became older, only ancestor Yu could do anything. The decline was near if such a large clan relied on 1 or 2 people for administration. She found the situation quite difficult. It wasn't a lack of resource but a lack of disciples with potential. Of course, this wasn't only in talents. This prompted her to yell at them, a bunch of stagnated fools. A lifetime of fortune is wasted on all of you. Ancestor Yu and the others didn't dare to say anything back. Your Excellency, do you see any hope for them? She asked Wuxia. In her mind, in terms of grooming and recognizing talents, no one could compare to him. He had trained too many peerless characters across the ages. The group shuddered after hearing her address and became even more afraid of Fiercest's background. I'm old now, so I don't want to waste their time. He gently shook his head. She gently sighed after hearing this and knew that her worthless descendants couldn't get into his sight. Otherwise, if any of them were to gain his favor and tutelage, they would have a bright future. Everyone, come greet His Excellency. She coldly ordered. This was her attempt to create a safety net for them. They didn't dare to show any slight and quickly went forward to kneel. Wuxia only nodded without speaking. Zongying standing to the side also realized that Wuxia didn't like any of the children here. The matriarch looked at them and scowled again. All of you have so many resources, but look at yourselves, some half-ass cultivation, not even as strong as a vagrant cultivator. Too used to playing around, have you forgotten that you're a cultivator? Maybe you think of yourself as a regular noble son and daughter. The kids didn't dare to utter a single word back. She continued on, Little Dan, you have been working hard these years, but you lack foresight and are too doting on them. The lack of discipline has turned them into these young masters. Ancestor Yu has been in charge of the clan. An old person like forefather Yu rarely asked about daily businesses. The ancestor bowed his head and apologized. Your grandson is incompetent and had ruined their development, please punish me. You shall personally teach them now. The matriarch uttered, from today on, our clan shall close its doors. All children and disciples will adhere to strict discipline. Before reaching a certain cultivation, no more leaving the clan in order to avoid losing more face. She had no choice but to do this. The members lacked the right Tao heart, not resources. They have lived too leisurely and everything came easy. Their high status in life left them complacent. Because of this, they couldn't resist external temptations and found it impossible to meditate in peace. Thus, the first thing she will do after coming out is to use an iron law to sharpen these disciples. I shall obey. Ancestor Yu kneeled down again. Next was Yu Zhan's turn to be scolded. She said sternly, "You are young, so it's fine to be ignorant, but you have no skill, only rely on the clan to show off. No more resources for 30 years, go immerse yourself in the marsh for 100 years to wash away your vanity." The boy turned pale. This punishment was not easy for a young master like him, but he didn't dare to disobey. He prostrated and said, "I accept the punishment." She scowled again but was lamenting in her mind. All seniors loved their children, but she had to be strict to change the current superficial culture in the clan. "Your Excellency, how about picking one of them?" she asked Li Qie once more. She has dropped all of her pride in order to beseech him again, even if he didn't like any of them. She hoped that he would at least give some guidance to just one. That would be more than enough for the clan. Even if it was a talentless person, they would have the chance to be exceptional under his tutelage. The clan had no successor at the moment. Zongying won't live much longer, and same with Ancestor Yu. Because of this, they required a youth that could handle the responsibility. This was the reason why she let go of her pride to ask him and seize this rare opportunity. Li Qie sighed in response. He naturally wouldn't care about this matter if it was someone else, but since this was an old general asking, he had to give her some sensibilities. In the end, he perused the crowd. His eyes ended on Yulian, her then. The kneeling girl was surprised to be chosen by Li Qie. After all, their last interaction was one of hostility. "Come over." The matriarch smiled at his concession and waved at Yulian. The dazed girl still came over and kneeled. "Yulian greets you, Ancestor. This will be a test for you, will you accept?" The matriarch spoke slowly, "You need determination and will in order to seize the chance at reforging your unstable Tao heart." She stared at Yulian and continued, "This path will not be easy, laden with difficulties even. You need to face pain and hard choices, but if you can keep going with a firm Tao heart, your future will be glorious." She was hesitant with a mix of hope and fear. Ancestor Yu was anxious and confused at her hesitation. This was a once-in-lifetime opportunity. Even a grand god king like him couldn't be this lucky, yet Yulian was given this godsend chance. "Child, what can't you let go of?" As an emperor assailant, the matriarch has seen everything and understood. The girl couldn't speak. Because of Long Outyan. Ancestor Yu realized right away and spoke softly. "I don't know." She blushed and lowered her head. In the past, their clan wanted for this to happen, but this was no longer the case. Now, he wanted for Yulian to stay. After all, after her training, she would play a pivotal position in the clan. The soaring immortal kid is not suitable for you. Even if you marry him, nothing good will come of it. The matriarch poured cold water over her. "Ancestor," Yulian cried out but didn't know what to say. Chapter 1606, Chapter 1606, Yulian's choice. While Yulian was opening her mouth, Ancestor Yu hurried interjected, "Ancestor, the successor of Soaring Immortal is a grand completion immortal physique, one of the strongest candidates for the throne with the arts from 5 emperors. Quite a rare talent." He gave a quick glance at Li Qie without daring to say more. "What is this about being one of the strongest candidates? It is only fleeting like the early morning dew or the moon on the river's surface." The matriarch said coldly, "A grand completion soaring immortal physique still won't do." Her juniors weren't aware, but she knew that all of this was still useless. Moreover, as the first general of the Black Dragon Legion, she understood the result of those who would compete against Li Qie. Even if the boy was from Soaring Immortal, he would only serve as bones on Li Qie's path in the future. Yulian still kept her head low. The seniors knew that she liked Long Outyen, but no one explicitly stated it. A young girl like her felt quite shy at this moment. The matriarch went on, I shouldn't interfere with the younger generation's love. However, is it a one-sided affair or does he like you back? Yulien trembled a bit after hearing this. Outyen didn't know of her crush at all. It was her one-sided crush since she had never expressed it. Her expression couldn't elude the matriarch's eyes. The matriarch spoke, so it's one-sided. The girl was pale and didn't dare to respond. Reflect on this for me. The monarch elaborated, if he's the successor of soaring immortal with the arts of 5 emperors and a grand completion physique, so many princesses in the world will adore him. Even though you shouldn't belittle yourself, some self-awareness is necessary. In terms of talents and beauty, can you compete with all the other women? Can you make him love you? Her head tilted down even more. She knew full well that her conditions were good, but there were more exceptional women in this world. Long Outyen wouldn't necessarily like her, which was why she had never confessed. Even if you have the chance to marry into that sect, it's already pushing it for you to be a concubine. There are too many disciples there at the same level as you. The experienced matriarch explained, if that's the case, why should the sect take you in? It is simply to win our clan's influence in the Grand Sea. They want to take advantage of your ancestors. Outside of that, they don't care for our clan nor you. We'll just be used as tools. She shuddered again after hearing the assessment. Every girl had some dreams, more or less, in their heart. But now, the frank assessment cruelly pierced through these dreams. She clenched her fists and tried her best to stop trembling. Love is human nature, so that's not a criticism on you. However, you are still young, yet to see the real world and the resplendent Grand Tao. The matriarch continued. Your talents are fine, but now, you are given the chance. Make up your mind and polish your Tao heart, then your life will change. Once you reach that particular level, you can live for several tens of thousand years while maintaining your youthfulness. At that point, when you stand at the apex, your vision will become even broader and you will come to understand that there are even more wondrous and scintillating things in the world. You will meet even more exceptional talents. That is when you will know what you truly want. Her sonorous guidance reached the heart. All of the clan members were carefully listening. Even Ancestor Yu sighed in his mind. A god king like him could be considered to be an experienced man and had a different interpretation of her words. In the past, he failed to understand this until he was older. Alas, it was too late then, since he didn't become a god king till old age. At this particular level, one had a different perspective on the world. Perhaps this perspective would change even more at the Emperor Assailant level. That's not something he would dare to imagine, however. He knew that Yulien was the most hopeful child in their clan as well. If she could be groomed, then her future would be quite promising. If you sever romance now, you will be able to pick a different path. Do you want to be an ordinary woman or a master smiling down on the world? This is your choice. The matriarch asked. A conflict waged in her mind. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said solemnly, Ancestor, I accept the training and guidance. Very good. The matriarch nodded approvingly while looking at Yulien. She turned towards Li Chia and said, Your Excellency, what do you think? I can't stay long, so I can't personally teach her. Li Chia shook his head, but it is very suitable for you to teach your own descendant. In my view, she's suitable to cultivate the step scripture, so I'll allow for you to teach her that. The matriarch was slightly disappointed until she heard the latter part. Li Chia had guidelines for his followers. Certain merit laws were passable to their descendants and some weren't. As someone who had cultivated the step scripture, she knew better than anyone just how powerful it was. Thus, his permission was a very big deal. Thank His Excellency already, others couldn't ask for such a fortune. The matriarch told Yulien instantly. Yulien regained her wits and hurriedly bowed towards Li Chia. Nevertheless, she had no fitting words for this occasion. No need for formality. Li Qiye waved his sleeve. Your ancestor seized this fortune for you, do not let her down. Yes. She quietly affirmed. From today on, you will stay in the courtyard so I can teach you. The matriarch told her. This was a glimmer of hope for the matriarch. She couldn't teach all the children at her age, but now, she could plant the seed for their future successor. Yulian bowed again without speaking. Meanwhile, Clan Master Yu was very excited for his daughter. Being taught by the matriarch meant that she would be the next successor. No one would be able to take this away from her. Everyone, leave now. The matriarch ordered. Zongying, you stay. They followed her command and everyone left, outside of Zongying. Zongying was still shaken all the same. The other disciples didn't know who they were looking at, but he did. This was the supreme ruler of the 9 worlds. Ordinary people weren't qualified to know his identity. To see you again, sacred teacher, is beyond my wildest dream. Zongying said excitedly. You have a good memory since you were only learning how to speak back then. Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. The old man smiled awkwardly. He seemed like a child before someone as old as Li Qiye. Sacred teacher, I have always looked up to you. The boy never forgot about you and even wanted to join the Black Dragon Legion, but the old man didn't let him. The matriarch smiled and shook her head. The past embarrassed him, so he let out a hollow laugh. The Black Dragon Legion threatened the world for 3 generations with the hallowed Black Dragon King. Sacred teacher also reigned eternally, so I really dreamt about leading the troops to battle back then. It's good that your father didn't let you, or I wouldn't know what to do. The Yu clan only has you, so if anything bad were to happen, how can I face your parents? Li Qiye laughed. The children didn't try hard enough. The matriarch let out a long sigh, otherwise, we would have let him train in the legion. The couple didn't only have one child, but Zongying was the only successful one. His other brothers and sisters have already died before him due to their weaker cultivation. Because of this, the Yu clan only had him to take care of everything, so his dad didn't permit him to join the legion since any mishap might end their lineage. Chapter 1607. While Li Qiye stayed as a guest at the Yu mansion, news suddenly came from the Grand Sea regarding the marriage alliance between Soaring Immortal and Heaven Suppression. Zi Queening will marry Long Outyen. They will meet to talk about the marriage at Soaring Immortal's territory. There was an uproar after this news since there had been rumors previously. However, they came from different channels, not the official ones like right now. Because of this, though many believed it, some remained skeptical until this official announcement. The alliance was no longer limited to speculation but more of a sure thing. 2 behemoths in our generation are still deciding to join forces. One ancestor from a great power murmured in a daze. Any insightful person would know the result of this alliance. It meant that nothing would be able to stop them since one had 5 emperors and the other reigned for the most recent 3 generations. Perhaps an immortal emperor would be able to stop them, but nothing else in the 9 worlds. Soaring Immortal had been separated from the 9 worlds for a long time. They indeed need the support from Heaven Suppression. Nothing could be more perfect and powerful than this alliance. Even God Kings from the last generation were aghast after hearing this. The great powers in the Grand Sea had the biggest reaction since they didn't want to see this the most. This alliance would infringe on all of their territories. It meant that all decisions on the region could be arbitrarily made by just 2 sections. Everyone else must listen because these 2 could turn a great power to ashes overnight. Alas, no one could change the situation. Meanwhile, many enjoyed talking about it as well, especially the younger crowd. They didn't care for the politics and balance of power, only the angle of romance. I heard Heaven Suppression Goddess was very close to fiercest back in Eastern 100 cities. There were some rumors about them being lovers in the Heavenly Tao Academy too. A gossiper revealed. Humph, Fiercest is indeed strong enough to be arrogant, but nowadays, the only thing that matters is one's origin. He came from cleansing incense, that's nothing. It's a different story for Outyan with Soaring Immortal. He has the lineage of an emperor and the arts of 5, such a noble upbringing. How can a nobody like Wuxia match him? With the goddess' proud background, she naturally should be together with a heavenly prince like Outyan. An old-fashioned cultivator said with disdain. Some immediately became unhappy with this guy who thought he was better than everyone else just because of his background. One young cultivator, who was a big fan of Wuxia, retorted, so what if they have noble upbringing? Fiercest doesn't give a damn. Oppose him and even imperial children will be slaughtered like dogs, not worth mentioning. That's right. Many vagabonds agreed with the sentiment. You think having a noble upbringing is that great? Fiercest never lacked women before. So many prestigious princesses and saintesses are willing to marry him. Fairy May, sword goddess Bai, all of them are from imperial lineages and they want to follow him anyway. Most cultivators from smaller sects and especially the vagabonds disliked hearing contemptuous remarks the most from the nobles. They found such rhetoric to be contemptuous. Meanwhile, cleansing incense was a downtrodden sect. Thus, in their eyes, Wuxia's achievement was a breakthrough for them, so they viewed him as their pride. I agree. Fiercest won't have a lack of women just because of his accomplishments. He can get as many as he wants. Another person added, Heaven Suppression Goddess only agreed to marry Outyan because of the marriage alliance, it doesn't mean that she likes him. She probably loves Fiercest even more. After all, he was her first love back at the academy. The debates became fiercer and eventually turned into scandals. Many began to spout that Wuxia and the goddess promised to marry each other back at the academy. Thus, the current marriage proposal was purely political in nature. I heard that Fiercest will steal the bride for sure. Some unknown cultivators spread this message. Who knows their real intent behind this? Steal the bride, really now? Many were stunned after hearing this. 100%. Just think about it, who is Fiercest? Has he been afraid of anyone? Soaring Immortal and Outyan are nothing to him, same with Heaven Suppression City. If Outyan dares to steal his woman, he might try to trample both the city and Soaring Immortal. A speaker swore to his friend about the validity of this rumor. Regardless of the ulterior motives of the message, many people found it reasonable. They all knew about Fiercest's temper and merciless nature. There was nothing he didn't dare to do in this world. It would be strange if he didn't try to flip Soaring Immortal over since Outyan was trying to steal his woman. Fiercest will definitely teach Soaring Immortal a lesson. The helpless great powers wanted this particular development. At the same time, the Peacock Bright Monarch immediately reported to Wuxia about the commotion. Wuxia simply smiled after hearing about the marriage. I'm afraid Ancestor Ye's group is forcing the city lord. Maybe she lost her authority now. The monarch worriedly said. With me here, Guzun's tricks won't amount to anything. He chuckled. The monarch quietly nodded since she couldn't do anything with her own power, so she placed her hope on him. She stared at him for a bit but refrained from speaking. Go ahead. Wuxia took note and said with a smile. She smiled wryly with a strange expression before speaking. Rumor has it that you and the city lord had a marriage pact back at the academy, so a lot of people think you will go steal the bride. That's just a message sent by the local great powers. Wuxia laughed. Very well, if people want to have a show, then why not? It'll be lively when I go do it. He certainly understood that people wanted to egg him on. However, he didn't really mind. Since Guzun was aiming for him, he wanted to return the favor by destroying the alliance. He went to see the matriarch afterward. She also heard the news and said instantly, this is Guzun's plan. He wants to drag Soaring Immortal down and use its power to oppose you. I know. Wuxia replied, Guzun knows himself that he alone can't take me on at all, so he requires an ally, and who is better than Soaring Immortal? Is there a more powerful lineage compared to Soaring Immortal in the 9 worlds? Chapter 1608. The matriarch shook her head in response. Even if Gu Zun involves Soaring Immortal, they can't stop you at all even if they utilize their full potential. That sect needs to pray for their own fortune. If they grow some eyes, they can continue to survive. But if their eyes are on the back of their head, then I'll just end them. Li Qiye smiled leisurely. The matriarch was accustomed to such style. For the world, Soaring Immortal was full of experts and could be considered the supreme of the 9 worlds. However, for Li Qiye, this was only a big sect at best. He could destroy them whenever he wanted. This was the reason why Soaring Immortal chose not to come out for 3 generations. The sect should know a bit about you, right? She said. Li Qiye smiled back. You lived during Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation, so you don't understand Soaring Immortal completely. Its power structure isn't simple. It has many external realms with an incredible amount of citizens and maybe more than 10 million disciples. He paused for a bit before continuing. Its power structure, to put it in the simplest manner, is made up of 5 branches. It is complex and changes in each era. Whichever branch has the advantage would be in charge. That might be so, but does it matter which branch is in charge? None of them should try to touch your whiskers, especially Immortal Emperor Tun Ri and Immortal Emperor Ba Mie's branch. The generals under their wings should still be loyal towards you. The matriarch said. The times are changing, same with Soaring Immortal. Plus, Tun Ri and Ba Mie aren't considered my students since I only helped and taught them a bit. Li Qiye shook his head. Plus, they are powerless too. After all, the sect has its own rules and they have made their pact. Moreover, they are old now and might not have control over anything. He elaborated. If they really wish to oppose you, then they're just frogs under the well seeking their own destruction. She stated. Li Qiye revealed a faint smile. The chance of them suiciding is quite high. Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's influence is great, so his branch should be quite strong now. She frowned in response. You think the Emperor still had grudges against you back then, so he left behind some plans to oppose you? Ren Xian has great self-control. Regardless of his origin and bloodline, he is still an emperor with the foresight to understand what should and shouldn't be done. In spite of his great achievements, he still showed great restraint after becoming emperor. That's why he wanted the title, Ren Xian. He wants to get on your good side on top of showing his determination against his origin, so his title flaunts a human origin. The matriarch was aware of the circumstances. Back then, Ren Xian was the chosen candidate from Soaring Immortal for the Heaven's Will. However, because of his bloodline, Li Qiye didn't agree with this, but Soaring Immortal was hellbent on having a 5th emperor. They had a minor fight because of this, but the sect ultimately made many promises, even a blood oath. The emperor himself was part of this. Due to all the concessions, Li Qiye chose to turn a blind eye to the competition. During that generation, the young emperor didn't let the sect down. He swept through the 9 worlds and seized the throne. Nevertheless, even after becoming invincible, he kept his promise and was still very respectful towards the Dark Crow. Although I didn't agree with him becoming an emperor, he did a good job after the fact. Regardless of his sincerity, he still kept his promise and exercised self-control. He didn't do certain things just because he was an emperor or his sect was Soaring Immortal. It's hard to criticize him in these aspects. The problem is his descendants. They believe Soaring Immortal is the true ruler of the 9 worlds, and that their bloodline is the most powerful and precious. These beliefs drove them crazy. Therefore, they were forced to isolate themselves, not allowed to come into being during Immortal Emperor Qian Li's generation. She said. She didn't personally experience the ordeal, but she had heard of it before. In the past, some people in the sect secretly did a few things with their bloodline and invoked the anger of the Dark Crow. He forcefully searched every inch of Soaring Immortal. The sect trembled before his coming. Many big shots were forced to commit suicide. In the end, they isolated themselves from the world. This was the reason why so few disciples from the sect showed up during the Black Dragon King's 3 generations. A bunch of idiots being bitten by their own blood, thinking that they're the masters of the world. Li Qiye said emotionlessly. Bitten. She was surprised to hear this. Will it devour their body eventually? Li Qiye shook his head. I don't know, but they'll increasingly be removed from their own race while inching closer to the true nature of this bloodline. This is why the bloodline is so frightening. Even the thinnest strand could have a chance for atavism. That's why this race was so powerful. Did you find any clues when you searched the sect back then? She asked after contemplating quietly. Just a little bit. They had absolute loyalty to Soaring Immortal. Once they knew that I was about to pry even more, they immediately committed suicide and destroyed all traces. However, I know some of them tried to experiment with this blood already. Li Qiye chuckled. They actually hid it from you? It must be a big deal then. Her expression slightly changed. It has something to do with a supreme artifact. Li Qiye's eyes became serious as well. It's not at Soaring Immortal, but I'm sure it has secretly shown up there every once in a while. That's the reason why I'm certain the item is still in this race's possession. She vaguely understood what the item was because Li Qiye had been searching for it when he was in control of the 9 worlds. It doesn't matter since it won't escape my grasp in the end. Li Qiye calmly declared, I don't care how many generations or how well they hide it, I'll take it one day. The matriarch knew that Li Qiye has set up a big trap and was just ready for the enemy to fall down. After a short while, she said softly, Your Excellency, why did you relent then? If you were steadfast against letting them train Immortal Emperor Ren Xian, they wouldn't necessarily dare to do it then. Li Qiye pondered this question carefully. He closed his eyes and leaned back on the master chair as if sleeping. He eventually opened his eyes and replied, No one really has a heart of iron. Or maybe it was because I have killed too many people so I turned soft-hearted then. She didn't reply, only waiting to listen to him. Sometimes in the dead of the night, I thought about whether I have massacred too many people. But then again, I should never show mercy on this matter. If humans or any of the races had something to do with this, I should slaughter them. He said slowly. Your Excellency, you were right about this. Only by wiping out this blood completely would the 9 worlds have peace. Otherwise, darkness shall still loom over all of us. The matriarch said solemnly. Qing Feng, I know you have always supported and listened to me. But, you have never actually witnessed the periods when I massacred the 9 worlds, when I let the blood seep deep into the soil. During those times, some generals started to waver. Tell me, what should I have done with them? Kill. She answered without hesitation. Yes. And killed them I did. Li Qiye closed his eyes again and said bitterly, personally ordering the death of loyal generals with countless meritorious exploits. It's not an easy thing for the heart. Silence took over the room. After a good while, he gently sighed, therefore, I am a tyrant, the dark hand behind the curtains. I am someone who can only exist in the darkness. I'm not an immortal emperor, a beacon of light, only a heartless butcher who had slaughtered the 9 worlds. My hands are stained with so much blood. Chapter 1609, The monarch carefully chose her words, It doesn't matter who you are, Your Excellency. You are someone who shoulders what no one else dares. Immortal emperors have their shining generations but they only shoulder an invincible power, not the immense weight of the 9 worlds. Who is the one doing so, besmirched with infamy, but still protect the 9 worlds? It's not the immortal emperors and the myriad races and powers. You are the Watcher, Your Excellency, the stopper of the darkness. Your existence allows for the brilliant Emperor's era. She paused for a moment before continuing, without you, the darkness would be coming again sooner or later. You have been doing your job, wiping away this bloodline all this time, not the emperors. They were indeed amazing, and there's no denying that they had walked on a path paved with bones too, but none had ever committed a massacre of your magnitude. It's not because of their inability, it's because they did not wish to do so. They were enamored by their own reputation, not wanting to be reviled by future generation as a butcher who slaughters the innocents. A sigh interrupted her speech. They cherished this reputation too much and feared that doing evil deeds would end with criticisms. For example, killing innocent people after becoming emperors. Many of them were aware that at the beginning of the emperor's era, this bloodline was still flowing in the 9 worlds. They scattered with hybridizations everywhere. With this information, they also knew that the darkness will come again, but why didn't they do a mass cleansing? It's all due to their own self-absorption. Because of this, all along, you're the only one who has to shoulder the curses of the world. You're the only one who doesn't care about the respect of others or whether they fear you or not. Due to your lack of ulterior motives, you are able to correct the grand mistake by raising your executioner blade to sever the bloodline. She earnestly continued, you were indeed a butcher, the dark hand behind the curtains. However, without your continuous cleansing, what would the 9 worlds look like now? Like you have said, the blood will bite back. With the slightest incaution, the myriad races will cease to exist. Humans, spirits, golems will be no longer, only one race will be left. It won't just be an enslaving darkness, since by that point, every race will have become just one. Thus, all creatures in the 9 worlds should be grateful to you. Your conquests made it possible for them to live to the present. But maybe you are right, I have never experienced one of these great massacres. However, I can see one thing for certain, the future of the 9 worlds without you. Because of this, I will support you. If you need to purge the world once more, just give me the order, I shall carry it out without wavering. Li Qiye seemed to be sleeping on his chair. After a long while, he chuckled in response, people have the rights to their own opinion. Each general back then deserved this right. A few things can't be forced in this world. In each generation, the world had always praised the emperors and their majestic accomplishments. However, they cursed your name without trying to understand your exploits. Even if they actually knew of your existence, they would still only react with fear. This is due to their own lack of foresight. She said. Let them be. Li Qiye smiled leisurely, since I'm a butcher, should be raising my blade against the 9 worlds. The particular narrative is fine. He gently sighed at this point. As the Dark Crow, he didn't care about the words of the world. However, when his loyal and accomplished generals resisted him, personally giving the order to kill them was an unwilling and painful choice. Nevertheless, someone needed to do so, just as the matriarch had said. Every dreg of that blood must be swept clean or the darkness might come again. The matriarch, his old comrade that had been to hell and back with him, stared at this seemingly ordinary man. She knew that he might have lost feelings due to his iron Dao heart, there were substantial pain and unwanted memories lurking below. This was why she truly admired him. He quietly endured the suffering and infamy in order to protect the 9 worlds. Even emperors paled in comparison to his sacrifices. It's fine to do another purge. Li Qiye sat up and said, if Soaring Immortal wants to come, then let them. I want to see what they have hiding in this generation. His eyes flashed with a cold glint. The monarch was ready for the incoming bloodbath after seeing his expression. But I'm a little tired of killing all the time now. Li Qiye said with a smile, your 18 crystal cannons haven't been used for a long time. Take it out to test its strength now. Killing a chicken with an ox blade is very amusing. I'll bring them here, Your Excellency. She walked away. A moment later, she brought back 2 crates. One was overly large while the other wooden one was very portable. They were protected with many layers of seals, indicative of the content's value. The matriarch then opened the seals and plumes of glittering and translucent light came out from the large one. A sizable cannon made from crystals and decorated with mighty runes was contained inside. The material emitted a mysterious power. The strange part was that the cannon wasn't just one barrel but a cluster consisting of different sizes. The 18 crystal cannons. Li Qiye smiled after seeing it. This type of crystal is indeed the finest. Only the crystal foul immortal mine would be able to produce them. It's a shame that those geezers are too stingy. These cannons were the defining treasure of the Yu clan, their ace card. Even those who were aware of their existence in the clan hadn't seen them in person before. This is your love for us, using such precious materials to craft this peerless weapon for our clan. She said. I was only bored and practicing. Li Qiye said with a smile. The cannons weren't created with a method from this epoch. It shared the same origin as the Netherlord Hexagear launcher, but their own blacksmithing art had been lost in history. The main difference was the material type. The launcher was much more precious and the cannons were created afterward. After creating the launcher, Li Qiye rarely used this blacksmithing method again, but due to the matriarch and her husband's contributions, he created this weapon with some materials at hand and gave it to them. She opened the other crate too. This one had a neat row of red diamonds serving as ammunition. Each resembled the sun itself with a spectacular flame. Dragon flame uranium. Li Qiye looked at each diamond and smiled. Loading then firing them will be spectacular. Your Excellency, you had to squeeze the essence out of an entire sun just to make these diamonds. She said with emotions because she had seen the devastating power of this weapon before. Chapter 1610, The Soaring Immortal Sect made a camp in the sea region they occupied after arriving at the Grand Sea. The area used to belong to some demon great powers. They did try to resist, but it was futile. In the end, these demons were forced to retreat while Soaring Immortal gained complete control. Such a move attracted plenty of criticisms, but nothing came of it due to the sheer power of the sect. In fact, before the reign of the Black Dragon King, Soaring Immortal's influence spanned across the 9 worlds. After all, they had 5 emperors, so they had extraterritorial headquarters all around. Strangely enough, during Immortal Emperor Qian Li's generation, the sect suddenly left all of these headquarters. Not a single disciple was left behind. From then on, they rarely showed up in the 9 worlds again. People didn't know what the heck was going on, but the disappearance of this behemoth was a good thing for many great powers. Nobody actually wanted to have such a threat looming around them. But now, the sect was back and used an unstoppable momentum to take over this region. This worried the cultivators in Mortal Emperor. The announcement of the alliance with Heaven Suppression shook the mind even more. Henceforth, many eyes were fixated on their every move. Of course, others paid attention to Fiercest as well. The majority of people, especially the ones in this area, wanted to use Fiercest to retaliate against Soaring Immortal. The romance rumors between Fiercest and the goddess became even more intense, as if it was the truth. Whether it be deliberate or not, in short, everyone knew that these two had a marriage pact back at the Heavenly Tao Academy. The young generation had a wonderful time talking about how Outyin dared to compete against Fiercest. They wanted nothing more than to come and watch the bride-stealing show in person. Fiercest is here. People immediately discovered the moment Li Qiye and the Peacock Bright Monarch made it to the Soaring Immortal sect's territory. This news immediately spread with an unbelievable speed across the region. Is he really taking the bride away? All eyes were on Li Qiye. The great powers became excited since this was what they have been waiting for. Fiercest was actually here. What did I tell you? Fiercest is invincible and prideful. He isn't afraid of anyone. Someone like Outyin is nothing. This guy thinks he can steal Fiercest's woman. He's about to be annihilated. Some young fans felt their blood boiling after seeing Li Qiye. However, a few noble youths disagreed. One snorted in response, Fiercest might be strong, but all of you are blind, can't even see who young Emperor Long is. His backing is the soaring immortal sect with countless god kings and even emperor assailants. Humph, no one has dared to oppose soaring immortal all this time. Nothing good will come of it. So what? Outyen is just a dog relying on his sect then. Fiercest will kill the weakling so fast. Li Qiye's supporter retorted. Don't be so sure. Young Emperor Long has a grand completion physique. He's unstoppable among the young generation. Even the older generation can't take him on. Long Outyen's fans instantly shouted back. Fiercest has 13 palaces, one and only in the ages. A grand completion immortal physique is shit, there have been too many of them already. Li Qiye's support bit back. Young Emperor Long has triple saint talents and the arts of 5 emperors. The other side contested. Fiercest has 13 palaces. This sentence was repeated to show Li Qiye's unique achievement and invincibility. Young Emperor Long is the Denari King. He fought against the world for 10 days and 10 nights without faltering, going against millions and even killing god kings. Outyen supporters were still unconvinced. Fiercest has 13 palaces. Li Qiye's supporters chanted this sentence even louder. You. Outyen's side trembled with anger without a response. Fiercest's amount of palaces had rendered all geniuses in this world breathless. Neither their achievements and brilliance mattered, all paled before the 13 palaces. Since the ages, there have been many immortal emperors and grand completion users. However, Li Qiye was one and only. At this time, the duo entered Soaring Immortal's area. They saw immortal energy and mist everywhere. Pavilions could be faintly seen in the distance along with big ships. Trees were connecting together to form large landmasses. People had to admit that the sect was able to turn this area into a land of immortals in such a short time. It showed just how terrifying the number of resources they had at their disposal was. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that their trash could please a great power. This was the style of a sect with 5 emperors. Clang! 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 The gong of war resounded. The disciples from Soaring Immortal became vigilant. Both ordinary members and even elders were getting ready for battle. Soaring Immortal might claim its supremacy, but it didn't underestimate Fiercest at all. They knew of his battle records all too well. Most recently, he destroyed their Skyfire warships. In the past, he killed their god kings and banished their spatial channel. This was a worthy foe. The eruptive atmosphere between the two sides robbed the breath of spectators. Some were eager for a fight already. What? This is how your sect treat a guest. Li Qiye leisurely smiled and said as if strolling through a garden. Even his enemies or those who hated him admired his boldness. Being able to smile before Soaring Immortal was very impressive. Their legs would be trembling if put under the same situation. This leisure attitude made the experts from Soaring Immortal glance at each other. They didn't know whether they should start fighting or not. Is Long Outyen going to fight? One cultivator murmured. Long Outyen isn't here. He led some experts and ancestors to hunt the sea monsters right now at the depths. A well-informed spectator shook his head. Li Qiye, what do you want? An instructor from Soaring Immortal took a deep breath and asked with a serious tone. Soaring Immortal found this situation difficult to accept. All of this time, their sect has been sweeping through everything without resistance. They have never met such a strong enemy before. They didn't show the slightest carelessness and understood that elder-level characters weren't enough to stop Fiercest. The lowest requirement to confront Fiercest was God King. Nothing. I heard that my old friend, the Heaven Suppression City Lord, is a guest at your sect, so I'm here to see her. He said slowly. So domineering, he got straight to the point. The experts nearby secretly praised. Only Fiercest would be so unrestrained against Soaring Immortal. The elders here were silent in contemplation. If it was someone else demanding this, they might have even killed the guy under their fury. However, they needed to be careful when it came from Fiercest. Chapter 1611, Soaring Immortal had also heard about the hot matters between Fiercest and Z Queening. Such rumors were very unfavorable for them. After all, Z Queening would become their mistress in the future or even the Imperial Queen. That's why they didn't wish to hear such gossips regardless of whether they were true or not. For their sect right now, the best outcome was to kill Fiercest. If you two are old friends, then please come. After contemplating for a moment, the instructor replied. Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. That's how it should be, the style of a lineage with 5 emperors. This is more presentable. The instructor wasn't willing to respond. Soaring Immortal is actually relenting. The spectators far away were actually startled to see the sect allowing Li Qiye to see Z Queening. No one expected this particular development. They thought the instructor would try to stop him, then a massacre would ensue. But now, they unexpectedly conceded to the astonishment of the crowd. The sect had been domineering after descending into this region with an unstoppable conquest against the demons. They had no qualms moving against anyone until now. The validity of the scandal between Li Qiye and the goddess didn't matter. Most importantly, she was about to marry Long Outyen, but Li Qiye decided to interfere at this crucial moment. This meant that as long as Fiercest was still alive, he would be a smudge on Soaring Immortal's reputation. Fiercest might be the only person who can force Soaring Immortal to concede. Someone murmured. A disciple now led the way for Li Qiye, who was all smiles. He and the monarch casually entered the sect's territory. Anyone else would treat this place like the lion's den. They would surely be prepared for him, but Fiercest was completely indifferent, drawing even more admiration from the crowd. On the contrary, Soaring Immortal was ready for battle. The disciples here didn't dare to relax at all. They had full battle adornment ready and guarded their positions. This was because Fiercest was too notorious. Everyone knew of his blood-stained hands. This was someone who would destroy a sect after some unfriendly words, so how could Soaring Immortal not be careful? They didn't want to be like the disciples on the Skyfire warships, crushed like a pulp and dead without a grave. It didn't take long before the disciple took him to an old pavilion. It was floating in the air with a stairway made of clouds. It was heavily guarded with experts from Heaven Suppression instead of Soaring Immortal. Young noble Li, I can only take you here. The Soaring Immortal disciple quietly left after taking him here. This was a wise move from the instructor. He didn't want to confront Li Qiye directly and instead threw the problem at Heaven Suppression. It was the city's choice now whether he can see the goddess or not. In his opinion, the marriage between Queening and Outyen had been decided by the high-ranking ancestors from the 2 sections. No one could change this outcome. Because of this, he was confident that Fiercest wouldn't be able to break this marriage alliance either. For this alliance to work, Heaven Suppression must also be on their side when dealing with Fiercest. Halt, who are you? The guards protecting the pavilion immediately pointed their weapons at Li Qiye as he drew closer. In fact, they were aware of the situation and who they were facing. Nevertheless, they must not let him see Z Queening. They weren't here to protect her but to isolate her from contacting outsiders. Someone of her power level didn't need the protection from these experts. They were only under Yi Jiuzhou's order to avoid any potential complication before the marriage was done. Of course, Jiuzhou's preparation wasn't meant for Fiercest, only the other dissenters from Heaven Suppression. If he knew Fiercest was going to be coming, he would have personally presided over the area. Good dogs don't block the way. Li Qiye glanced at the prepared forces and smiled. A youth came out from the guards. He was well dressed with a high crest while radiating a dazzling light with the powerful aura of a noble. Fellow Daoist Li, our city lord isn't seeing guests, please leave. The youth didn't back down even before Fiercest. Dream Dragon King, Yi Jiuzhou's favorite disciple. The experts nearby recognized him right away. He's quite strong for being so young, already a half-completion immortal physique on top of training the other amazing arts from heaven suppression. It's a shame that the goddess is too talented, so he was doomed to be under her shadow. An expert who knew him said with a tinge of emotion. It was almost a tragedy for the Dream Dragon King because his incredible achievements looked less impressive before Z Queening. He couldn't become the city lord. It's not up to you and not up to her either. If I say I want to see her, I shall. Li Qiye stared at him and declared nonchalantly. The king's expression turned ugly. He found it hard to swallow this anger when someone came to the Grand Sea and treated heaven suppression in this manner. Despite knowing fiercest, his sect was no slouch either. Moreover, his master and grandmaster were Yi Jiuzhou and Gu Zun, respectively. Li Qiye, everything has a limit, you shouldn't be too aggressive or you will have no place left to go one day, despite how vast the 9 worlds are. The king took a deep breath and didn't want to concede. He answered with the perfect tone, neither supercilious nor obsequious. No need to get all philosophical with me. Li Qiye said with a smile, I don't care about reasons. I will count to 5, if you don't make way, I'll kill you all. The experts here weren't happy to hear such contempt coming from a junior, evident by their angry glare. Fine, Li Qiye, I'll check out your supreme arts. The king didn't back off and was ready to fight to the death. He had received the orders from his master to not let anyone see the city lord. You are not his match, get back. Z Queening appeared on the pavilion above and gravely said. The king hesitated and stood there quietly. He wasn't in the position to disobey her publicly. After all, she was still the city lord. Her appearance attracted everyone's attention. This was a peerless woman just like a fairy, a goddess of the sea. Z Queening had a stern demeanor since she was robbed of her authority by Yi Jiuzhou's group. To be perfectly frank, she was virtually put under house arrest. The spectators were holding their breath to see how this scandal will unfold. Li Qiye chuckled after seeing her, not bad. Girl, time to leave. Queening smiled wryly and shook her head, brotherly, certain things can't be dealt with right now. I have my own problems, please excuse me. She naturally wanted to go with him in order to avoid the marriage. However, all the ancestors and old men from the village were locked into the Black Dragon Hall. The city right now was under Yi Jiuzhou's control. If she were to leave, she would be playing right into his hands. Thus, she must stay and wait for the right opportunity to strike back. Chapter 1612, Li Qiye remained firm despite his ever-present smile, you must go with me. Brotherly, please understand. Z Queening naturally knew that this wasn't about romance like the rumors said. He came for Gu Zun, not to steal any bride. She also wanted to resist Gu Zun, but protecting the ancestors and disciples from heaven suppression was a priority as well. I'll take care of it. Do you want me to massacre Soaring Immortal or heaven suppression? Li Qiye chuckled. Experts from both sects furiously glared at him after hearing this. He spoke as if they were mere ants. Z Queening became silent after hearing this. She understood that he wasn't the blustering type and would stay true to his words, especially when it came to massacre, for his name is Li Qiye. All right, I'll listen to you then. She took a deep breath and solemnly said. She had to change her strategy to deal with Gu Zun's group now. With Li Qiye's help, maybe they could break through Gu Zun's grasp on heaven suppression in a different manner. Fiercest is so domineering. Any woman would want to follow a man like that. A few experts misunderstood her intent and said with emotions. The Dream Dragon King became alarmed, for this went against his duty. If Z Queening were to leave, he would be letting his master down. City Lord, heaven suppression does not yield to anyone. He shouted hastily. Z Queening stared at him and understood his thoughts. She said flatly, you're not young noble Li's match. Even if we aren't, we will still fight like true disciples from heaven suppression and will never. He declared sonorously. This was the only way he could answer to his master later without shame. That's fine. Kill them. Li Qie interrupted the king and told the monarch disguised as a servant. To battle. The king knew that his end wouldn't be pretty, so he roared to ready himself for battle. Clang. All the guards here unsheathed their weapon. A murderous aura engulfed the area instantly. Die. The monarch soared to the sky without any hesitation and unleashed a barrage of techniques. Each of them could cut the sun and take down the moon. This was truly a spectacle to behold. Boom. 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 Explosions followed by screams resounded. These armored guards simply couldn't stop her path. She was the Pearl City Lord and had obtained its inheritance on top of being taught by Lu Zhongsun. Her cultivation was definitely among the top at Heaven Suppression. The crowd was shocked to see a servant killing experts from Heaven Suppression so easily. Even a servant was this powerful. There were too many hidden masters on fiercest side then. Such power could rule any area instead of being a simple servant. This was too much to take in. Cease your arrogance. The Dream Dragon King had to join in. He jumped to the sky and exuded an oscillating light surrounding the monarch. This light could penetrate everything and turn people into a pin sieve. However, the monarch channeled her power with a cry. Halos emerged around her body to stop the incoming rays. However, the king's body became even more dazzling. A blinding expanse drowned the monarch. She instantly disappeared into this bright expanse. The spectators felt their soul leaving their body while staring at this vast expanse. One senior immediately reminded and protected his juniors, this is divine light from Heaven Suppression. Don't look at him or you'll lose your mind. The young cultivators broke out in cold sweat after regaining their thoughts. Just glancing at this light alone was startling enough. Being directly struck by it would turn someone into a fool instantly. Boom. While people were amazed at the king's art, the monarch tore apart this sea of light and made the king vomit blood with a counterattack. She was perfectly fine. This soul-destroying art of his failed to affect her in the slightest. The king was aghast and activated his extreme young physique at half completion. The area became sweltering as he formed a mirror with both hands. Whoosh! The sunfire instantly entered the mirror. The mirror then channeled this element into a tidal brilliance. It soared with an unstoppable speed towards the monarch. Keep in mind that a half-completion physique was already strong enough. This power was then combined with a divine mirror personally crafted for the king and became amplified to an incredible level. Boom! The monarch was slammed flying by this ray. However, the little pagoda in front of her chest also lit up as she no longer held back. Screech! A peacock screeched. Bright colors forming a screen appeared behind the monarch as if a peacock was spreading its tail. It immediately stopped the remaining offensive ray. Peacock Bright Monarch. Dream Dragon King immediately knew who he was dealing with. It's too late. The brilliant colors came crashing down like the suppression from the heaven itself. Anything could be crushed under such might. Bang! The king couldn't stop her barrier and was forced down to the ground. But he couldn't crawl up in time before a foot came from the sky and trampled him. He couldn't move at all as if a mighty mountain was taking away his freedom. You! He was furious and afraid after seeing that it was Li Qie. This was simply too humiliating. He shouted at the monarch, "Monarch, you are a heaven suppression disciple. Conspiring with others is a capital punishment." The monarch stared coldly at him without responding. Many people found it strange. The monarch was a leading member of heaven suppression. Why was she together with Li Qie and even opposing her own sect? Li Qie looked at the king beneath him and smiled. Should I crush you now or let you send a message to Yi Zhozhou and Guzun? Li Qie, do as you please. People from heaven suppression will never beg for mercy. See if I even grimace in the slightest. The king cried out. Really now? Li Qie said, I'm indeed interested in seeing whether you are that unyielding after my torture. Fellow Taoist Li, please forgive him. An old man came out from Soaring Immortal with several elders accompanying him. Despite his aged appearance, his eyes were flashing with yin and yang and the derivation of myriad Tao. Even paragons would get a cold chill after meeting his stare. The person was simply too powerful. An ancestor from Soaring Immortal, the one in charge right now over the Grand Sea, a world-dominating God King. A sect master was aghast and blurted. Outside of Long Outyen, this ancestor was giving the orders. Countless big shots from the demon race in this area were murdered by him. That's the reason why so many experts from the Grand Sea were scared to see him. Chapter 1613, The spectators palpitated while looking at the ancestor from Soaring Immortal, all wished to see how this storm would end. Everyone knew that Fiercest would never back down from anything, even if it was Soaring Immortal. Meanwhile, Soaring Immortal wouldn't falter either. If their future mistress were to be taken away by Fiercest, they would lose all reputation and prestige. Thus, in this key moment, Soaring Immortal must either force Li Qie to submit or kill him. Anything else would besmirch their authority. Who the hell do you think you are? Your sect isn't qualified to interfere when I want to kill. Li Qie glanced at him and said. The spectators forced a smile after seeing this. Who else but Fiercest would dare to talk to a world-dominating God King like this? The guy wasn't an ordinary world-dominating God King since he came from Soaring Immortal on top of everything. Even a regular God King would be humiliated before this public contempt, let alone one from Soaring Immortal. Because of this, the ancestor's eyes turned cold. He didn't become angry, but he wasn't going to let this go. Just one stomp from him could make the Grand Sea tremble. Countless would quiver before his name. Such a character wasn't going to take this sitting down. Nevertheless, he still maintained an acceptable demeanor and said gravely, Fellow Taoist Li, it's not wise to become an adversary against Soaring Immortal and Heaven Suppression. If you keep on doing this, you will have nowhere left to go. Yes, I know. Li Qie smiled leisurely, all right, go ahead and use whatever means you have now. If you can't stop me today, this camp shall be flattened. Everyone gasped after hearing such aggressive words. Soaring Immortal expended considerable effort to take this land away from the demons and sea monsters. But now, he wanted to flatten it so easily. No one was a match for him in terms of bravado. Even the aggressive Hai Lin had to run away to stay alive. Fine, we'll see just how amazing you are. The ancestor cried out. At this level of escalation, one side must die. Otherwise, Soaring Immortal would no longer be able to deter the rest of the world. Rumble. With a loud explosion, walls of refined jades flew up from the ocean. The jades lit up after the walls surrounded this sea region. Buzz. Imperial seals and runes emerged on these walls. A holy breath engulfed the entire area. Blinding plumes of light emerged from the walls and rushed to the Soaring Immortal disciples. Clang! 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 An unbelievable event occurred. Holy armors appeared on their body while their weapons exuded divinity. This was an immense increase in power. Their body even grew in size to match the new strength. In a short time, they became giants standing on the ocean like deities to preside over this world to the horror of the crowd. Only the Soaring Immortal sect would have access to such a terrifying method, turning their own disciples into towering deities. What is that? Even ancestors from the great powers were shocked. Rumble. These disciples surrounded Li Qie and blocked off all escape paths. Soaring Immortal would never let him leave this place alive. This was to be a fight to the death. The scared experts found it prohibitively difficult for any man alone to break through this blockade. Li Qie, unless you have a grand completion immortal physique or have the power of a legendary God King, you're not leaving this place in one piece. The ancestor took out an imperial weapon and coldly declared. The truth was that the ancestor had no confidence in killing Fiercest, but he wanted to borrow this momentum and force him back. Really now? Li Qiye glanced at the walls of refined jades and said, tyrannical destruction bulwark from immortal Emperor Bamia. Not bad, but it is too old now. Your sect had used it too many times, so how much power do you think these walls can actually put out nowadays? As long as it is enough to stop you. The ancestor said, it's not too late to leave now, or we shall chase you to the end of the world. Death to those who oppose us. The disciples from Soaring Immortal chanted in unison with an oppressive momentum. This chant shook the entire Grand Sea as if many gods were howling. People lost their mind under this divine aura. The weaker cultivators wouldn't be able to put up a fight at all since they have lost in terms of aura already. Very well, time for me to kill then. Li Qiye smirked in response at the deified disciples. With that, the 18 crystal cannons were in his hands. With a cracking sound, he instantly loaded it with one dragonflame uranium. All 18 barrels suddenly ignited with this refined flame after a quiet buzz. Kill him. The disciples didn't know what type of weapon this was, but they didn't mind at all. With a loud battle cry, they ravaged this world as they ran for him with their divinity. A destructive force came down in order to crush him. The spectators turned pale and understood why Soaring Immortal could treat the 9 worlds with such contempt after witnessing their capability. Bring it. Li Qiye laughed wildly at the incoming enemies. Click, click, click. The 18 barrels rotated at a crazy pace and spat out fiery sparks before unleashing bright particles. Each particle was around the size of a thumb with an unbelievable speed. No one could ever evade or stop these all-piercing shots. Zzz. In just a split second, a burst of penetrating noises resounded. Tiny jets of blood splashed out everywhere like springs. The inevitable bloody mists obscured the crowd's vision. Ah! Under the sweeping particles of light, the disciples' bodies turned into sieves before shattering completely. What was left of their bodies fell to the ground while they screamed pitifully. No one expected this development. Just a second ago, these disciples were threatening the world like gods. But in the blink of an eye, Fiercest had rendered them into fleshy bits. Words couldn't describe this terrible scene. The 18 cannons were crafted from an apex blacksmithing technique of an old epoch, not to mention the precious materials required. Moreover, its firepower came from a sun refined into dragonflame uranium. This was a wondrous creation culminated from the Dark Crow's efforts. Moreover, even Black Dragon King and Immortal Emperor Yin Tian helped in creating the weapon. The only result possible after its crazy barrage was a massacre. Chapter 1614, This might be the most overbearing and bizarre massacre the spectators had ever witnessed. From start to finish, Li Qiye didn't channel his blood energy at all and didn't use any techniques. After a single barrage from the 18 cannons, the disciples were annihilated with mangled limbs. The crowd stared in horror at the weapon in his possession. Even the deified disciples were killed so quickly, others naturally wouldn't stand a chance either. Die! The Soaring Immortal ancestor erupted with rage. Even a world-dominating god-king like him had never seen such a terrifying ordeal. His imperial weapon's weeping echoed across the 9 heavens with its imperial aura. Dao laws poured down like the rain. The stars shattered and the ocean bled dry before this monstrous power, causing hair to stand on ends. This wasn't a true treasure, but under the control of a world-dominating god-king, the resulting attack was still formidable. Not bad. Li Qiye laughed before the incoming storm of imperial laws. The cannons instantly sealed all the laws. With clicking noises, the barrels rotated again. All of them became red hot and the particles began to fire at each law. The imperial weapon from the ancestor was indeed amazing, but not against the 18 cannons made with unique materials excavated from the crystal fowl immortal mine. Rumble. After another round of barrage, the ancestor could only shift his focus from offense to defense to protect himself. In this manner, the particles couldn't pierce through his imperial weapon, but he couldn't counterattack against this unique firepower either. The crowd gasped to see a god king with an imperial weapon on the defensive. They were in awe of this terrifying weapon. It's a shame that your imperial weapon is lacking. This might have been interesting if you had a true treasure, but you're just a punching bag like this. Li Qie teased. The ancestor's expression soured. His sect had many imperial weapons, but it also had numerous experts with 5 branches. The world couldn't possibly imagine the number of god kings in this sect. But the worst part was that his immortal emperor life treasure was a higher ranked one in both the material and refinement method, yet Li Qie made it sound so worthless. This truly enraged him, but retaliation wasn't possible while being under fire. Click. Li Qie loaded a new piece of uranium with a smooth and lightning-fast motion. The ancestor couldn't seize this moment. He didn't expect that it had a reloading period. Ka. Suddenly, the 18 cannons were no longer rotating. 3 sets of 6 suddenly came together to form 3 larger barrels aiming at the same direction. Whoosh! The bundled barrels suddenly shot out 3 shuttles the size of a fist. With a loud bang, the shuttles instantly locked onto Ancestor's coordinate and exploded at the same time. Everything in that area became ashes before a small black hole took their place. This was spatial destruction. The ancestor tried to escape to no avail, so he spat out blood from the impact. The weapon protecting him was still unhurt, but it couldn't save him from the terrible blow. The force was too powerful. Anyone else would have had their bones shattered or even died. Boom! 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 The cannons fired multiple waves with 3 shuttles each time. They locked onto the area before crazily exploding. Rumble. The barrages left nothing behind in this area, only a terrible wound. The spatial fabric here wouldn't recover for a while. The ancestor went flying even under the protection of the imperial weapon. He spat out even more blood and was completely aghast despite being an amazing god king. He took advantage of a momentary pause and immediately crossed through space to escape. That's what I'm waiting for. But the moment he did a spatial shift, Li Qie instantly locked onto him again and 3 more shots came out to destroy that space. Ah! The ancestor instantly broke to bloody pieces and couldn't use the weapon for protection at this last moment. The panicking old man was tricked into escaping by Li Qie and fell right into his trap. If he had waited for a full reload, perhaps that spatial shift would have worked. Smokes were still coming out from the barrels. Once the heat subsided, Li Qie gently blew the smoke away. Sigh, even a world-dominating god king can't stay calm during perils. That's a lack of life and death experiences. Li Qie said leisurely. Spectators had nothing to say since fear overwhelmed them. They shuddered after looking at the weapon in his hands. The soaring immortal camp had been destroyed completely. Even a world-dominating god king couldn't escape this fate. Such a weapon was too terrifying. The only weakness would be the day when it ran out of ammo. At that point, it would have no power to speak of, only a decorative piece. The experts nearby felt a chill running down their spine. A while ago, the demons and sea monsters mustered their forces and couldn't retake this area. Soaring immortals slaughtered and chased them away. But now, Li Qie destroyed this camp with no problem. Where is this weapon from? Someone quietly whispered. People shook their head in response since they didn't know of its origin. Only some ancestors with deep ties with the Yu clan thought about a particular legend pertaining to the weapon. This was the reason why powerful god kings felt dread towards the Yu. They had such a monstrous weapon in their arsenal. Your turn now. Li Qie smiled at the Dream Dragon King. The guy was also horrified with a pale countenance. He had never seen such a monstrous weapon before in his life. I'll do it myself. He knew that there was no escaping today. The guy was tough enough and committed suicide instead of waiting for Li Qie. Bang! He dropped to the ground with blood dripping from his orifices and met death. Zi Qining gently sighed after seeing this. Though the king was Yi Jiuzhou's disciple and part of the coup, he was still a disciple of heaven suppression. At the very least, he didn't throw away their reputation by begging before death. Okay, done with that. What a pity though, where is that successor from heaven suppression? He put away the 18 cannons and clapped his hands. In the distance, the cultivators didn't dare to say anything. This battle achievement had said enough. One particular question rummaged through their mind: could Long Outyin actually have a chance of beating Fiercest? The Denari King has been famous ever since Soaring Immortal descended on the Grand Sea. He challenged the world and defeated everyone after 10 days and 10 nights of combat. But now, Fiercest in action made the crowd question themselves again. Chapter 16-15. Finally, Li Qie left with the monarch and Zi Qining before the silent crowd. After leaving this sea region, Qining told the monarch, "Thank you for helping me during this troubled period. If you weren't protecting the hope of our city, I'm sure the other lords would join Yi Jiuzhou. City Lord, this is my responsibility in Pearl's reason for existence." The monarch respectfully replied. Li Qie glanced at Zi Qining and said insipidly, "Girl, you have the immortal blood spear, so leaving isn't difficult. What is your reason for staying in heaven suppression? The elders are all trapped in the Black Dragon Hall, so I can't just ignore them," she said. Li Qie disagreed. "You can't unlock the seal there since Gu Zun probably took an entire generation to comprehend it, so it's not something you can do. They're just trapped and won't die just yet, so it's pointless for you to stay there." Zi Qining seemed to have something to say, but she refrained. "Girl, it's best that you don't hide anything in front of me." Li Qie chuckled. "Gu Zun is quite strange right now." Qining relented. "How so?" Li Qie asked. "I can't pinpoint it." Qining pondered for a moment. "I only found out recently from Ancestor Shan. Before the difficult Dao era, Gu Zun's cultivation had been crippled by the Patriarch, and then he was imprisoned in the abyss. Before his death, Ancestor Lu finally let him out for a quick reprieve. Zhang Sun is too soft." Li Qie chuckled. "Gu Zun is someone who can bite back even with one breath remaining. So what if his cultivation was destroyed? He could still redo it easily as one of the 10 Ionic geniuses. This isn't the first time his cultivation got destroyed anyway, so he can still return to the peak." Zi Qining had no response because Li Qie was spot on. After Zhang Suan's death, Yi Jiuzhou from Gu Zun's branch began to gain more power at heaven suppression. Meanwhile, the monarch was completely taken aback. She had never heard about Gu Zun's crippled cultivation before. Even Lu Zhangsun and Ancestor Shan kept it quiet from her. What kind of secret was involved in all of this? Ancestor Shan said that when Gu Zun was dying, he wanted to dig his own grave. Qining said. Then he disappeared afterward. Li Qie understood right away. It was useless even if Zhang Sun watched with his own eyes. He needed to cut him to pieces, destroy his true fate. Now that's a real death. The ancestor, it wasn't proper for her to comment on her ancestors. I know, Lu Zhangsun couldn't do it since Gu Zun is the Black Dragon King's brother-in-law. Li Qie said flatly. The guy viewed the king as his father. He knew that the king had promised someone else to not kill Gu Zun, so he couldn't bear to do it either. The guy was perfect outside of being too humane. One could easily guess what happened after. Once Gu Zun came back, everything had become different. It was impossible even if Lu Zhangsun wanted to imprison him again. He had nothing to say about Yi Jiuzhou's position in the city either because the guy was considered innocent back then. The Black Dragon King didn't sentence him. Furthermore, he truly toiled and contributed to the city. Thus, in both logic and laws, he shouldn't be disadvantaged just because his master was Gu Zun. Gu Zun wasn't afraid of Lu Zhongsun, he was only accumulating more power. To put it bluntly, he's not trying to compete against your ancestor Shan either, or he would have already taken full control, given who he is. Li Qiye shook his head. He naturally knew that Gu Zun was preparing to deal with him. Of course, he also wanted the treasury in heaven suppression. If he could open it, he would claim to not be afraid of immortal emperors. Tell me about your findings. Li Qiye told Queening. She eventually stared seriously at him and answered with doubts, I feel that this isn't Gu Zun. A bit interesting. Go on. Li Qiye smiled and said. I'm not too sure either. All in all, it was very strange seeing him each time because it felt different. He seemed to be very weak, as if someone had drained his energy. Or rather, it looked like someone has taken over his corpse. That's all I can say. Queening didn't know how to put it. There's no way. If that's not Gu Zun, Yi Jiuzhou would have found out already. The monarch was skeptical. That's the strangest part. Jiuzhou isn't reacting at all, as if everything is normal. Queening replied. She then frowned and continued, I think someone might be using Gu Zun to sneak into our city and take over. I'm concerned about an external collusion. This was the other reason why she wanted to stay. She aimed to find out the truth outside of just saving the ancestors. Girl, you don't understand Gu Zun and Yi Jiuzhou. It doesn't matter whether Jiuzhou is a good or bad man, but there are two things he will never do. First, betray Gu Zun. Second, betray heaven suppression. Furthermore, there's something you don't get either. Gu Zun will never hand heaven suppression to outsiders. In his mind, it belongs to him. Of course, he can tolerate you being in charge because you are a legitimate heir. Ultimately, Lu Zhongsun, ancestor Shan, and you are all part of the main branch, eligible for inheriting the city. So, if an outsider wants to take over heaven suppression, Gu Zun would be the first to strike back. With that, he laughed and said, Gu Zun might be a bastard, but he does uphold some principles on certain things. He's not totally wretched, just yet. Then what if Gu Zun's body was truly taken over? Queening remained worried. Li Qiye disagreed with this notion, you still don't know and underestimate him. The reality is that no one in this world could seize his body. Moreover, there's no need to doubt Jiuzhou's loyalty and devotion to Gu Zun. If anyone were to take over his master's body, he would be the first to go all out against them. Then what is actually going on? Queening was puzzled. Gu Zun was different each time regarding his status and expression. After all, a cultivator of Gu Zun's level wouldn't be so unstable with constant fluctuations. She was also certain that the person she saw wasn't a fake. You'll find out eventually. Li Qiye revealed a mysterious smile, just keep watching the show. The answer will be revealed soon. Queening worriedly said, what about the trapped ancestors? Though it seemed like an accident, she was certain that Gu Zun did it. It was just that she had no evidence to show. Li Qiye opened his fate palace and took out a law. The law then turned into a key and he handed it to her, take it and open the Black Dragon Hall. Really? She said skeptically. Even their ancestors there couldn't open it, but an outsider like Li Qiye did? It was indeed difficult to believe. Go, since what have I lied to you? Li Qiye said with a smile. I'm off then. She took a deep breath and said solemnly. What if Yi Jiuzhou and Gu Zun take action? The monarch found it worrying for Queening to return to heaven suppression. Li Qiye shook his head. First, her position is legitimate, so Gu Zun won't kill her, or he would have done so long ago. All he wants is your authority. Second, it's different now. Capturing all of you was only testing the water, but after this, everyone else will be insignificant, not worth him wasting his time. His most powerful, lifelong enemy has arrived. A thick smile appeared on Li Qia's face after saying this. Go, nothing will happen. Li Qia told Queening, Matriarch Yu will watch out for you too. Also, tell Ancestor Shan's people to not get involved with this because once I start killing, I won't necessarily care which branch they belong to. I got it. Queening nodded while understanding that Li Qia was aiming for Gu Zun. However, she didn't understand when these two became enemies. No ancestors have mentioned it before, so she became very curious about the underlying story. Alas, it wasn't something she could ask. Chapter 16:16 Li Qia didn't return to the Yu after Zi Queening made her way back to Heaven Suppression. He brought the monarch to a remote location. They crossed the mountains, vast oceans, and a world of snow into the depth of the Grand Sea. This was the farthest and highest location in this region. In short, it was an incomparably long journey. Where are we going? She couldn't help but ask. A distant place. Since you have the Pearl Tower, you are eligible to know this place. Of course, whether you can find it again alone in the future, that's up to your own abilities. Li Qia said with a smile. The monarch was momentarily stunned. After crossing through so many locations, she probably wouldn't be able to find the way again. Why don't we just cross through space? She became curious and believed that someone of his power could reach any coordinate in the 9 worlds. Crossing space won't do. This is a type of hidden realms, you must walk around to avoid it before reaching the area. He answered. The monarch realized that their destination was very important and mysterious, or it wouldn't have this spatial protection. They crossed through the extremes of the world before finally arriving. Though the monarch tried her best to memorize it, she still wasn't certain of making it back here alone next time. A boundless land this was, with endless forests and towering hills. An ancient aura assaulted the newcomers right away, as if no one has ever inhabited this place. The lack of people was made up with howls from apes and vines reaching for the sky. This land was full of life. The spirit energy was so thick here that it became visible. It showed that no cultivators have tried to train here. This place. How come no one has tried to establish a lineage here? Even if she didn't understand cultivation geography, even a fool could tell that this place full of energy was the best for starting a lineage. Because no one is allowed. It has an owner already. Li Qia smiled. Just what exactly is this place? She inquired again. Crystal Fowl Immortal Mine. Li Qia said, only immortal emperors are allowed here, no one else. Crystal Fowl Immortal Mine. She has never heard of such a place. There should at least be legends about it. One of the 6 ancestral earths of the immortals. Li Qia said flatly. This shocked the monarch, since she has heard about the great 6 locations. She didn't expect for this place to be one of them. There are really immortals around? At least in the ancient era? She asked. Li Qia shook his head. I can't answer whether there were immortals or not, but there are many locations with unbelievably old beings, older than your imagination. She froze for a bit after hearing this response. His answer implied that the world was far more than it seemed. At the very least, much more than their current era. Right now, she knew about the distant Desolate Era, the Desolace Expansion Era when the races competed against each other, the Dark Ages of the Ancient Ming Era, and the Brilliant Emperor's Era. Li Qia seemed to be saying that there were eras even before the Desolate Era, and some terrible beings from that period were still alive. She shuddered after thinking about the possibilities. Just imagine, anyone who could still live from those ages would cause a storm after coming into this world again. While the monarch was digesting the information in astonishment, the two made it to the bottom of a cliff. He smiled and said, clean this place up a bit and throw away the pebbles. If we are visiting our hosts, we need to do it properly. The monarch's wits returned. She looked around and saw vines, weeds, and stones everywhere. She was a top and famous character in the Grand Sea. Someone as prestigious as her doing manual labor would shock any spectator. However, she didn't complain at all and rolled up her sleeves to begin by cutting the vines and moving the stones. Her jade-like hands became dirty with mud from the diligent work. Someone as strong as her wouldn't have any problem moving mountains and shifting rivers. However, after listening to Wuxia, she didn't dare to do anything that could be considered offensive, so she took her time. Anyone else would feel sorry for such a beauty doing such hard work in this desolate place. No one could bear to watch. However, Wuxia didn't give a damn. He closed his eyes and didn't bother watching her do the menial work. She finally cleaned up this place after some effort. A bottomless cave was finally exposed. Wuxia finally stood up and smiled. He knocked on the entrance and said, "Okay, it's dawn now. Get up." Knocking was the wrong way to put it. He slammed on it, causing the entrance to quake with loud bangs. "Which bastard is ruining my good dream?" A spiteful voice came from the darkness. Wuxia waved his sleeve towards the monarch. She trembled and knew that this was an existence she shouldn't see, so she quietly left. A shadow emerged from the entrance. It stumbled back and forth as if it couldn't walk straight, on the verge of fainting from hunger. Once it came to the light, people finally saw its appearance, a malnourished and bony pheasant. Its feathers were sparse. Who knows how long it has been starving for? Even all the feathers were about to fall off. "Bastard, who the hell are you? If you aren't an immortal emperor, I will crush you to death for disturbing my slumber." Despite its sad appearance, it still crossed its wings and said fiercely, "Chicken, how long have you been on duty to actually look like this now?" Wuxia cheerfully smiled, "Your peers are really mistreating you. They hide in the cave and huffing and puffing the immortal energy while you are starving to death. Who are you?" The pheasant's sleepy eyes turned cold. This piercing stare could kill just about anyone. "All right, I'm here to collect your debt. It has been a while since my last visit, but you shouldn't have forgotten me just yet." He smirked in response. "Shit." The pheasant instantly jumped around several times, no longer drowsy. It then took several steps back and glared at Wuxia. Is such an overreaction necessary? It's not my first time here. Wuxia has grown accustomed to such reaction from people. "You're that damned crow." The pheasant, or a crystal fowl, shouted at him. "Correct, no prize though." Wuxia was quite amused at this moment. The pheasant didn't want to hear this answer even if it was the truth. It looked defeated and lowered its head. "Nothing good will come of your visit, wait a minute." The pheasant suddenly looked up and glared at him again. "You're not just taking a lass here, you got your body back." "Correct again, still no prize though." Wuxia said, "As for the girl, just showing her around. It's her own business whether she can get anything or not." "Humph, damned crow, our mine has nothing to do with you. Stop coming here since we don't have anything this time." The pheasant unhappily complained. "We've been friends for so long, do you really need to reject me before I even say anything?" Wuxia wasn't in a hurry at all. "Maybe you should invite me in for a cup of tea and we can have a little chat or something." Chapter 16-17. The fowl looked at Wuxia with one eye and said, "He, damned crow, invite you in for a bit?" It paused for a bit and loudly said, "We must be sick in the head to let you in. Haven't you borrowed enough immortal crystal from us already, yet you still want more? Plus, what if you don't leave until you get what you want? What are we going to do then? I'm really someone like that?" Wuxia smiled and said, "I'm always open and honest with a penchant for fairness. Yeah, you're someone like that." The fowl interrupted Wuxia without giving him any face. Wuxia was as carefree as always. There's no free lunch in this world. "You can say that I did borrow a lot of immortal crystals from you cheapskates and never gave them back, but after the long years, shouldn't you all be thanking me?" "Thanking you, my ass." The fowl snorted. "Back in the ancient Ming era, you borrowed so much resources from us. Just that portion alone is enough to start a world. Exaggerating again? Li Qie shook his head. That's indeed the case, but it was only a dozen or so crystals, the other stuff are just scraps. Scraps? The fowl had a bigger reaction this time and jumped up high. It stretched out its neck and screeched, I hope the heaven kills you, damned crow. You dare to say scraps? Those are precious materials of the immortal emperor level. Go die already. I'm just telling the truth. Compared to the special crystals here, the other materials are just scraps. Li Qie ignored the fowl and said, in my eyes, the immortal crystals are the real goods here. Humph, you got enough crystals already just from the ancient Ming era. A dozen? Damned crow. Not even talking about the other times, you still haven't paid back one from that period. The fowl was exasperated. I don't have any left. Remember, I was the one who ended the ancient Ming era and swept away the darkness. If it wasn't for me, can your mind still be so peaceful and you old chicken can sleep like this? No chance. Then, why should I need to repay you? Li Qie nonchalantly stated. Humph, we knew you would renege on your debt. Every single time, always some excuses to not pay back. The aggrieved fowl felt helpless as well. Li Qie continued, how can you say that instead of thanking me? Yes, I do borrow a lot of crystals, but think about it, if immortal emperors had come to harass you every once in a while, or, if I had gathered the legions of the 9 worlds to attack your place, how many generations would this place last? How many crystals would be required to make up for the loss? There are two sides to everything, good and bad, so you shouldn't latch on to the bad all the time. Focus on the good now. For millions of years, because of me, you were able to have peace. Thus, lending me the crystals isn't a loss at all. Am I right? Li Qie smirked at this point. Crow, you're a goddamned bastard, a blood-sucking devil. The fowl indignantly shouted. I know I'm a bastard. Li Qie smiled leisurely, but, now that you got your yelling done, no longer angry, right? It's time to talk business. Humph, you're just here to borrow more crystals. Well, in this generation, we can only give you 5 crystals since you borrowed already 2 generations ago. Yes, 5 at the most. The fowl knew what Li Qie was here for, but he had to acquiesce. Li Qie indeed came here for the so-called scraps back in Immortal Emperor Yin Tian's generation. Of course, these scraps were precious immortal items if others were to find them. The crystal 18 cannons of the Yu were made from the scraps of the crystal fowl immortal mine. 5 is not enough to satiate my appetite. Li Qie shook his head and refused. The fowl glared at him in response, Crow, you should stop borrowing from us so much. Remember, last time you promised us to bring the escapees back, but I don't see them right now, yet you have the face to come and borrow more. I know. Li Qie chuckled, but that's 2 different matters. I only promised to find them back then, but I couldn't, so how am I going to catch and bring them back here? The fowl guarding here wasn't afraid of people sneaking in or invaders. Its job was to stop people from inside running to the outside world. Humph. I don't believe your lies. There are things you can't find in this world. No way, it's just that you never really tried to search for them. It snorted in response. Li Qie shook his head, it's all in the past now, no need to talk about it. Let's focus on the immortal crystals, I need a certain number this time. 5, that's the max. The fowl said, that's the number we negotiated back then. Even when immortal emperors pushed it, whether they even got 5 or not was situational. And since you have borrowed some recently, all you can get is 5 now. The immortal mine wouldn't necessarily cave into immortal emperors' demands. There were strict standards in play. You want to chase me away with 5? Impossible, since I want to go all out in this generation. My supreme formation requires a large number of immortal crystals. Li Qie said slowly. The fowl stared at him before conceding, "Okay, damned crow, give me a number so we can negotiate, but don't push your luck. We don't have that many." "Not much, just 100. "That's enough." Li Qiye revealed. 100. The fowl screamed again with a long and piercing harshness. After a long time, it took a deep breath and said, "Crow, that's not funny at all. Try again." "I'm not joking," Li Qiye emphasized. The fowl gave a careful stare and eventually found that he wasn't messing around, judging from his expression. "There's no way." It coldly refused, "We can give you 15 at best, just 15. 100, I must have 100. Li Qiye didn't relent. 20, no more. "Crow, this is the limit and we're only doing this to give you some face. Otherwise, even the strongest emperor wouldn't get this number." The fowl said firmly. "I'm not leaving without 100. Li Qiye gently shook his head with the same unyielding attitude. "Crow, don't take a mile when we're giving you an inch." The fowl turned cold. "For millions of years now, our cooperation can be regarded as beneficial, so that's why we accede to your pleas for crystals. However, asking for 100 is simply crossing the line. You're not just robbing us at this point but simply wanting to kill us." Li Qiye stared straight at the fowl and said, "Fowl, it's not easy to hide anything from me. Let us talk numbers then. No need to talk about ancient eras. All of you had only escaped here, so I can understand it was hard at the beginning. However, you have some reserves now, especially after the Emperor's era when it was peaceful. It should have been a handsome harvest and I should be given credit for it. Now on to the numbers. Your production should be around 10 if slow in 1 generation, 20 if fast. Of course, your nest does consume some, so you keep at least 8 each generation. This is a conservative number. Of course, when I come to borrow, I go even lower at 5. That shouldn't be a problem at all. After some gains and losses across the generations, in my calculation, you should have around 200 crystals in stock. Of course, if you were lucky, the number should be around 300. He paused for a moment here. Even if you have 200 crystals, all I'm asking for is 100. That's not unreasonable, I'm still leaving some leeway. Chapter 16:18. The fowl didn't reply to Li Qiye's calculation and only stared coldly at him. After a while, it finally spoke. "Crow, even if you are right about us having 200 in our inventory, so what? We had to save each crystal from 1 generation to another, too reluctant to use them ourselves. The 200 pieces are our hard-earned yield, our lives, and our nest support. We will definitely not agree to you taking half of our life." The fowl was adamant about not giving Li Qiye 100 crystals. Li Qiye smiled in response. "I know that it wasn't easy for you all to save this many crystal. It's not easy for me either, but it's the truth. I want 100. Crow, we can only give you 20 at best, this is our limit." The fowl said coldly, "If you don't want that, fine, we'll be done here. I know that you are quite incredible and no one can endure your wrath, but keep on pushing it and we'll go down together. We're not your match in a one-on-one, but don't forget, we're a nest. Force the issue and we'll use our entire reserves, risk our old lives to take you down. We might not be able to kill you, but if we go all out, you will not necessarily be able to defeat us either. It doesn't matter how strong you are, control your greed and follow the previous agreement or we'll have to stop." After said his last words, the fowl was very heated and angry. "You can try then." Li Qiye said flatly, "I'm not here to negotiate, 100 is a must. Even if you don't give it, I'll flatten your coop and take all the crystals away." Li Qiye had a firm attitude to match the fowl's. "Crow, you are saying you want a war against our mine?" The fowl glowered at him. "That depends on your attitude." Li Qiye replied, "In short, you all will have to pay a great price in this generation. There is no free lunch in the world. I have brought peace to your mind, so if you want to maintain this serenity, you must pay. This is how it should be. Crow, don't forget, we have always paid up and you have always gotten crystals from us, but you are going too far this time. The fowl strongly answered. It's different in this generation. I will go on the offensive this time, but before the final battle, I must take care of a few gods and emperors that have always been causing trouble. Because of this, I need the resources to trample all the obstacles so that I can focus on the fight battle. Li Qiye explained calmly. That's your problem, it has nothing to do with us. The fowl retorted. Nothing to do with you? Li Qiye couldn't help but laugh. Fowl, who is giving you peace? In this generation, the outcome of the final battle doesn't matter, you will be able to breathe easier. But if I actually win, then, needless to say, your nest will no longer need to hide in this place, void of the sun. If you wish to see the light again and not being glared at by the villainous heaven, shouldn't you pay a great price and help me? That's why I want 100 crystals. This is already nice enough of me, it is out of consideration for our past, fruitful cooperation. Otherwise, I would be asking for 200. Li Qiye uttered coldly. The fowl pondered for a moment before shaking its head. Crow, we're happy that you want to go all out and pray for your success, but we can't help you. Who knows how this battle will end? This is selfish, but if the boundless years of darkness will come, we need the ration to live through them. This treasury is our lives, so we can only give you 20, not more. We're not capable of anything else. There was no room for negotiation judging by the fowl's attitude. Li Qiye disagreed. Like I said, I'm not here to negotiate. It is not up to you, you must take out 100 crystals. Li Qiye's attitude became tougher. Crow, you want to play hard then? You are declaring war on us right now. You must think twice because our immortal mind is not your enemy. If you bring the fire of war to this place, I'm afraid it will be the biggest misstep in your life. I won't deny that your mind is indeed unbelievably powerful as one of the 6 ancestral earths. Even emperors can't break through your mind, or this place would have been taken by others already. However, what's impossible for emperors isn't necessarily impossible for me. It depends on whether I'm willing or not, whether I find the endeavor to be worth it. Like you have said, we have worked well together in the past. That's the reason why I've been so cordial and sincere instead of bringing my troops here and demanding the crystals. Li Qiye stared straight at the fowl. Crow, you are looking down on us. You might have a lot of methods and troops, but it doesn't mean that you can take our mine. The fowl raised his voice. No, I'm not intending on sieging your mine today. I will show you one thing. After seeing this item, you can decide whether to give me 100 crystals or not. Li Qiye said with a smile. The fowl's eyes became serious. What item? A very ancient item only in the legends, older than anything else in this world. Li Qiye smirked and took out the crystal pillar, the item that had instantly suppressed the peacock bright monarch. The fowl didn't care much at first glance, but after a while, it looked as if it had just seen a ghost. It turned pale in horror and staggered backward. What's little left of the feathers on its body suddenly sprung up straight. It was really frightened this time and stared at the pillar in a daze. Keep in mind that this fowl was an existence that can talk to an emperor as equal. However, terror still overwhelmed its mind. In fact, even emperors who knew the crystal pillar's origin would be scared in the same manner. The fowl continued to look. The power contained within was definitely the real thing. There was no way for Li Qiye to trick characters of this level. Even if he tried, there was no way of replicating the power inside. That's impossible. This thing doesn't exist in this world. The fowl eventually said in disbelief. It is right before you. Li Qiye said leisurely, you know full well what it is. Though all of you haven't seen it before, you have already recognized its existence long ago. But it is impossible to find. For eons now, you're not the only one searching for it. Even existences older than you and stronger than the gods and emperors tried to look for it everywhere. The fowl murmured. You old geezers tried to, but nothing came of it. Li Chia stated, but who am I? Don't forget, fowl, I am someone who can find the elusive and scattered clues from all the old beings. Your nest isn't privy to the clues, but after I pieced everything together and preparing for generations, I have finally obtained it. He became sentimental without showing it. He had spent countless efforts and paid a great price in order to obtain this ultimate item. You can't seal it and bring it along either. There's no way. It can kill gods and emperors easily, but it's of no use if you can't bring it out. The fowl murmured. Chapter 1619, Li Chia answered flatly, what's impossible for others can't restrict me. Don't forget, I am the Dark Crow, Li Chia. That's why it's in my possession, as simple as that. The fowl fell into a long silence. Despite its unwillingness to believe, the truth was right there. After a long time, it calmed down and said, Crow, you should know that this is one of a kind. If it ceases to exist, so does the world. I know, that's why using it to kill the emperors and gods is very wasteful. Only the final battle is worth it. Of course, I won't be using it unless there is no other choice. I took it out only to send a message. Li Chia said. If I can take out this thing, is there something else in this world that I can't get? You think I'm just boasting and posturing? You think I can only bring emperors to battle? To be frank, there is no emperor backing me up right now, but if I want to flatten your mind, trust me, I will still do it regardless of how much resources are required. Once I make up my mind, there is nothing I can't do. I even live to return from the end of the world. Do you think I'm still afraid of anyone? It's all a trade-off game for me. If I'm willing, I can take down anyone, regardless of how strong they are. The fowl had no response to this statement since he knew of the Dark Crow's sheer determination and propensity for success. This was the reason why so many people feared him all this time. In the eyes of the Undyings, this crow was an unkillable cockroach. Even if he were to be defeated and destroyed, he would rear his ugly head again one day and sweep through his enemies. His Tao heart was flawless, capable of withstanding all failures and defeats to start again. He looked at the fowl and said, so now, take a careful look at my ultimate item. Do you think 100 crystals are fine or not now? Is this an extortion? The fowl said with a tinge of helplessness. You can see it that way. No matter what, my final battle will let you have a glimmer of victory, allowing you to rest. Li Chia said with a smile. But if you lose, darkness will encompass everything. Or the world will no longer exist. The fowl scowled. To which Li Chia responded, so what? You have never seen the sun ever since you've started hiding here. Does it really matter if the darkness captures you? At worst, it'll only be a bit more troublesome than now. But after the darkness, waiting for a new prosperity, maybe your mine will have a great harvest. That's why you should be praying for my victory to see dawn again. Wouldn't that be nice? No one has ever been successful before. The fowl became weaker in tone. In each eon, so many have tried, but what was the final result? I don't need to say more about their miserable outcomes. Then wait and see. I know you can live till that day when I will either be dead or successful. Congratulations, you might be able to witness an unprecedented miracle. He said leisurely. The fowl took its time before taking a deep breath and looking up at Li Chia. It solemnly said, Crow, I can agree to this request, but I alone can't decide this. I need to talk to the others. I know you can since you have always been so persuasive in telling them to invest in me with previous transactions. I'm sure it won't be a problem this time and shall wait for your goods news. The fowl grunted and disappeared into the endless cave. In fact, they didn't actually have a choice. It was either giving him 100 crystals or war. In the past, they probably had some confidence in fighting against the crow or at least defend their cave successfully. But this was no longer the case. The moment it saw the ultimate item, it knew that the initiative was in the crow's hand, not them. The crow was right as well. If he could obtain this ultimate item, was there anything else beyond his grasp? They simply couldn't imagine the type of resources and methods he still had up his sleeves. As moments passed, the bottomless cave was still silent. Li Qie quietly waited with patience. In fact, he was completely confident, or he wouldn't have been asking for 100 crystals. After a long time, the fowl appeared again with an extremely ancient chest. It stared at Li Qie and said, "Crow, you win. We agree to give you 100 immortal crystals." Li Qie wasn't surprised at all, evident by his smile. "You have always been so amazing at being in charge with great insight. Few can be your match in the cave." "Humph, Crow, no need to flatter me. This is an exception, one time only. We hope to not see you again for 10 generations. The fowl unhappily said. Though Li Qie didn't show mercy this time to the chagrin of the nest, they still conceded with this compromise and chose to work with him again. "So you all still want to work with me? The old agreement is still in effect." Li Qie laughed and said. "Don't forget, you still owe us crystals from before." The fowl said with a stern expression. "I haven't forgotten, but don't you forget either, the peace that you're enjoying now is thanks to me. I might owe you some crystals, but you haven't paid this time of peace back to me, so we're even." The fowl chose not to answer. This was the reason why they worked together with the dark crow. Others couldn't offer a time of peace, not even all-powerful immortal emperors. This was something only the dark crow could do. "The crystals are yours now. I hope you can always sweep through all of your enemies." The somber fowl slowly pushed the chest towards Li Qie. Li Qie reached out to pick it up, but the fowl suddenly pulled back and stared at him. "What? I know that you're not regretting the decision." Li Qie wasn't anxious at all. "Damned crow, you promised me about finding those guys back then. You still haven't fulfilled this obligation." The fowl stared at him and said. "Pheasant, what kind of news do you want to hear?" A smile appeared on Li Qie's face. The fowl didn't respond despite slightly opening its mouth. "I'll speak for you then." Li Qie chuckled. "Pheasant, what do you do outside of sitting here and guard? Let me make a wild guess. Even a tiger might let its guard down at times, but not you. How could the guys have actually run away under your watch?" "I don't think that's possible." The fowl answered coldly. "I just want to hear some news." "Okay, I'll tell you 2 things. Li Qie said. "First, they have changed. Even if the villainous heavens have eyes, it still wouldn't be able to recognize them. Secondly, they are still alive. That's all." The fowl gently sighed and didn't comment after a brief silence. Chapter 1620. In a secretive location filled with fog in the Grand Sea with a green shala tree, a young man approached with a matchless posture. His arrival dispersed all the fog. This man had an immortal aura with many visual phenomena accompanying him. His supreme temperament would make others want to bow in awe. It was as if he was an emperor during their youth. The earth and Tao resonated with him with visions and hymns. One could easily imagine just how powerful he was. Long Outyen, this was a name in the legends. People called him an imperial prince. His eyes fell on the shala tree with a man meditating beneath. He looked quite old despite his green hair. Death seemed to be imminent, this was his final twilight. He wore a grey robe and sat there leisurely without any expression. Senior Guzun. Long Outyen still called him senior even though he wasn't showing his aura. Remember, this was the imperial prince of this generation. He wouldn't utter such honorifics so easily. Guzun was one of the 10 Ionic geniuses and currently in charge of the scene behind heaven suppression. He wasn't that famous, but those who truly knew about his might were very respectful towards him. "Imperial Prince, the pleasure is mine." Gu Zun said flatly with no intention of standing up to greet Outyan. Long Outyan stared at him with his eyes derivating the myriad Tao. This gaze penetrated the yin and yang as if wanting to see through Gu Zun. Gu Zun sat there, unperturbed as if nothing had happened. His terrible gaze couldn't affect him at all. Senior, you have personally agreed to this marriage and that heaven suppression will support us. However, your city lord refused this marriage, yet you are just standing idly by. This is not the agreement between you and my soaring immortal sect. Outyan said slowly. The marriage thing is not us changing our mind or a break in the agreement. Gu Zun gently shook his head. This came from Wuxia. He wishes to seize the heavens will, so he views you as an opponent and intending on using this as a way of hurting your Tao heart. This will make his future path easier. My Tao heart isn't so easily shaken. Outyan said, but, Senior, your inaction this time really makes one wonder. Will heaven suppression give us an acceptable answer? Outyan came with a condemnatory tone. Others wouldn't dare to speak like this in front of Gu Zun, but not Outyan due to his incredible achievements, not to mention his sect. He was already giving Gu Zun enough respect by calling him Senior. Gu Zun didn't seem to mind the aggressive tone at all. It's a bit meaningless for me to do anything, the opportunity is left for you. Wuxia's fame is great right now, like the sun during high noon, the most promising candidate for the throne. If you can kill him, no one else will dare to oppose you in mortal emperor anymore. Wuxia will only be a pile of bones beneath your feet. At that time, you can win the beauty back and gain the worship from the people of the 9 worlds. If I were to take action, it would be robbing you of this chance. Others would only say that I have bullied Wuxia since he's part of the young generation. Gu Zun spoke in a pleasing manner with a completely reasonable argument. Outyan slightly snorted and couldn't retort. If this is the case, excuse me then. But may I ask, what is Miss Queening doing? Why is she going with Wuxia? Outyan spoke. You don't need to worry about that. The city lord has returned to heaven suppression. Gu Zun answered, the marriage is already set in stone. All you need to do now is defeat Wuxia and shoulder the heavens will as soon as possible. That is the correct path. Senior, you don't need to worry about that either. Wuxia might be notorious right now, but once I see him, I'll cut off his dog head and sacrifice his blood to my dead brothers. Outyan spoke with absolute confidence. He couldn't be blamed for having such bravado. His grand Tao was complete on top of having the arts of 5 emperors and a grand completion immortal physique. The only thing he was lacking right now was the heaven's will. In his eyes, no other youth could match him in the contemporary. It was only a matter of time before he kills fiercest. Gu Zun explained, it's not hard for someone of your power to kill him, but he also has behemoths backing him up. For example, the grand completion immortal physique from the Heavenly Tao Academy and the Middle Continent Princess. Do not underestimate them. Only a grand completion immortal physique, there are more than just one of them in this world. It's one thing if this person doesn't come out, but if they want to interfere, I'll see how strong they are. Outyan confidently said. Few in the contemporary would look down on grand completion physiques, Outyan was one of them. He believed that his current capabilities were enough for him to challenge anyone. In fact, his confidence wasn't due to possessing an arrogance nature. Ever since his debut, he hasn't tasted defeat before and had killed god kings. Imperial Prince, don't be complacent. Your achievements today are peerless, but remember, 2 fists can't handle 4 hands. You need to be prepared for this and ask your ancestors to be your Tao protectors. If you can't overcome these obstacles, you can't become emperor and win the beauty's heart. Rest assured, Senior, Ancestor Long will be my Tao protector and personally come out if necessary. He'll flatten the Heavenly Tao Academy. Those who oppose me and Soaring Immortal shall be killed without mercy. He said firmly. Of course, Gu Zun nodded, with Ancestor Long, no one will dare to block your path and fulfill the legend of a lineage having 6 emperors. Senior, no need to waste energy worrying about Li Qia's matter. Outyan said, but you need to stop watching with folded arms about one thing since we are an alliance. What is it? Just say the words and heaven suppression will do our best without uttering a single complaint. Gu Zun said. Heaven suppression is the leading power of the Grand Sea. Right now, a few remnant demons and sea monsters are hiding in the depth. I need Senior to give me some guides to find them. I want to personally annihilate them to create an unshakable imperial foundation at the Grand Sea. Outyan's eyes turned cold with an oppressive aura after this declaration. Oh, this matter. Gu Zun smiled, just a trivial thing, don't worry, heaven suppression will assist you. These demons and sea monsters can't reach the apex. Their armies are routed by you, they trembled before your name while living a borrowed life. Outyan enjoyed being praised by Gu Zun. In this world, so many praised him non-stop but he simply didn't care for them. Alas, it wasn't the same when it came from a character of Gu Zun's level. This was an Ionic genius with a peerless constitution in present time. Being praised by Gu Zun was a glorious matter. Very well, I will wait for your news, Senior. Outyan nodded. He initially came to question Gu Zun but left happily. After Outyan left, a burly man appeared before Gu Zun. He didn't look too old so his white beard became even more conspicuous. This was Gu Zun's disciple, the loyal Yi Jiuzhou. Jiuzhou, order some people to be his guides to find those demons hiding in the trenches. Let him kill for a bit to satisfy his vanity. Gu Zun ordered. Master, don't worry, I'll send some elders that are very familiar with the sea to show the prince the way. Jiuzhou answered respectfully. Gu Zun simply smiled. In his mind, Outyan was only a pawn. There was no chance for Soaring Immortal to separate themselves from this storm now. Master, the city lord came back. She has opened the Black Dragon Hall and released the ancestors. Jiuzhou reported. I know. Gu Zun nodded. He wasn't surprised at all for he had expected this to happen. Chapter 1621, Yi Jiuzhou hesitated and said, what should we do with them, keep or let them go? Let them do whatever. Gu Zun didn't mind at all, they're only baits. The big fish is out already, the baits don't matter anymore. I understand. Yi Jiuzhou nodded respectfully. It will be quite a show. I wonder how many old men from Soaring Immortal will come out to join the fun. I hope they will go all out. Will Soaring Immortal take the bait too? Jiuzhou became worried, they still have old generals that recognize His Excellency Dark Crow. Yes. Gu Zun was certain and said, while they are still resting, we'll exacerbate the situation. By that point, Soaring Immortal can't escape even if they want to. What if they surrender like last time? That might save them again. Jiuzhou commented. No, it's different now. Gu Zun disagreed, back then, those old geezers knew what kind of existences they were facing. Even Immortal Emperor Qianli and the Black Dragon King were there as well. They had no choice but to give up. That's not the case anymore. The younger generation might not know about him. Even if they have heard of some legends, they won't keep it in mind at all. A thick smile appeared on his face as he continued, this is especially true for Ancestor Long. He has been itching to come out and play. In the past, this was a supreme genius with a grand completion physique at a young age. He was undergoing some training in the 9 worlds to become the emperor eventually. Alas, he was born in the wrong period. Soaring Immortal had to close its doors so he lost the chance to become emperor. This had always haunted him so now, as one of the leaders of the Renxian branch and the Young faction, his ambition is burning strong, wanting to fight and unite the 9 worlds. Do you think those young ones want to compromise so easily? They possess enough strength, so do you think they care for a legend? They believe that legends are meant to be broken, with that, they will become the new legend. He smiled after stating this. Jojo sighed after hearing his master, "Master, do they have a chance of winning?" Guzun shook his head, "No. Soaring Immortal has 5 emperors, 2 of them were under his banner. If he were to attack Soaring Immortal, he'll have certain things that Soaring Immortal won't be ready for." "What about you, master?" Next came the important question. Guzun pondered for a moment before his eyes flashed with a sharp, cold glint, capable of tearing the world apart. He eventually withdrew the gaze and looked at his disciple. "Jojo, if you are afraid, then withdraw, I won't blame you. You're not the only one who is afraid of him in the generations. Even emperors are apprehensive, let alone others." "No." Jojo shook his head, "Master, I know who we are facing. As long as you don't give up, I won't either. My life is yours. It's a shame for you too, being born in the wrong era, or you would have a chance to become emperor too." Guzun sighed. Jojo didn't respond. He chose to stand by his master despite the insurmountable odds. He knew that death was virtually impossible to escape, but he had no regrets. Wuxia's demonic city was a great lineage in the Grand Sea, among the top of the rankings. It was majestic with towering walls and spanned for 10,000s of miles. This gated region seemed to be its own world. It was an ancient and sacred city, especially in the heart of the demons. The city was prosperous with billions of inhabitants. It passed on for one generation after another with the same riches. They had to be praised for having the proper administration. It was considered an imperial lineage with an immortal emperor, true treasure with deep roots and considerable power, capable of contending against the imperial lineages in mortal emperor. Its status did indeed have something to do with its origin. It claimed to have the Tao system of immortal emperor Wuxia as well as many of his great techniques. That's why they considered themselves to be an orthodox branch. Their members also claimed to be his descendants. There seemed to be no problem with the city taking this claim in regards to their Tao system and bloodline. However, it was worth further deliberation on whether they were his orthodox lineage or not. It can even be said that this was a slight overstepping. There were very few writings about the emperor. Some people were sure that he didn't pass down his system. Though the city had many arts from him, a few researchers found that he didn't pass down heavenly Tao. In other words, he didn't recognize the city as his lineage. The researchers didn't disagree with the self-proclaimed notion that the city had many of his arts. All along, no one knew how many merit laws he had actually created. They didn't even know what his supreme grand Tao encompassed. Of course, no other sects were known to have his arts. This was the reason why people accepted the city's status so readily. One couldn't deny that the city consisted of his descendants. However, this didn't mean that they had the direct line. Despite the lack of records, people knew that he had many lovers of high status, including goddess, demoness, and saintesses, before eventually settling down with the prettiest woman in one of the 9 worlds. Their child eventually lived in this city, but the emperor has never spent a single day in this place. This was the amusing aspect about the whole thing. In other words, this city couldn't actually be considered his main lineage, only a side branch. His direct lineage disappeared along with him and the imperial queen. Their branch no longer showed themselves, but people said that it did have successors. No one knew where they went. Due to the silence of the main branch, the demon city was able to claim this prestigious position without any backlash from the public. Regardless of the claim's validity, the city has always been prosperous and didn't besmirch the emperor's reputation. People busily came and went in this special place inside the demonic city today. Suddenly, a terrible and tyrannical aura loomed in the sky and engulfed the entire location. Mortals kneeled and cultivators trembled before this aura. Boom! A supreme grand Tao descended from the horizon. A grand path paved itself with countless immoral light. Heavenly flowers and amazing trees were inside this light while the deer ran among them. When this grand Tao appeared, it looked as if an immortal world was being opened. At this time, a person with a flawless temperament slowly approached just like an immortal from the upper realm. His robe fluttered as he was being accompanied by the laws and hymns of the Grand Tao. He emitted a radiance akin to an ascension ceremony. All were waiting for his blessing, the myriad existences in the world prostrated before him. He was above the 9 heavens and looked down on the myriad realms and their inhabitants. In this particular moment, he solemnly assumed the role of an emperor. When his 11 palaces emerged above his head, an undying might drowned the world, giving him an insuperable position. A primordial energy rained down with his steps as if he came from the origin of the world, the beginning of the Grand Tao. The world was his alone. Long out Yin. People cried out after seeing the youth walking on this Grand Tao. Even those who haven't seen him before shuddered in fear. This name, full of charisma, represented nobility, invincibility, and all that was bright. Chapter 1622, Outyin was born to be in the limelight and to be extraordinary. All eyes were destined to be on him. The successor of soaring immortal with triple saint talents and 11 fate palaces, possessing the arts of 5 emperors and a grand completion immortal physique, fighting against the world for 10 days and 10 nights, any of this was enough to look down on the geniuses in this world and steal their spotlight. Outyin didn't try to hide his aura at all after coming to Wuxia's demonic city. He unleashed his energy in order to threaten the inhabitants in this place. It wasn't only a posture of aggression. He wanted to make his invincibility clear. The city has always been powerful. Not many would dare to try such a thing, but Outyin was here to show his might. The Denari king, only fiercest could compare to him in the contemporary. An expert murmured. Outyin's prestige used to be peerless when soaring immortal descended on the Grand Sea. Many people thought that he would surely become emperor. However, fiercest once again entered everyone's eyes and had a negative impact on Outyin's perfect momentum. Everyone saw that Outyin's rival had arrived. Only fiercest in this world would be able to take him on. Despite the obnoxious fanfare, the city didn't show any signs of discontent. On the other hand, the current city lord, Golden Dragon Prince, and the other ancestors personally came to greet him with servility. Many knew that the Golden Dragon Prince and Long Outyin were sworn brothers. Their 2 sects were alliance as well, so it wasn't strange for the prince to be so respectful towards Outyin. In fact, they didn't find this sycophantic act to be shameful. By flattering and obtaining soaring immortal as a backing, it would grant a lifetime of benefits. Others would love to have this chance. I came here today to learn the Grand Tao with the heroes of this world and to disperse this information to the world. Outyin slowly said, I'm willing to talk with anyone, including fiercest. Outyin's calm voice emanated across the entire city and even this sea region. Despite the lack of hostility, it still shook everyone's mind. The crowd gasped in response. They knew that no one would dare to participate in this Tao discussion with Outyin in the form of a spar. He had killed plenty of god kings. Others simply weren't his match. Thus, they understood that this was a challenge aimed towards fiercest. A great battle is coming. The 2 best candidates will be fighting even before the heavens will take shape. This was the first reaction. The spectators became breathless at this development. They knew that this was the start of another storm. After leaving the Crystal Fowl Immortal Mine, Li Qiye returned to the Yu Mansion. Someone immediately wanted to see him. Li Qiye granted the audience and smiled widely after seeing the guest. Time passed quickly after our last meeting, Brother Li. Your style has become even more matchless, I feel inadequate standing before you. The youth prostrated and said with respect. His scholarly aura would fool a stranger into thinking that he was a helpless young man. Li Qiye was amused to see the guy, a bit interesting to meet you again. You want to come out and play too? The youth looked up and said, No, Brother Li. I lost to you convincingly back then. You are the sun in the middle of the sky, how can we, tiny fireflies, compete with you? Li Qiye chuckled, shouldn't you be saving those words for your senior brother? Which do you think will win? The youth contemplated before bowing again. My senior brother is a contemporary hero and so are you, both are dragons among men. Alright, I won't make it difficult for you. Since you, Heavenly Emperor Lin, came from soaring immortal, forcing you to say stuff like this is a bit too forceful. Thank you, Brother Li. The youth answered, nothing can hide from your sight. It's not that I didn't want to tell you back then. I just wasn't in the position to. Forget it, I already knew. Li Qie said flatly, your cultivation method could only come from soaring immortal, so you had to be a disciple of the sect. The youth was no one else but Heavenly Emperor Lin, who had lost to Li Qie in the past. He was very famous in the barren earth back then, but his background was too mysterious. No one knew which sect he came from. Sit. Li Qie glanced at him and said. After sitting down, Lin cupped his fist towards Li Qie and said, the truth is that I was born in a scholar family, all my ancestors were mortals. Later on, my master toured through the barren earth and took me in as a disciple. He told me not to tell outsiders of my background, so I had to obey. There was no ulterior motive in hiding it. Lin's background was indeed surprising and misled the cultivators in the southern region. Your sect has violated the agreement and had disciples sneaking into the 9 worlds. That's the reason why your master didn't dare to let outsiders know. Li Qie said with a smile. Lin's expression turned awkward after hearing this and was at a loss for words. In the end, he said, I have heard the seniors talk about this, but I know very little about it, being a junior and all. It's fine, I'm not criticizing you. Li Qie answered with a glance. Thank you, Brother Li. Despite being from soaring immortal, Lin was still as respectful towards Li Qie as ever. It's no secret that for the last 2 generations, your sect's disciples have been sneaking into the 9 worlds. But this time, such a blatant entrance, looks like it is going all out then. Li Qie commented. Lin carefully weighed his words before answering, Brother Li, to be perfectly candid, coming into being this time was not my branch's idea. Is that so? Li Qie smiled and said, judging by your cultivation, you should be a member of the Qianlong branch. From what I know, your branch was shining and even greatly supported the brilliant immortal Emperor Ren Xian. Well, Lin was hesitant before speaking softly, Brother Li, the truth is that our branch has fallen, not the same as before. Is that so? Your branch had a jura, allowing you to stand above the 9 heavens. Li Qie continued, so to say, a jura is no longer in this world. Yes. Lin replied, the seniors said that after the troubles back then, forefather Azura's lifespan was nearing its end, so he eventually passed on. Really now? Li Qie laughed, it must immortal Emperor Ren Xian's descendants taking over. Azura has lived since immortal Emperor Qianlong's generation with an ocean of resources to keep him alive for so long. Now when your sect has been suppressed and he has lost his authority, there is no more life prolongment resource, right? Lin could only sigh in response. Soaring Immortal was the strongest lineage in this world. When it faced a common external enemy, the sect had no problem uniting. However, no sects in this world, including Soaring Immortal, could be transcending enough to escape from the internal power struggle. This particular contest within the test was cruel beyond everyone's imagination. In fact, this shouldn't come as a surprise. A behemoth like Soaring Immortal would allow the person in charge to wield the ultimate force in the world. Anyone would be moved by this temptation and authority. This was the reason why no single branch in Soaring Immortal could hold the power. There were ups and downs, ebbs and flows, and prosperity in declination. For example, the Qianlong branch that Lin was from, they used to be at the zenith with an invincible forefather like Azura backing them up. This allowed them to control the direction of the sect itself. Chapter 1623, during the time when their Qianlong branch had the highest authority, they chose to support immortal Emperor Ren Xian. When the emperor was still young, forefather Azura took care of the dissenters and was a staunch supporter of him. Later on, the emperor shouldered the heavens while so Azura became even more respected in soaring immortal with a peerless position. This was the reason why he enjoyed so much resources for longevity. Unfortunately, no flower can bloom for 100 days. Eventually, the branch finally declined. Forefather Azura's immense strength alone couldn't do it all. They were robbed of their power before being pushed out of the political scene completely. Li Qiye simply smiled and said, Azura's current situation is not unexpected. Immortal Emperor Ren Xian might be a man of his words, but this doesn't mean his descendants are the same. Lin simply sighed in response. A junior like him wasn't in a position to discuss the inner politics of his sect. I don't think you're here today just to chat with me. Li Qiye looked at Lin and smiled. Lin sighed in response, I'm here this time in hope of talking to you about the current situation in Soaring Immortal. Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's people are in charge. Li Qiye replied, I know, you are saying this isn't the idea of your entire sect. Yes. Lin busily said, we are asking Brother Li to convey the message for us, as well as our respect. Li Qiye was amused by this. When he used the benevolent armament back then, some old men from Soaring Immortal have guessed a few things. However, they didn't personally expect for him to actually be out with his real body. They assumed that Li Qiye's backing was the Dark Crow. This misunderstanding was reasonable since, for millions of years, the Dark Crow has only trained emperors and never personally came out. Thus, these old me thought that Li Qiye was the Crow's disciple and representative. This was the reason why they sent Lin here. Is that so? Li Qiye said, is this the Qianlong's intent, or are you the messenger for the Tunri and Bamia branches? The two ancestors from the other two branches feel the same way, but they couldn't come themselves due to their withering lifespan. Lin answered. Li Qiye shook his head in disapproval. If those old men knew who they are facing, they needed to understand that they, themselves, must try their best to earn this opportunity. It won't just fall down from the sky in front of them. The ancestors are aware. Lin hurriedly explained, they are doing the best right now to convince the other ancestors so that everyone can be on the same side. Li Qiye smiled, unfortunately, I don't see much hope in this. Your sect still came into being with an oppressive and sharp momentum. Looks like your ancestors were ineffective. Lin lamented again, brotherly, you might not know this, but right now, Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's branch has an unprecedented influence in our sect. Even if our three branches are working together, we might not necessarily be able to suppress that branch. The young ones from that branch, especially, want to rule the 9 worlds. That's why the ancestors can't convince them right away. A bunch of fools thinking that they're the heaven's favorite children. Li Qiye said flatly, after so many generations, they still think they have a nobler lineage than any other beings. Lin couldn't help but smile wryly after hearing this. Once again, it would be improper for a junior like him to comment. So, your group must have the throne this time around. Li Qiye stared at him and stated. Well, Lin coughed awkwardly and said, the ancestors from our 3 branches, at the very least, do not want to do so. However, eldest brother's ambition for the throne is the decision of the Ren Xian branch. Ancestor Long himself will be the Dao protector. Ancestor Long? Li Qiye asked. Ancestor Long's isn't well known to the world. His name is Long Zhantian. Lin quickly answered, he was born in the later years of the Qianli generation and even had wanted to compete against Immortal Emperor Yin Tian. His venerable has a grand completion soaring immortal physique, far better than eldest brother. His cultivation has reached the highest attainment too. Ancestor Long, as the leader of the young faction, greatly supports eldest brother's effort. He went against all oppositions to help eldest brother. Lin wasn't all too pleased with this. Long Outyan's position for the throne has been decided by the sect long ago. Thus, all disciples must help him achieve this goal. I see. Li Qiye smiled, the Soaring Immortal sect was under an isolation agreement. Your ancestor thought that he could have become an immortal emperor, but this agreement restricted him. Because of this, he is full of grievances and anger towards the Dark Crow, so he wants revenge. No, Lin was aghast. Though he was aware of this existence, his seniors had told him that the title, Dark Crow, was a taboo and shouldn't be uttered so carelessly. At this moment, Li Qiye was bringing up this title as if to sentence their sect for violating the agreement. Even though he wasn't the Dark Crow, he was still the existence's representative. This was the reason why Lin became so scared. He quickly added, "Brotherly, please don't misunderstand. We really have no such intentions. Ancestor Long only wants to fulfill his wish of winning the throne and never harbored any ill will towards His Excellency. There's definitely no wish of revenge either. It doesn't matter." Li Qiye smiled and said, "For millions of years, plenty of hatred went around. Too many irreconcilable feuds have been created." Lin heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Li Qiye then added, "However, are your old men this useless? Your Renxian branch might have one or two characters like this Ancestor Long, but this is enough to suppress those old men. A grand completion immortal physique isn't exactly rare in your sect." Lin didn't know how to answer right away. "Looks like your old men didn't reveal everything," Li Qiye said flatly. Lin hesitated for a moment before divulging the real details. The ancestors are thinking that the imperial children are still alive and may be able to leave the immortal confinement. "I see, Immortal Emperor Renxian's sons, right? Back then, it is said that they wanted to train in there, but the truth is that they fled to that place, right?" Lin was at a loss for words again. The ancestors told him that during that event, many people from their sect committed suicide in fear of the punishment or the truth getting out. The emperor's sons were said to be training in the immortal confinement, but the truth was that they had to hide in there to avoid the Dark Crow. They took the fatal risk to travel to that place. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. Regardless of Immortal Emperor Renxian's origin, he has always been a decisive and prudent man. Unfortunately, his sons didn't inherit his strong qualities. They had perverted thoughts of having the greatest bloodline and want to rule again using Soaring Immortal. Lin was very afraid of this grave matter. Even their sect wouldn't be able to handle the consequence. "I won't comment further on your sect itself. However, Ancestor Long and your eldest brother are violating the old agreement, intending to obtain the heaven's will. They shall be destroyed. This is the price of betraying the oath. However, if your sect still has people wanting to cultivate that bloodline, then prepare for the consequence." "No, absolutely not, nothing like that is going on." Lin broke out in cold sweat and panicked. "Brotherly, please tell His Excellency that the past will not repeat itself." How could Lin not be afraid? Back then, some people in their sect wanted to try for atavism. This incited the fury of the Dark Crow, and the existence forcefully searched their sect. Despite being a lineage with 5 emperors and praised to be able to look down on the world, the entire sect still quivered before the Dark Crow's wrath. On that day, Immortal Emperor Qianli and the Black Dragon King presided over the battle. These 2 legions directly sealed all spatial paths belonging to the sect. Many experts with no lack of god kings committed suicide before the Dark Crow's forceful inquisition. In the end, the emperor's sons had to run into the sure-death prison. Later on, the sect made a vow before the Dark Crow finally left. Back in that generation, if they had tried to fight back, they might have turned into ashes already. Chapter 1624, Your Old Geezers Know the Truth. Li Qiye glanced at the stunned fella and said, "They know just why so many people had to commit suicide and why the princes had to run into the prison." It took a while before Lin could muster a response. "Our 3 branches had nothing to do with this, it's all Immortal Emperor Renxian's group." In fact, he understood that there was no point in defending themselves because it had already happened. Despite not experiencing it himself, He understood the immense loss they suffered as a consequence. I know. Li Qiye said, otherwise, Soaring Immortal wouldn't have been able to skirt past destruction so easily. Lin became quiet. Under the old circumstances with Immortal Emperor Qianli and the Black Dragon King in action, they couldn't resist at all. Further resistance would only bring about destruction. Go back and tell the old generals to obey the vow. Out of consideration for Immortal Emperor Tun Ri and Immortal Emperor Ba Mia, and them as well, your sect was spared in the past. However, a second time won't happen. If this is happening again and they can't deal with this looming disaster, I don't need to speak further on the consequence. At that point, they themselves won't be able to beseech anything, it will be too late. Li Qiye spoke emotionlessly. Lin shuddered after hearing this. Li Qiye was the Dark Crow's representative. His stance right now should be the same as the Dark Crow. Brotherly, don't worry, I will send the message. Nothing like back then will happen again. The ancestors will be able to take control again. Lin said solemnly. Li Qiye simply smiled. Though Lin indeed had this thought, the Soaring Immortal sect's current agenda couldn't be controlled by a junior like him. If your sect is so confident in grooming a sixth Immortal Emperor, then do you think who is stronger between me and your eldest brother? Li Qiye asked with a smile. This question made Lin a bit awkward. In the past, he would think that their background was even, or rather, his eldest brother would have the advantage. However, this was no longer the case since he found out the Dark Crow was behind Li Qiye. Go ahead, I won't be mad. Li Qiye continued. Lin hesitated before giving a straight answer. Brotherly, I'll be candid. In my personal opinion, my brother has the arts of 5 emperors and have fused them into his own grand Tao, not to mention his grand completion physique. His Tao is flawless with a sturdy foundation, leaving virtually 0 openings. Moreover, he also has an abundance of treasures from the sect. Of course, you have 13 palaces, that's one and only. A bit interesting. Li Qiye said with a smile, so in your personal opinion, I am still a bit lacking compared to your eldest brother. You chose against flattering me despite knowing my origin. Interesting indeed. Lin smiled wryly in response. He didn't know whether Li Qiye was praising him for his honesty or criticizing him for a lack of craftiness. The only thing he could do was to give a direct answer. In his mind, the 13 palaces were indeed a miracle. However, his brother's Tao foundation was too firm and flawless. Without taking the Dark Crow into account, he still thought that his brother would have a great chance in a one-on-one. Alright, I'll stop making it hard for you. Li Qiye gently waved his sleeve and said, Go now, tell your old geezers that there will be only one chance for Soaring Immortal this generation. Survival or demise, that will be up to their own effort. Lin took a deep breath and bowed before leaving. After his departure, Li Qiye sat there quietly with a profound pair of eyes capable of piercing through eternity itself. A while later, Matriarch Yu entered the room. She sat quietly by his side for a long while before speaking. You have something on your mind? War is about to begin. This might be my final sweep in the 9 worlds. He uttered slowly. You want to mobilize against Soaring Immortal? The matriarch became surprised. Soaring Immortal avoided destruction back then after the search. Who would have thought that this would still end with a battle? Yes. He answered, it's time for me to go in this generation, but there are still people who won't give up regarding the ancient Ming's bloodline. Only by destroying Soaring Immortal will people learn that certain things are taboo for a reason. The matriarch responded, the ancestors could be considered pretty powerful since they were once great generals under emperors. They should have been prepared for this already with preventive measures since they know the gravity of the situation, killing the problem in the cradle. It's not their generation anymore. They are indeed old now while the fiercer crowd continued to appear in Soaring Immortal. As time passed by, they grew weaker as their vitality withered away, not able to reach the old apex. If they were capable of controlling the situation, Soaring Immortal wouldn't have appeared again. The young faction is unstoppable now. This was also the case when the old men couldn't do anything to stop Azura from supporting Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's ascension. He gently sighed before continuing, back then, Azura didn't only want to groom an immortal emperor. The truth is that the sect itself desired to break the limit, to become truly timeless, the strongest imperial lineage in history. Indeed. The matriarch quietly nodded. Soaring Immortal does have the most resources in the world. Their ancestral ground has turned into a separate world. Then they have their merit laws and excellent bloodlines. We add that to their previous successes with emperors, all of this fueled their great ambition. Her point was that if any other sect were to have the same advantages as Soaring Immortal, they would become ambitious as well. Otherwise, there would be a clear shortage of aspiration. After producing the fifth emperor, the young faction in the sect became emboldened with the desire to unite the 9 worlds. Because of this, they researched the bloodline of the ancient Ming. They wanted to possess the finest and most powerful bloodline in the world. This would boost them to a new level. Everything else would be within their grasp. This is my final sweep. The 9 worlds will have to rely on themselves in the future. Li Qiye said insipidly. This wasn't a hasty decision since he understood that the ancestors in Soaring Immortal have lost control. Lin's arrival now only confirmed his speculations. No matter what, he would never allow this bloodline to appear again, so a cleanse was necessary to avoid the engulfing darkness. Li Qiye was quiet for a moment before questioning, maybe I was really too soft back then. If I started with killing, something like this wouldn't be happening now. The matriarch replied, it isn't your fault, Your Excellency. They made their choice and have to face the consequences despite being shown mercy before. Back in those days, he had a moment of softness and agreed for Soaring Immortal to groom Immortal Emperor Ren Xian after all of their promises and concessions. The emperor had an extremely thin strand of bloodline from the ancient Ming. It was of a negligible level. All of the massacres wore him down, which led to this decision. However, the emperor didn't let him down and only conducted himself in a perfect manner. This was the reason why he chose his title to be Ren Xian, to display his human roots. Alas, his descendants didn't do the same. Some among them had ambitious thoughts which led to the forceful search from the Dark Crow. Seems like I must destroy Soaring Immortal. If I do not, the young faction there will never give up. Li Qiye said softly. Soaring Immortal had deep ties with him, especially Immortal Emperor Tun Ri and Immortal Emperor Ba Mia, who were essentially his students. He wouldn't be wanting to destroy their sect unless it was the last resort. Chapter 1625, Matriarch Yu stared at Li Qiye and declared, for your conquest of Soaring Immortal, I am willing to be the vanguard. No rush. Li Qiye chuckled and shook his head, remember, Qing Feng, you should be enjoying your old age. I don't want to see you stained by the smokes of war again. She understood that he was protecting her. After all, at her age, she couldn't fight as freely since it would require expending too much vitality. Of course, it would be another story if her clan has been growing all along. Alas, they couldn't handle such a great war right now. Your Excellency, which legion will you use? She asked. The Black Dragon Legion was in name only after the last battle with their king. Only a pitiful amount of soldiers remained. The Azure Dragon Legion shall have this glory. Back then, they paid a heavy price, too many soldiers died on foreign soil. All along, they have been recuperating. This is the time for them to shine again. Li Qiye answered. The Azure Dragon, a sense of respect rose in her mind. She has heard many stories about this legion. Though they had been reclusive from the world, she knew they continued to exist. The war back then was unimaginably cruel. When it was time to see the dawn, not too many old soldiers were left. He gloomily said. I heard the legion is hiding inside Heaven Guard. She softly said. He nodded, that's right. The soldiers from the Legion came from all over the 9 worlds, but the main force is still Heaven Guard. Qi Zhen as the commander prepared a firm foundation for Heaven Guard. This is so that they could fight against the ancient Ming again in the future if necessary. After the end of the war, many survivors returned to Heaven Guard to rest and prosper. She enjoyed the snippets of the old war that she couldn't personally see in person. Nevertheless, she could still imagine the price this legion paid during that merciless struggle. When war comes again, the old soldiers will still be ready. Though I do not want Heaven Guard to join again since the previous carnage was too bloody, they deserve this glory and to be written down in history. It would be too cruel if all of their effort and sacrifice go unknown. Li Qiye said with a tinge of emotion. With the end of the ancient Ming era, what was left of the Azure Dragon Legion began to flourish. This legion even once asked to go with him above the 9 heavens to sweep through the enemy. However, Li Qiye felt sorry for them and didn't want to send the men there to die again. Thus, he refused both Heaven Guard and the legion. Regardless of the changing times, he has always kept in mind of their sacrifice and that he owed them a debt of glory. Thus, this was the time for them to be remembered by the 9 worlds. This was the reason why he wanted to use the legion for this particular battle. Their banners and reputation shall flutter across the 9 worlds again. The matriarch didn't say anything this time. She understood that it was over for Soaring Immortal. This incoming battle would change the landscape of the 9 worlds. In a near future, the name of this legion shall echo again. Just like that, the world didn't know that the fate of Soaring Immortal had been sealed. Li Qiye wasn't in a rush after making up his mind. He quietly cultivated at the Yu Mansion. A few days later, the Peacock Bright Monarch came to see him. She bowed and said, "Young noble, there are some matters that I must attend to back at the sect. I have to personally return to Pearl." "What?" Li Qiye asked. She answered right away, "A few demons and sea monsters are taking refuge at Pearl. Our elders are calling me back in order to decide whether to expel them or not. This must have something to do with heaven suppression too." Li Qiye said with a smile. The monarch nodded after a slight hesitation. After their defeat, the demons hid in the depth of the ocean. Soaring Immortal tried to find them several times without being too effective. However, news came from the sect. Ancestor Yi ordered some people to lead the way for Soaring Immortal. Thus, the demons found themselves at a dead end. A dead end, yet they can still run to Pearl. Li Qiye smiled in response, "So they purposely left the monsters a way out to Pearl so that they have an excuse to send troops there." She sighed in response. Pearl was a trading center for cultivators to come and go. The presence of the demons there placed the city in a precarious situation. She continued, "Some ancestors in the city do not want to allow their stay. This would be the best way to protect Pearl." She glimpsed at him. "You want to hear my opinion?" Li Qiye couldn't help but smile after seeing her appearance. She hurriedly nodded, "Please do." She didn't only come here this time to bid farewell but also wanted to ask Li Qiye for the right path. He smiled and said, "Your city already is an independent entity, there is nothing else to say unless they have the proper documentation. Plus, there's no friendship between you and Yi Jiuzhou. It seems meaningless to help him. More importantly," Li Qiye said, "if Soaring Immortal is here, let them come. It is time for battle." "Fighting against Soaring Immortal?" She gasped after hearing this. Despite being a confident person, she would need to carefully think about the consequence of fighting against Soaring Immortal. "Is that your answer?" Li Qiye smiled, "As the current ruler of Pearl, do you want to work with Soaring Immortal while they stay in the Grand Sea or for them to leave, or maybe even destroying them?" She had no response to this question. "The decision is in your hands. My opinion is only to offer another viewpoint," he added. In the end, she eventually nodded, "I understand. How is your city lord now?" he casually asked as she were about to leave. She has sent a message back. Ancestor Shan and the majority of disciples have decided to retreat. Some still wanted to stay to oppose Ancestor Ye's group. She elaborated. Let them be. He didn't care for this matter and gently waved his sleeve, they're only wasting time with Gu Zun there. She eventually bowed and took her leave. Li Qiye still remained in the Yu mansion after her departure and began to refine his weapons. During this period, he had also heard about Outyan's challenge towards him. He wasn't in a rush to do anything since he also wanted to see just how much strength Soaring Immortal could muster. In his eyes, Long Outyan and Ancestor Long weren't his final targets. The ones he wanted were those who experimented on the bloodline back then. He knew that although many have committed suicide, the ones behind all of this were still alive and plotting their return. This might be the reason why they wanted an alliance with Gu Zun since he had an unbelievable amount of information. Li Qiye only chuckled at this notion. Both Gu Zun and Soaring Immortal would become ashes soon before he leaves the 9 worlds. Meanwhile, the weapon refinement process was underway. The materials were extremely priceless. Back in Heaven Spirit when he destroyed the ancestral Terra, he didn't only take their treasuries but also the 3 ancestral trees. They couldn't survive after being uprooted, losing their connection to the earth. Nevertheless, the trees were still precious enough. If someone was capable of refining them into weapons, the resulting power would be unimaginable. Chapter 1626. Flames were jumping with vitality coursing through them as Li Qiye controlled the fire of the cauldron. He used this power to refine and empower this treasure. His fire mastery changed the cauldron fire into all kind of shapes. It resembled the rain of spring that carefully bathed the treasures or would be like the raging storm to morph it. Other times, it would turn into an icy fire to encapsulate the item. Considerable changes appeared with the refinement process in terms of colors. This showed a fundamental shift in essence. At the same time, his vitality continued to nourish it without fail. This made the treasure inside seem to have its own life, as if it was a beating heart. Boom! It suddenly turned into a continuously rotating sphere before changing into little needles. All the needles were together just like a hedgehog. Next, it changed again into stacking pieces just like the formation of a wall. It continued this amazing process with the different forms. The treasure was made from the precious ancestral trees on top of other precious metals using an incredible technique. After the arduous process, a magical treasure finally came out. Bang! It instantly jumped out of the cauldron after completion and scurried away like a cannon shell but was instantly grabbed by Li Qiye. This shell-like treasure was the size of an adult's thumb with 3 adjoined colors, neither gold, jade, or wood. Even the finest scholars would find it difficult to recognize the materials. It was jumping up and down while trying to escape from Li Qiye's fingers. He smiled and said at its struggle, "Since I'm your maker, you should obey me." With that, supreme laws circled around his fingers and imprinted themselves into this treasure, giving it no room for resistance. The treasure finally calmed down after the imprintation. It stopped moving and finally submitted. Li Qiye smiled while looking at it. "If you have 18 transformations, let's call you the ancestral 18 explosions then." He didn't care whether it agreed with the name or not before putting it away. Just like that, he had a treasure jewel with this name. It belonged to the foreign Tao category unlike life and true treasures. To a certain extent, it didn't require a powerful cultivation. Its power depended on itself, and because this one was made from an amazing material like the ancestral trees, it had an unbelievable advantage in this regard. He took out another item and placed it on the table after putting this away. It was the yellow cloth again. A female shadow condensed on the cloth. It was the girl that Li Qiye had always called a brat with an extremely ancient identity. "Hey, were you dead or something? I yelled for so long and you didn't answer at all." The girl inside was miffed. "What's the hurry, you've been in there forever. You're not a living person either, the passage of time does nothing to you. Li Qie said leisurely. The girl has been anxious all this time since Li Qie ignored her completely while refining his jewel. She almost vomited blood from anger. If she could come out of the cloth, she would strangle him to death right now. You should be as calm as the water and unperturbed for all eternities after being sealed for so long. He teased. The girl scowled since there was nothing she could do while being trapped in this cloth. Where is this place? She eventually calmed down and asked. Northern Grand Sea, a vast aquatic region. We're still in Mortal Emperor. He said with a smile. Never heard of it. She shook her head. He chuckled, it's no surprise that you don't know. It didn't exist back in your era and you're not all omniscient anyway. You're not omniscient either. She became annoyed again. That's definitely true. He smiled, for example, there are still a few things hidden from your era. I know that the world can be destroyed but certain items can still continue to exist. The girl became alert again with this topic. He replied, no need to be alarmed, such things are easy to guess. Plus, your identity isn't hard to guess either since you can survive after the end of the ancient era. So what? This doesn't mean that you know it. She said coldly. That's fine. You should know by now that a character of my level has been searching through time for a long time now. I know many matters unbeknown to others. With that, he stared at the girl and asked slowly, for example, in your epic, what was the ultimate weapon? Where is it hidden? In other words, what is the item left behind from your epic? I don't know. She denied instantly, how could I know such an untouchable thing? I was only an insignificant character during that golden period. An insignificant character? Li Qie couldn't help but laugh, you still survived after the destruction of the world, how can you be an insignificant character? You might have been cursed and trapped in this cloth, but you have never been a nobody. The girl didn't want to say anything else because that would only reveal more information. This was someone capable of derivating even more clues from every little things. Okay, let's move on from the boring stuff, why did you want to see me in the last couple of days? He grinned. The girl slightly opened her mouth but didn't want to speak. Don't worry, I'm a man of principle. Even if you have some kind of treasures here at the Grand Sea, I won't take it all for myself. It'll be a transaction of sorts for us. He said during her moment of silence. How do you know? The girl became startled because this was a secret. Few during her epoch even knew about it, so no one in this generation should know. Just a guess. Li Qie said with smile, I have been to many places yet you had no reaction. But you became anxious the moment we got here. This showed that this place is special to you, something is calling for you here. You. The girl became surprised again. Only silence was the prudent move in this situation. Another item existing through the long years. This must be an amazing treasure, highly coveted by everyone. He nonchalantly said. She finally spoke, fine, how about this? Take me to a certain place and take an item out. It shall belong to me. In the future, I will pay you a handsome amount. Is that so? He said leisurely, but I am someone who wants a lot, an unimaginable greed, you might say. What do you want? She said slowly, just name the price, everything is possible. No, you are wrong. He shook his head, the key point is what do you have? That's the only thing you have to negotiate with me. I'm very picky, 3 or 5 incredible treasures alone aren't enough. Don't try to name an exorbitant price. She was very dissatisfied. Maybe what's considered an exorbitant price to you is only a normal transaction to me. I have too many treasures to count. Do you think that ordinary treasures, even those of the emperor level, can move me? Let's talk about the top items from your epoch instead. He casually said. The girl became quiet again. The truth was that she had no advantages to speak of when negotiating with him since she needed his help at the moment. Chapter 1627. After a good while, the girl said slowly, "Don't you want to fight to the end? Kill your way above the 9 heavens and sweep through the emperors and gods. If you want to be the last man laughing, you need to have all the untouched treasures in this world or you won't be able to go further." "You're wrong about that." Li Qiye smiled and said, "No point in having an abundance of resources. Even if you have more, at the end of the world, it will only lend you a bit of strength. The truth is that you can only rely on yourself in order to win. Personal strength is the greatest force at the end of the world," he solemnly said. "But you still need resources along the way." The girl said, "How can your men contend against them without ample resources? How can you train your own legions? Why would people join your banner?" I don't need to explain these logics to someone who had lived for so long. She paused for a moment before continuing, "I can help you in this regards, giving you some things unavailable to others. If you know how long I have lived for, why do you think I don't have enough resources? Plus, it's not like I haven't been there before, I'm even more familiar to each blade of grass up there than you." He smiled in response, "If you think you can give me some rare items, fine, if you can give me something I don't have already, not only will I help you in this matter, I will even assist you in escaping this cloth, for you to return to this world with your own body. What do you want?" The girl became slightly moved and asked with a serious tone. "It's very simple. Give me one of the 9 grand heavenly treasures, then I will use everything in my power to help you escape the cloth and rebuild your body. Success is assured as long as I make up my mind. Of course, there are a few treasures I don't need among the 9. For example, the myriad thoughts pot. Even if you can get it, I don't want it." He grinned at this point, "And yes, there are a few you can't get either, like the longevity grass or the void gate. They can't be in your possession. If I have the 9 treasures, why would I need to make a deal with you right now?" She said with exasperation. "That's why there aren't that many things I can't get in this world. Even the top weapons in certain epochs are in my possession. Imperial weapons are just cabbages in my eyes." The girl in yellow fell into a second silence. It looked like a wily old fox like Li Qiye was her nemesis. "Of course, it's not like you don't have a chance." He smiled and said, "I can even help you come out in the future. When the time is right, rebuilding your body is fine too, but I have a condition." "What is it?" she eventually asked after a brief lull, understanding that a free lunch wasn't possible in this world. Li Qiye had all the initiatives. "Very simple," he said slowly, "I only want one thing after releasing you from this sorry state, your loyalty and service for this generation." "That's impossible," she coldly refused. He smiled in response, "Nothing is impossible in this world. I've seen many amazing women in the world. It doesn't matter how noble your origin might be, you are just a downtrodden phoenix right now, no, not even that. You." She would be vomiting blood right now from anger if it was possible in her current state. "I don't care whether you are willing or not," he continued, "this is ultimately up to you since it's no big loss to me, only a contributor at most. I can even groom emperors so there's no fear of not having new people." He stopped and smirked, "It's not the same for you. I'm afraid there is no standing back up while being trapped in that cloth. Even if I was kind enough to release the cloth to the world, even if someone else were to pick it up, how many do you think can do the same as me, releasing and creating a new body for you? Of course, you have plenty of time if you can withstand waiting till that day. Maybe it will be millions and millions of years later or a dozen epochs." He was very pleased with his teasing. She contemplated for a moment before finally answering, "Fine, I accept, but don't push it." She still chose to compromise in the end. Her origin was unbelievably noble, but like he had said, she was nothing right now. If she continued to refuse his offer, she would be trapped in the cloth forever. Even if she could wait until someone else finds the cloth, they wouldn't be as capable as him. After careful consideration, she came up with this decision despite her unwillingness to serve him. This was the only way to have hope in the future. The two finally into an agreement. She said, "Now, you have to help me get something back." "Don't worry, I'm a man of my word since we'll be a family then." He smiled and said. "Who is family with you?" The girl expressed her annoyance once more. After the conclusion of the arrangement, the two decided to leave. The matriarch told Li Qie before the departure, a second group of disciples from Soaring Immortal is entering the Grand Sea. They have sent many ancestors as well. I'm afraid even someone like Ancestor Long will be there too. Let them come then. Li Qie leisurely said, "I actually want to see if those princes have actually escaped from the immortal confinement and just how strong they are." He was amused with the development. They can actually escape from there. I heard that it was virtually impossible to escape alive. Many geniuses from that sect have entered, but the only one who successfully left was Immortal Emperor Qin Long during his youth. She found this surprising. This prison is not a bad item at all. Immortal Emperor Fei expended great effort just to bring it to his sect. Those who can leave the prison are very powerful indeed. He smiled. Of course, regardless of how powerful they might be, they were only his prey. However, Gu Zun isn't present. I used my divine intent to sweep through heaven suppression, but he's not there. She said solemnly. Despite her great power, she was very careful when dealing with someone as crafty as Gu Zun. He's just testing the water using Soaring Immortal as a pawn. He'll be hiding in the shadow to watch the fun. Li Qie expected this. He'll never give up though and will eventually make a move. Given his personalities, it would be the regret of a lifetime to not personally kill me, so he won't miss that chance. Li Qie said with a smile. I'm just worried about his plans behind the scene. She said. Don't worry, doing that will only expose him. The guy is very careful and won't do anything so carelessly. At best, he'll only bait others into action. I know Gu Zun too well. Having said that, Li Qie stared towards the horizon and chuckled, I'm interested to see his killing move. Who knows how much work he has put in for revenge. If his ace move isn't something amazing, then it will be too disappointing. An Ionic genius has to be better than that. Chapter 1628. He entered the vast sea in this region after leaving the U-Mansion to begin his survey. In fact, he had done such a task a long time ago since he couldn't just find a random place to build heaven suppression. He understood after the agreement with the girl that he had missed a few things back then. Some little crevices and clues still eluded him. That's why he became even more meticulous this time around with all the minute details in this region. It became much easier with greater productivity due to his prior experience. The little details found this time made him find out that there were indeed some special matters going on in the Grand Sea for the treasure hunt, this time with the girl in the yellow cloth. Boom! 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 A loud blast occurred while he was exploring this oceanic region. A giant dragon suddenly flew to the sky with lightning speed. Ordinary eyes couldn't see it clearly at all. This was a golden dragon. However, its body wasn't covered with a radiating glow, only a faint one. Nevertheless, it could still be considered a golden dragon. Another distinguishing factor was that it had 4 claws instead of 5. Nevertheless, it still emitted a terrible draconic aura just like a typhoon. This could instantly destroy someone with its palpable presence. The dragon had wounds everywhere with many broken scales. There was a young man with dragon horns on his head lying on the dragon's back. He was also grievously injured with wounds so deep that the bones were visible. He gripped the golden dragon's horns tightly while drenched in blood. The dragon ran away with him using all of its might. Li Qie was surprised to see the youth as well since he met him earlier back at the 12 Scales. On that day, Hai Lin was aggressive and fierce, a complete opposite of his current state with only one breath remaining. Boom! The sky shook and another youth came over. A supreme grand path was paved beneath his feet. His presence was incredible and instantly suppressed the location. Even the myriad Dao screamed in response with futility. Long Outyin. Li Qiye chuckled at the newcomer. Even though he had never seen the youth before, the guy's aura made it too obvious. That's right, Long Outyin was chasing Hai Lin, who only made it out due to the Golden Dragon's effort. Hai Lin, I will slay you even if you run to the end of the world. I will kill all of you sea demons and erase your race from the Grand Sea. No one will be able to protect you. Outyin's voice echoed across the region. Hai Lin didn't respond and ordered the dragon to run in hope of losing Outyin. So it turned out that with the old guides from Heaven Suppression, Outyin and the other members from his sect were able to sweep through the demon survivors hiding in the depth of the sea outside of Hai Lin. Outyin was a guest at Wuxia's demonic city and wanted to discuss the Tao with others. However, in just 2 days, he got news about Hai Lin, so he immediately gave chase. He was very unhappy about not being able to kill Hai Lin despite defeating him several times. In his eyes, anyone who opposed him must die without exception. Roar! The golden dragon crazily roared. The golden glow on its body exploded and gave it an explosive burst. Its speed reached the limit in order to escape. It was burning its own longevity blood in order to take Hai Lin away. Hai Lin was still no match for Outyin this time around. A senior in the form of this golden dragon had to save his life, but this still wasn't enough to fight against Outyin. The dragon was still injured and had to run away with Hai Lin. It needed to take Hai Lin to a safe place regardless of the price. Hai Lin was still young, so he played a pivotal position for the sea monsters. If he could survive, their race could still pass down. However, if he were to die, they would only linger on for a while longer before total annihilation. The other scenario was being lowered down to being an insignificant race. Keep on running, you're not escaping from my grasp. Outyin wasn't surprised at this speed at all. An immortal light exuded from his body as if he was ascending with an extraordinary aura. A remnant ray and many shadows were left on his path. He looked quite slow to the point of stagnating, but his speed was actually peerless. He made time slow down by half a beat. In terms of speed, a grand completion soaring immortal physique was virtually matchless. It wasn't hard for him to catch up to this four-clawed dragon. Alas, he took his time with this pursuit because he wanted to find their lair in order to kill all the sea demons. Li Qiye, who was on his own mission, chuckled and casually gave chase. Outyin's eyes suddenly turned cold and slightly moved towards Li Qiye's direction after spotting him. However, he didn't say anything and continued to chase after Hai Lin with great confidence. He was still as confident as ever, even with Li Qiye after him. There was no sign of caution or preparing for the enemy. This showed his confidence and fearlessness even against a foe as powerful as fiercest. Thus, the golden dragon was running for its life while carrying Hai Lin with Long Outyin right behind them with the right distance. Li Qiye was also following along to observe. In fact, when they crossed through this sea region, one would see that there was another army behind them. The majority consisted of demons from the Wuxia's demonic city. The leader was the Golden Dragon Prince. So it turned out that this sect was also helping Outyin to kill the sea monsters. Even though they were demons, closely related to sea monsters, the prince was still sworn brother with Outyin. The prince chose to ignore the ties, so he didn't mind helping Outyin. The chase created quite a spectacle and they crossed through several regions. This attracted the attention of the nearby inhabitants. In a short time, many experts from the sect followed along, including many big shots from the great powers. It's Hai Lin again. Some people said with admiration, the boy is an unkillable cockroach, escaping time and time again, what a miracle. Hai Lin has a lot of potential on top of having a good cultivation already. His bloodline is also prestigious, that's why he's so important to the sea monsters. Many powerful existences were willing to be his Tao protectors, that's why he managed to escape from Outyin so many times. A demon monarch commented. He ended up becoming gloomy. Outyen almost killed all the sea monsters and demons in this place. Only Hai Lin's group still dared to oppose him. The other demon powers have already started running for their lives. Chapter 1629, Chapter 1629, For Claude Dragon. No comments were given about the chase and no one wanted to help Hai Lin, not even the other demons present. Soaring Immortal was in complete control at the moment and Outyen was considered invincible. Who would dare to fight against Soaring Immortal and Outyen for Hai Lin's sake? That's a golden dragon. Does the world really have such an immortal beast? A few juniors stared in awe at the escaping beast carrying Hai Lin. Some daydreamed about having one as well. People have always talked about dragons and phoenixes, but they also knew that these creatures didn't exist. At the very least, no one has seen them before. The ones with these names currently living in this world only had a very thin bloodline from these creatures. They were flood dragons and luans, not actual immortal beasts. The sight of this particular golden dragon at this moment made many people think that the real immortal beasts could be in this world. Hai Lin is something else. To even have a golden dragon like this, no wonder why he can escape from Outyen's grasp. With such powerful creatures protecting him, he could have become emperor if it wasn't for Outyen. Another expert said with envy. This golden dragon is his senior with a prestigious position and a noble bloodline. A demon ancestor said with emotions, this golden dragon can definitely assail an emperor, yet it is still not enough to face Outyen. While people were in awe of the dragon, Li Qiye was amused at their opinion. The world had many speculations and explanations regarding dragons, but they were mainly misinformed. The dragon race was both a vast yet narrow topic. When people talked about dragons, even flood dragons were considered ordinary dragons. Some with shallow knowledge even considered Dao serpents to be dragons. But in the eyes of real dragons, only those with the real ancient bloodline of the divine beast were considered dragons. This bloodline must be pure as well, not the thin one coursing through the veins of the many bastards. Because of this, real dragons looked down on the serpents and flood dragons that claimed to be part of their race. They considered them to be mere insects. Alas, true dragons were exceedingly rare even above the 9 heavens. The ones with fully matured bloodline could be counted with one's fingers. Putting that aside, dragons still had a very wide definition. Normally, one could be a dragon with enough inherited blood of a true dragon. Of course, derision and scorn would come from creatures with thin bloodline claiming to be dragons. As for this golden dragon ahead, it had 1/3 of a true dragon bloodline. This was the reason why its body was so resplendent and its draconic aura powerful. A matured golden dragon can indeed assail an emperor. However, it still wasn't a true dragon, only a side branch. Its blood was still tainted by the flood dragon race. Because of this, its bloodline and power were no match for a true dragon. This dragon's bloodline wasn't completely pure and it hasn't fully matured just yet. This was the reason why its scales weren't golden, only the shade. It was also why it only had 4 claws instead of 5. If the situation was different, that this dragon had 5 claws and golden scales, then it would be beating Long Outyen to death right now. Look, it's fiercest. The spectators watching the chase finally noticed Li Qiye in the distant sky. What is going on? Is fiercest aiming for Long Outyen? One speculated. That's possible. 2 days ago, Outyen challenged fiercest, so given his unbridled personality, it would be strange if he wasn't aiming for Outyen. One person answered. Outyen clearly knows that he's being watched by fiercest, but he is still as unperturbed as ever while fiercest is publicly following him. These two are really too aggressive and not afraid of anyone. Even a big shot from the last generation had to comment. Many experts were watching with bated breath. They simply wanted to see whether these two would start fighting or not. No one cared whether Hai Lin could get away or not any longer. Some found Outyen's ferocity to be admirable. That's an imperial prince for you, the successor of soaring immortal. Only him among the young generation would dare to provoke fiercest. Even those who hated him had to admit. The fleeing dragon became tired after dashing through several regions and began to slow down. Outyen still took his time following right behind him. Hai Lin, you won't get away. Just surrender and submit and I shall benevolently spare you. Outyen calmly spoke with complete confidence. Hai Lin didn't bother answer. He didn't groan at all despite his grievous injuries and bit his teeth to withstand the pain. People became more involved. What would be Hai Lin's ultimate fate? Would he surrender or be unyielding till death? Roar! The dragon roared and suddenly went full steam ahead. At this time, mountain ranges emerged on the ocean. They were majestic and shielded with clouds and mists. A pure aura emanated from this mountain range, letting others know just how sacred it was. Mount Qingqing. Someone shouted after seeing the majestic mountain. Another expert stated, does Hai Lin want to ask Ding Yuanhou for help? In a short time, people glanced at each other. One demon monarch wondered with anxiety, will Mount Qingqing protect Hai Lin and oppose soaring immortal? As members of the demon race, they wanted to see the sect protect Hai Lin. There was an aspiration for solidarity in order to oppose soaring immortal and Long Outyen. Otherwise, the demons here in the Grand Sea could be slaughtered. Despite the common sentiment, not many lineages were willing to take the initiative to save Hai Lin. After all, being the first mean taking a more precarious situation, risking a higher chance of being destroyed. One demon felt guilty and said, I wonder if Yuanhou is strong enough to stop Outyen. Maybe, Yuanhou is a peerless god king, an unparalleled genius from the last generation. He's on the same level as Yi Zhozhou of heaven suppression. One demon monarch yearned for such a moment. Ding Yuanhou was a demon with amazing achievements. He had left his shadow on the 10th step of the 12 scales, on the same level as Yi Zhozhou. Later on, he rarely showed his face or asked about worldly matters. Nevertheless, he was still the strongest demon monarch in the mind of his race. Meanwhile, Mount Qingqing itself was mighty. Thus, no sects or experts dared to take them lightly. Roar! The dragon roared and jumped into the city. Next, an alarm resounded across Mount Qingqing. The entire sect became vigilant while the disciples rushed to their post and adorned their armors and weapons. Is Mount Qingqing actually protecting Hai Lin? The alarms made someone have this thought. Whoosh! Scintillating defensive barriers in the form of heavenly Tao waterfalls protected the city. At this time, the experts there quickly took Hai Lin down from the dragon and began to cure him. The other disciples were ready for a battle. Outyen was also outside and stared at the erecting barriers with a smirk. Mount Qingqing really wants to fight Outyen? Is Hai Lin really worth it? Someone skeptically said. I heard Mount Qingqing has a great relationship with the sea monsters. Maybe they will do save Hai Lin. An older demon monarch said. The old man was right about the sect having strong ties with Hai Lin. However, he wouldn't have come here for help unless there was no other way because this would bring the fire of war here. Alas, there was no other choice for him. Their hideout had been found by soaring immortal so they had to come here for help. The spectators were watching intensely. They wondered if the sect would break all pretense with Outyen for Hai Lin's sake. Chapter 1630, Chapter 1630, Mount Qingqing. Long Outyen stood outside of Qingqing with an oppressive aura capable of crushing the sect completely. It was as if nothing could hinder his steps. Sect Master of Qingqing, what is your decision? Outyen spoke calmly in the air. Each word rang sonorously like a gong in everyone's mind, instilling fear into them. Greetings, Imperial Prince Long, the pleasure is mine. Please advise. The sect master had to step out and cupped his fist together. I have no advice to give, my demand is very simple. Hand over Hai Lin and the four-clawed dragon, then I'll leave immediately without troubling your sect. No one found such aggressive words out of place. They felt like Outyin should speak in such an imperious manner. The crowd knew that it was unwise to become enemy with Outyin just for Hai Lin's sake. Anyone else should know the right choice easily. The sect master glanced at Hai Lin, who was being healed, and said with a deep tone, "Imperial Prince, young noble Hai Lin has deep ties with our sect. We don't dare to comment on your grievances, but we must save him. You are a benevolent person, how about come back later to deal with him after his wounds are healed?" The sect master's words were craftily chosen even against an overwhelming force. His opponent would find it difficult to refute or take action. "I'm afraid it's not up to your sect at all," Outyin said with a sneer. Mount Qingqing was a very powerful sect in the Grand Sea. Even though it wasn't an imperial lineage, it still had a peerless god king like Ding Yuanhou. Not too many would dare to act blazonly against this sect. But Outyin didn't place them in his eyes at all. Even the disciples from Qingqing didn't dare to retort. They knew just how powerful their foe was and his terrible lineage. "Imperial Prince, leave a way out. Wait until Hai Lin is cured before trying to finish it." "No." Outyin refused instantly in a cold manner. "Sect master, you only have two choices. Either hand the two of them over or wait for sect destruction." Many people felt suffocated after this declaration. They knew that he wasn't all talk. With his power on top of his sect, it was absolutely possible. Everyone glanced over at the sect master and wondered what he would choose. They understood that opposing Soaring Immortal was unwise, but some still had hopes about someone standing up against that sect. After all, ever since their arrival, they have been too aggressive. Perhaps their goal was to even rule the entire Grand Sea eventually. Many didn't wish to see this. The sect master glanced at the immobilized Hai Lin again. In the end, he sighed and said, "Imperial Prince, if you want his life, our sect will have to take you on. He is our guest, so we shall protect him." The experts in the vicinity were shocked to hear this. Many became excited about this non-imperial sect daring to stand up against Long Outyin. "Very well, impressive decisiveness. Then I'll see how long your sect can hold out." Outyin laughed and instantly stomped down on the sect. Rumble. The entire mountain range shook before this stomp. It resembled a tiny boat ravaged by the torrential sea that could go down at any moment. The experts here became anxious at the impending doom. "Time for battle, defend your positions," the sect master shouted with a grave expression. The moment he finished giving the order, their defensive perimeter was broken by Long Outyin. Bright pieces of light faltered everywhere. This barrier has been built for many generations and empowered by a large quantity of refined jades, but it didn't manage to last long at all against Outyin. "Charge!" The experts and disciples here roared for battle. They unsheathed their weapons and channeled their blood energy, pointing their rage at Outyin. Pluff! Outyin instantly jumped into the sect with agility beyond comprehension. One could only see his fleeting figure. Pluff! Next, one pillar of blood gushed after another. The blood energy exuded from the disciples here were suddenly extinguished. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of head meeting the ground finally came about. The scene of the guards dying was too shocking. Blood gushed out of their severed neck like the spring and turned into a rain of bloody flowers. In the end, these experts fell onto the ground. Their heads still had some consciousness left and could see their own headless body. Outyin had speed virtually too fast to discern. In the blink of an eye, the experts here were decapitated without a chance to fight back. "So weak yet still dare to oppose me?" he sneered proudly. This scene scared many spectators. This great speed allowed him to be a reaper. Even stronger people would lose their head against such speed. Mount Qingqing became defenseless after this quick massacre to the dismay of the pale sect master. Even so many experts failed to stop a single move from Long Outyin. The guy was indeed unstoppable. Long Outyen stared at the sect master and smiled. Sect master, this is all your sect can do. That's too disappointing then. You all must really look down on me to oppose me with such meager power. Prepare the formation. The sect master and 17 other experts from his same generation instantly lined up. The entire mountain lit up with rays of light. Whoosh! Under the ultimate light of this formation, the entire mountain seemed like a starry ocean with floating stars and galaxies. The great formation presided over the mountain range like the Big Dipper. Its majestic aura emanated and amplified the mountain's presence as well. Many experts suddenly became excited. The killing earlier drowned them in despair, but this formation, on the other hand, showed them a sliver of hope. Big Dipper's 18 children. This is Mount Qingqing's ultimate move. One expert that knew about the sect had to say, they're the strongest disciples under Ding Yuanhou who have learned all of his skills. Long Outyen didn't give a damn. He laughed in response. This formation might be derived from an ancient holy formation, but your sect's version has too many flaws. It won't be able to block a single blow. The experts shuddered after hearing this. People in the Grand Sea were aware that this formation was exceedingly powerful, especially when the 18 children were performing it themselves. But now, Outyen said that it wouldn't amount to anything. Just how powerful was he? Mount Qingqing didn't respond to this arrogance. The entire sect was under the protection of this supreme formation in total tranquility. Chapter 1631, Chapter 1631, Ding Yuanhou Outyen stepped into the Big Dipper formation with an arrogant smile. He didn't bother putting on guard at all, as if merely strolling through an empty courtyard. This formation seemed to be nothing in his eyes. Whoosh! Starry shots rained down, causing the sky to shake the moment he stepped inside. Each of these rays could penetrate the earth itself. He merely glanced at the sharp rays. One of them was aiming straight for his head. He still didn't move at all, as if he didn't take note of it. Many experts held their breath to see his lack of reaction. When this ray touched his hair, he finally moved. Pluff! The ray failed even though it was a split hair away. Outyen easily avoided it. The experts didn't see how he dodged it at all. It was as if he has been standing still the whole time. This ray instantly turned around and went for his chest instead as the new target. Outyen still easily waited and evaded it in the same flashy manner. Buzz! The formation finally erupted with fury and shot out countless rays in a complex manner, weaving a net in the sky. Anyone would be turned into a sieve instantly. Alas, in face of this onslaught, Outyen still stood there without moving. The countless rays couldn't even touch the corner of his sleeve. It wasn't due to the formation lacking power and speed. Outyen was simply too fast with a virtually matchless agility. It was as if each of these connecting rays was moving at a snail pace. People gasped after seeing this, completely frightened by his incredible speed. They thought that they wouldn't even have the chance to react against him in a fight before being decapitated. Too slow and weak. Outyen shook his head with disdain, not even as fast as a snail. The sect master and the others were vexed to hear this, but there was nothing they could do. Their formation has been exerted to the limit, yet it still couldn't do anything to Outyen. It was no wonder why he was mocking them. Break! Outyen instantly took action and jumped into the most dangerous location in the formation. Bang! In the blink of an eye, space and time seemed to be shattered completely. All the images here seemed to have stopped, allowing everyone to see all the small details. In this moment, Outyen devastated for the formation with different moves before breaking through it completely. The crowd could see the sect masters and his peers desperately dodging, but they were too slow compared to Outyen. Next, Outyen raised his finger for the finisher. He took his time with this final technique, allowing the crowd to clearly see his move. In fact, it had surpassed the temporal limitation, which was why it looked so slow. The experts nearby were watching the 18 children on the verge of dying to this finger strike. The 18 themselves had their eyes wide open. They could see the disaster coming as well, with the finger strikes penetrating their skull. But they could only watch helplessly, unable to withstand the strike. Boom! The entire mountain shook as if it was caving down, but it still didn't collapse entirely. In this blink of an eye, time passed quickly again and was restored to its initial form. It became a flowing stream again, just like normal. People focused and could see that the 18 children were still alive. Someone else had blocked the finger strike for them. It was a scholarly old man with a green robe and a pure aura. The 18 children were pulled back from the brink of death. They calmed down and quickly called out, "Master." Ding Yuan Ho, peerless God King of the Grand Sea. A paragon from the last generation shouted after seeing this old man. Ding Yuan Ho, the most amazing demon genius of the Grand Sea during the difficult Tao era. Even those who had never seen him before have heard of his fame. He had exceedingly high comprehension during his youth, allowing him to reach the 10th step at Discover just like Yi Zhozhou. Imperial Prince, please calm down. Yuan Ho stepped out and said. He didn't have an oppressive aura since he was hiding his energy. There was a hard-to-describe scholarly and elegant manner about him, just like an intellectual. He was a remedy for the mind. It was as if with him around, everything would be fine even if the sky was collapsing. Calm down. Outyen laughed, that's not hard, Ding Yuan Ho. Hand over Hai Lin and the dragon, then I can spare your mountain for its insolence. This answer was beyond arrogance. He simply didn't care for the rest of the world. Many became annoyed at this response, but they understood that he was qualified to utter this statement. Yuan Ho shook his head in response, Imperial Prince, he is closely related to us. How about you go easy on him just this once? People became surprised and wondered about this particular relationship. Even Yuan Ho was protecting him. It looked like Hai Lin must be closely related to the sect in order to drag them down the mud like this. Ding Yuan Ho, I'm afraid I can't give you any face right now. Outyen shook his head in response, I would do so if it was anyone else but not Hai Lin, he has opposed me time and time again. If I choose to spare him right now, it would be an unreasonable amount of restraint. Yuan Ho didn't become angry. He was still as composed as ever. If you won't compromise, then please excuse us. From beginning to end, Yuan Ho's tone was just right without any sign of anger. Yuan Ho, you are indeed capable, but you have only reached the legendary God King realm, no match against me. Outyen laughed loudly. Everyone was surprised at this revelation. The uninformed didn't know anything about this particular realm. Only the big shots from the previous generation were aware. That's incredible. Ding Yuan Ho is actually a legendary God King now. An older God King was shocked, that's the #1 genius of the demons for you. Imperial Prince, you are too kind. My Tao is shallow with countless flaws. I only barely saw an opening, can't be considered a legendary God King. Compared to Brother Yi, who is a real legendary God King, I'm far too lacking. Yuan Ho answered in a cool manner. He wasn't being overly humble since he had only been able to comprehend this realm in the last several years. It was indeed true that this was only the beginning. In fact, this wasn't easy for him at all. Mount Qingcheng wasn't an imperial lineage. Thus, his grand Tao was lacking in this sense, so he didn't consider himself a legendary God King. Nevertheless, people were still astonished all the same. Yuan Ho was born in the difficult Tao era on top of being from a weaker sect. This achievement was already incredible enough. One could even say that if he was born in a prosperous era, he could have been an emperor assailant right now. Chapter 1632, Chapter 1632, Long Outyen's Confidence. I don't care if you are a legendary God King or not. Outyen chortled, since your mountain dares to protect Hai Lin, Long Outyen, shall annihilate you all. If that's the case, then I shall try my best to try against your imperial arts. Yuan Ho calmly replied. With that, he soared into the sky with just one step. While surrounded by the shining stars, he gestured and said, Imperial Prince, go. At their level, if they were to go all out, a sect like Qingqing wouldn't be able to withstand their power and would be turned to ashes immediately. Outyan stared at Yuan Ho and instantly flashed into the sky as well. He laughed and said, Yuan Ho, take out your weapons. I will let you die with peace. I have no worthy weapon to show off, so I will only be using my bare hands. Yuan Ho responded. It was a very calculated move. Even if he took out a weapon, he wouldn't gain any advantage since his foe was Long Outyan from soaring immortal. The guy had no lack of immortal emperor true treasures. Outyan could just take out a random true treasure and that would be more than enough to deal with him. If it was a no-weapon contest, then he would actually have a chance. Using an imperial weapon would look like I'm bullying your little sect. Outyan laughed, fine, Ding Yuan Ho, I will go bare hand with you for a few rounds so that you will be utterly convinced with your defeat. Go for it. Yuan Ho didn't back down and instantly grasped the celestials. With loud explosions and his finger pointing, these large stars instantly rushed for Outyan from all directions and exploded on contact. Boom! The exploding stars were resplendent. Even the sun in the sky paled in comparison. After the stars shattered and the beautiful lights disappeared, Outyan was still standing there. He was protected by the deities and none of the explosions could touch him. Take this. Outyan shouted and unleashed a draconic punch like a true dragon or a phoenix soaring to the sky. It dragged out the galaxies and shattered the fabric of time. A dragon roar emanated from this tyrannical fist. Yuan Ho instantly raised both hands to create a long string of yin and yang laws that eventually turned into a tsunami to drown Outyan's fist. Boom! The draconic fist slammed into the Tao tsunami with a deafening blast. An unstoppable power erupted and spread at an amazing speed. The debris in this area all turned to nothingness. Even though the tsunami was destroyed, Yuan Ho still managed to stop Long Outyan's fist by dispelling all of its energy. Have another. Outyan pushed the sky back with another instantaneous palm strike. The 6 Tao and reincarnation cycle were annihilated with his swift change from fist to palm. It was a flawless transformation. This sky-pushing palm had an undodgeable speed. Even someone like Yuan Ho couldn't avoid this particular attack since he wasn't faster than it. He roared and turned into a giant bull. Its cry could shatter the stars with hooves that could crush the galaxies and a pair of earth-piercing horns. Boom! The horns stopped the palm attack, but Yuan Ho in his bull form still took several strides backward and shattered the stars. People were shocked to see Outyan forcing Yuan Ho to assume his true form after just several exchanges. Outyan was simply too strong. Roar! While seeing that Yuan Ho was at a disadvantage, the golden dragon jumped into the sky to stop Outyan's retreat path. The bull and dragon surrounded Outyan in just a short moment. Yuan Ho was powerful, but he was still no match for Outyan. Outyan was young and vigorous on top of having all of his innate advantages. Yuan Ho's initial constitution and background were not a match against Outyan. If Yuan Ho was from an imperial lineage, perhaps there was a chance for him in a no-weapon contest. Alas, this was not the case. Fine, I'll deal with both of you together then. Outyan wasn't afraid at all by this pincer attack. He laughed with great confidence and didn't bother using an imperial weapon at all. Even those who viewed him as an enemy felt some admiration towards his great confidence. Roar, moo. The two beasts unleashed their devastating attacks towards Outyan at the same time. Bring it. Outyan's palms created an imperial law with a massive energy source like a deity. It swept through all evils easily. The three fought against each other and robbed the light of the sky. Not just anyone could watch this level of a fight, only those at the Paragon level could understand it. The combined effort from the two beasts didn't yield any result. Outyan was still leisure as ever while smoothly revealing his moves. Even god-kings were shaken while watching this battle. As for the weaker crowd, they couldn't look at what was happening above. Even if their seniors were to bring them up there, they wouldn't have been able to understand the battle's amazing profundities. Rumble. During this moment, blaring noises came with a cavalry from the horizon. It rushed towards Mount Qingcheng and blocked off the entrance. Wuxia's demonic city. The cultivators who have been watching the mountain range was shocked to see this cavalry. The Golden Dragon Prince is leading the troops himself. One expert murmured. The prince walked forward with cold, sweeping eyes on top of a brutal aura. His immense vitality was raging as if a golden dragon was wishing to come out of his body. He was very powerful at the heavenly god realm on the path of the heavens. Only someone like him was qualified to be sworn brother with Long Outyan. In the past, he had the confidence to reach the heaven's will. Alas, once Long Outyan came out, he gave up this thought and decided to work under Outyan. The prince stared at the recovering Hai Lin before coldly speaking to the sect master. Sect masters, smart people know when to give up. Hand over Hai Lin in order to avoid wails of lamentation and the fire of war destroying your sect. This was about the right attitude for someone as powerful as him. His words still enraged the demons in the crowd. Some demon monarchs even scowled in response. Everyone knew that the demonic city was one of the largest demon lineages in the Grand Sea. Meanwhile, Soaring Immortal was slaughtering the demons and sea monsters. Not only did the demonic city ignore the plight of their kins, they even assisted Soaring Immortal in the hunt. Such actions made many demons furious. The sect master shook his head and said, "Golden Dragon City Lord, I'm afraid I can't obey. Nephew Hai Lin shall be protected by us." Many secretly gave the sect master an approving thumbs up after seeing his attitude. This was heroic and loyal enough of them to protect Hai Lin against such pressure. "Sect master, do reconsider." The prince snorted, "Nothing good will come from opposing Imperial Prince Long and Soaring Immortal. The prince is already invincible even before becoming an emperor. Once he ascends, he'll illuminate the world for an eternity. It doesn't matter what backing you think you have, you are simply overestimating yourself. Provoking a future immortal emperor is suicidal." The Golden Dragon Prince wasn't only threatening Mount Qingcheng. He was also building the momentum for Long Outyan and declaring his future ascendancy to the rest of the world. This might not be a popular opinion, but no one dared to vocally object. Ha ha ha. While the prince was lauding Outyan's achievements, a rambunctious laughter resounded. It wouldn't be so conspicuous at any other moment, but the timing made it very ear-piercing. It was clearly mocking the Golden Dragon Prince and Long Outyan. Chapter 1633, Such annoying laughter shocked the crowd. Outyan was too influential at this moment. Who would dare to mock him and the Golden Dragon Prince? People quickly turned back and saw that it came from no one but Fiercest standing in the distance with a relaxed pose. That's Fiercest. The spectators were astonished to see Fiercest hovering in the sky while calmly watching everything. They found that his boisterous laughter was completely understandable. In their eyes, he was the only qualified challenger and the only real threat for Outyan. The Golden Dragon Prince looked over as well and turned cold. He had heard of the guy's notoriety and knew that he wasn't easy to mess with. The prince scowled to show his dissatisfaction, but he didn't dare to retort either. He was an amazing genius, but going against Fiercest was not on his agenda. The experts nearby glanced at each other after seeing this. That's Fiercest for you. Even the extremely arrogant prince didn't dare to provoke him. An insect claims to be a golden dragon. A mortal wishing to be the high heaven's child. Li Qiye said flatly after hearing the scowl. Li Qiye was only following along to see Outyan's bloodline for a bit and see if it had undergone any transformation. After a careful observation, he found that there was no problem with it. Of course, he didn't really care for the guy and saw no point in doing anything now. In his eyes, Outyan was no different from a dead man. It was only a matter of time. You. The prince angrily glared at Li Qie and couldn't help from blurting, Li Qie, you are too arrogant. He naturally couldn't endure this indignation from being publicly shamed in this manner, thus he still replied even though it was fiercest. I've always been arrogant like this, you found out just now. Li Qie said leisurely, just remember, make sure to calm down on your boasting. No one will be emperor but me in this generation. Damn! Some of the spectators secretly applauded. Everyone knew that Outyan wanted the heaven's will. Fiercest's comment right now simply didn't give the Golden Dragon Prince nor Outyan any face. Fellow Taoist Li, your words are too smug. Even Outyan, who was fighting against Yuan Ho and the dragon in the sky, had to shout. Li Qie replied right away, I'm merely stating the truth. The impressed crowd glanced at each other and thought that this was truly Fiercest's style. He was still as domineering as ever even before Outyan. This lawless man didn't care for anyone. Others were just dogs and cats in his eyes. That's Fiercest for you. The time and place don't matter to him at all. People were utterly convinced by his style. Golden Dragon Prince was a bit restless and also wanted to win back some face for Outyan. He snorted and said loudly, Li Qie, I know you are strong, but there is still a way for you to go before competing with Imperial Prince Long for the heaven's will. Li Qie simply smiled and ignored this provocation. Being treated with such contempt instead of a verbal quip only further infuriated the prince. It was much more humiliating in this manner. Li Qie, do you dare to block my bow? The Golden Prince became hot-headed and challenged Li Qie. Normally, he wouldn't take such a risk, but he couldn't endure this anger at this moment. Li Qie ignored him and stood still as if he wasn't part of this world and that he was the chess player while everything else were mere pawns. The lack of response made it intolerable for the prince. It was more unbearable than if the guy was putting him down. It seemed as if Li Qie was an elephant treating the prince like an ant. Would the elephant care if the ant was screaming? Thus, the prince felt his blood boiling. He wielded his bow and shouted, Li Qie, don't tell me you don't have the courage to take one strike. This longbow made of intertwining vines was as green as jade, beautiful and enchanting. It exuded a vibrant presence as if its arrow could travel through the ages. A bow left behind by a heavenly demon. An ancestor blurted out with astonishment. This was a destructive weapon left behind by the matriarch from the Muzhua's demonic city. At this time, Li Qie slowly turned to look at the prince and said flatly, take one strike. What's hard about it? Go ahead, I'll give you a chance. The prince nearly vomited blood from anger due to Li Qie's nonchalant attitude. Even though he wasn't a match for a supreme genius like Long Outyan, he was still among the top of the young generation at the Grand Sea. Even the older generation wouldn't treat him lightly, but now, Fiercest's attitude towards him was all too humiliating. Very well, I'll see how strong you are. The prince roared while blinded by fury. XSH. He pulled back the string and gathered the momentum. The bow was full of power as if its user was channeling the power of the world itself. Roar! Once the string was pulled back all the way, a dragon roar suddenly resounded. A totem of a golden dragon appeared behind the prince and seemingly took over his body. The aura of man and dragon using together surged and transformed him. There was a reason why people called him the Golden Dragon Prince. His bloodline was precious with this type of totem. When it appeared, it would grant him an explosive power. The bow also changed color and became resplendent with the emergence of a golden arrow. Whoosh! The arrow finally rushed out with an incredible speed, capable of shooting down the sun in the sky. It instantly fixated onto Li Qie. It wouldn't matter where he ran, he wouldn't be able to escape this arrow. The terrifying part was its incomparable sharpness, capable of piercing through everything. Even the best armors and protection artifacts wouldn't be able to stop it. A bow left behind by a heavenly demon and used by an expert at the heavenly god level had palpable power. God monarchs would fall prey to it. Boom! Contrary to everyone's expectation, Fiercest didn't bother evading the shot with his amazing speed. In the blink of an eye, time seemed to have been frozen. One could see Fiercest reaching out with one finger and touched the arrow. A loud explosion occurred when the two entities collided. The arrow immediately shattered into golden powders that scattered everywhere. This ferocious attack from the prince was dispelled so easily by Fiercest to the astonishment of the crowd. The prince was aghast as well. His mind became empty as he instinctively took one step back. Chapter 1634, What Can One Arrow Do? Li Qiye spoke during the prince's bewilderment. In the blink of an eye, Li Qiye was already standing in front of him as if he had been there the entire time. The prince turned pale. A heavenly god like him didn't notice Li Qiye's shift of position at all. This was quite frightening to him since an enemy like this could easily take his life. The startled prince instantly retreated in order to maintain a safe distance with Li Qiye. However, with a strange noise, the space he was retreating to suddenly turned into a quagmire, trapping him within. This made him countless times slower, each action was at a snail's pace. Buzz! As he was struggling within, the space transformed into a prison and rendered him immobile. You are too careless. Even if you are at the heavenly god level, you still can't do anything before me, no different from an insect. Li Qiye said with a smile. Boom! The stars in the sky were crushed as Long Outyan broke away from the dragon and bull. He rushed forward and shouted, "Brother, I got you." He instantly appeared in front of Li Qiye and unleashed a blow capable of annihilating the world and the deities with the intent of pushing his foe back. His speed was truly something else since he only needed one step to make it back from the sky in order to save the prince. His abilities were virtually unmatched in this generation. Boom! Li Qiye pointed forward and banished Long Outyan into a different spatial sphere. The guy instantly disappeared and was trapped by this technique. No one can stop me from killing. Li Qiye chuckled and directly unleashed a finger strike at the prince's forehead. No! The prince howled before death, a cry full of unwillingness and regrets, but it was too late. Blood oozed out from his head while his eyes were still wide opened. Death came before he could accomplish anything in his life. How could his path have ended here? Bang! Long Outyan broke his way back from the banishment. The short amount of time it took was indicative of his terrible strength and speed. Li Qiye. Long Outyan could no longer remain calm after seeing the prince's death. His eyes turned cold, full of murderous intention. Long Outyan. Li Qiye leisurely stared at him as if he was staring at a dog. His demeanor made everyone take a deep breath without anything to say. How could Fiercest treat the imperial prince of the soaring immortal sect like this? His domineering nature was truly peerless. Boom! Outyan directly released all of his blood energy, causing rumbling blasts. In a short time, his energy engulfed the world and all of the Grand Sea. It became a terrible storm capable of devouring everything in this world. It was ruthless, merciless, and brutal. People quivered before this terrible storm of blood energy. Their breath was taken away from them, forcing them to lower their body. The crowd became pale after seeing his fury and finally understood that this was his real power. He didn't reveal this strength when fighting against the dragon and Yuan Ho earlier. Boom! The Grand Sea seemingly exploded. Divine rings floated around Outyan with clear imperial runes on them. When these rings were rotating, it looked as if multiple emperors were personally coming down. Their imperial prestige forced weaker cultivators to drop to the ground. They had no chance of opposing this type of aura. Clank! A sword hymn resounded as Outyan wielded his weapon of choice. It radiated with boundless light and illuminated the world. Even god-kings felt these rays of light prickling them with pain. With this sword in his hand, the world was his for the taking. He had an unstoppable aura at this moment. Not to mention the weaker crowd, even virtuous paragons would run away from the battlefield. God monarchs became serious and watched from a safe distance. This was the virtuous sword, Immortal Emperor Ren Xian's true fate weapon. Its imposing emergence allowed Outyen to turn into an immortal emperor, ready to rage against the rest of the world. Virtuous sword. Li Qiye didn't mind at all to see the weapon. With a clank, a saber as white as snow appeared in his hand. Others had a hard time staring directly at it. The benevolent saber. An old god king nearby shouted after seeing it. It seemed that the saber was coming back to life after being in his embrace with an exuberant amount of life. The virtuous sword versus the benevolent saber. Many glanced at each other after seeing the chosen weapons of the two combatants. Even the weathered god kings here became startled. A contest between the saber and the sword. These were two popular weapons. The sword was considered the king of weapons while the saber acted as the tyrant. They served two very prominent roles on the Tao path. More importantly, their masters were also full of characters. Immortal Emperor Min Ren was the bringer of the emperor's era and well known for his benevolent nature. Meanwhile, Immortal Emperor Ren Xian was considered a wise sage of humanity. Two emperors and two weapons from two distant generations, their duel has finally begun. There was no sound in the vicinity outside of heartbeats. Long Outyen stared intensely at the saber in Li Qiye's grasp. As the master of the virtuous sword, he naturally knew the significance of the saber coming back to life. Boom! 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 Outyen released more floating weapons above his head. Their terrible imperial auras assaulted the world. All existences shuddered and prostrated before them. His arsenal included immortal emperor life treasures, ancient immortal artifacts, and time-worn weapons of the gods. Each of them was capable of sweeping through this world. People were in awe to see so many magnificent weapons. Long Outyen incited endless envy by taking them out so easily. An ordinary imperial lineage wouldn't have so many superb weapons, but Outyen alone had more than enough. This was enough to drive people crazy. A sect with 5 emperors truly lived up to its fame. That's quite a few weapons. Li Qiye leisurely looked at Outyen and said, but it's useless. Forget it, I won't bully you by attacking first. That would rob you of the chance to even retaliate. Li Qiye, don't worry. You won't be able to stop my heavenly annihilation. Outyen claimed with a chilling tone. This was the first time he was treated with such disdain after making his debut. Ever since he came to Mortal Emperor, he was unstoppable even by himself. This was the reason why people called him the Denary King. Both peerless geniuses and old god kings viewed him as a dangerous enemy, but now, Li Qiye didn't put him in his eyes at all. How could he not be frustrated with this development? Long Outyen's statement did scare many people here. A heavenly annihilation carried wondrous power, especially when its user was someone as young and vigorous as Outyen. Of course, they didn't find his ability to use an annihilation too surprising. After all, this was the heaven's favorite child with the arts of 5 emperors. Only a heavenly annihilation. Li Qiye nonchalantly retorted, when my soul annihilation comes out, your attack will be kneeling instantly. You. Outyen's expression turned unsightly and couldn't maintain his normal composure. Soul annihilation? What's that? A junior has never even heard of this name. A few experts here weren't aware either. It's using an annihilation with a true treasure that's even stronger than a heavenly annihilation. A god king that had followed an immortal emperor in the past explained to his juniors, this attack requires the heavens will secret law of the emperor on top of gaining the acceptance of the weapon as well. Moreover, the user needs enough vitality and strength to handle the awakening of the soul within the weapon. That's the necessary conditions to use this legendary attack. Chapter 1635, Li Qiye, don't be presumptuous. Even if you are a real imperial prince and can use a soul annihilation, that's still not enough to defeat me, Long Outyen. Outyen became angry and uttered coldly. Many glanced at Outyen after hearing this. There had been speculations about Fiercest being immortal Emperor Min Ren's descendant a long time ago. Back then, during the fight at Cleansing Incense, he was able to use the benevolent armament. Think made the world think of this possibility, but they didn't have any proof. Now, when Outyen brought this up again, people reconsidered it. Perhaps only a real imperial prince would be as ferocious as Fiercest. After all, he would be the direct children of an emperor. Li Qiye didn't deny this conjecture and smiled freely. Using the benevolent saber might not utterly convince you of your defeat. Fine, I'll use my own weapon. Having said that, he put away the saber to everyone's astonishment. Fiercest was looking down on Outyen too much. Using his own weapon to fight against a true treasure was quite reckless. Li Qiye, do you really think you're unbeatable now? The calm Outyen found it difficult to restrain his anger. Everyone had moments of anger from feeling slighted, let alone an accomplished youth like him. Li Qiye smiled in response, I'm indeed unbeatable within the 9 worlds. He then opened his fate palace and the world seal floated above him. Very well, I shall trample on your invincibility today. Outyen let out a battle cry and loomed in the horizon. The virtuous sword became resplendent and its light brightened the entire sky. He stood among the sun and moon with stars as his friends, but his sword overshadowed them all. Outyen suddenly became the center of the universe. Here, he was the sole ruler, the master of the myriad Tao and ages. His sword was the symbol of authority, the wielder of the grand Tao's profundity. Anyone would feel awed by the bright sword. Everything felt so exceptional when Outyen was the user. I'm afraid you won't have this chance. Li Qiye smiled and stepped into the sky. With a buzz, his world seal turned into the benevolent saber. Others didn't know what Li Qiye's true fate weapon was, but to see the seal turning into the saber shocked them all the same. Eat this. Li Qiye casually smiled. The saber echoed across the world and became as white as snow, capable of seeing through the myriad laws. This was its grand Tao. The attack came in the blink of an eye, even though it was only a simple slash from Li Qiye. There was no preparation for this attack at all. Everyone was startled by this casual move and found him to be too arrogant. However, this saber was so magnificent that it had no equals in the world. With one slash, the laws were annihilated. Everything returned to the origin in a state of primordial chaos. Despair and pain were torn asunder. Everything became natural and simple, even death seemed like happiness before this slash. For humanity slash, the heavenly annihilation of the benevolent saber. Just like its name, even death wasn't painful. One would be able to find salvation and understanding while being annihilated by it. People slowly closed their eyes before this slash. Some even wished that this slash could sever their neck so that they could head for a peaceful death. Ordinary experts found it hard to regain their sanity. However, God Kings were able to instantly return from this state. A will in their mind resounded, their firm Tao heart pulled them back from this trance. They were drenched in cold sweat. Even characters of their level had the urge to commit suicide earlier. If this slash was performed by immortal Emperor Min Ren himself, the effect would be unimaginable. Die. Outyen wasn't afraid of this slash at all. His cry shattered the stars as his sword soared across the sky. This was also the virtuous sword's heavenly annihilation. One could only see immortal Emperor Ren Xian descending onto the collapsed firmament with his unstoppable cavalry. They were the top existences in the world, capable of stopping and crushing everything. They could sweep through the darkness and protect the light of the 9 worlds. At this moment, everyone saw an illusion that the Emperor and his cavalry was the ultimate defensive perimeter of the human race. As long as they existed, they could continue to protect humanity. This made people want to worship him. Many couldn't stand it and quickly prostrated to show their respect. Boom! The sword and saber slashes finally collided, causing time to stagnate into still images. These two heavenly annihilations shattered the huge stars in the sky and turned them to ashes. This scene took the spectators' breath away. If this battle were to happen at Mount Qingcheng, even the surrounding sea would become nothingness instantly. Rumble. A victor couldn't be decided right away. A scene of chaos ensued in the air like a terrible storm. This storm made the area quite dangerous. No one would dare to come here even several hundred years later or risk being lacerated. This was indeed a battle at the emperor candidate level. This terrifying fight had already started even before the emergence of the heavens will, to the astonishment of the crowd. People understood that the future emperor would be one of them. Other geniuses, regardless of how exceptional they might be, weren't qualified to be part of this competition. Boom! The benevolent saber was shaken quite a bit and became unstable. After all, this was only a copy from the world seal. It was still a bit weaker compared to a real heavenly annihilation. Li Qie, this is your so-called invincibility? You shall taste defeat today. Outyan coldly uttered after seeing the saber's flashing light. Many experts became worried too. One of them said, "Fiercest really can't take on long Outyan." Li Qie simply smiled in response, "Just one move, you think you have already won? You're finished." Outyan laughed. With a buzzing noise, he hastily unsheathed his sword. What is that? The spectators were shocked again. His heavenly annihilation was still going on, but the sword was also in his hand. Boom! A second heavenly annihilation came out. It was still the virtuous sword with the power to kill the gods and emperors. At this moment, the first slash was still in a standstill with the saber, but a second one was unleashed. It was quite amazing and terrifying that Outyan was able to attack for the second time. That's impossible. Someone shouted in astonishment. Even god kings were pale because Outyan had done the impossible. Is this his real strength? A god king stated, to be able to unleash two annihilations at the same time. There's no way. Not to mention the damages done to the true treasure, a cultivator's vitality can't handle this. This was Outyan's power. Even though he couldn't use a soul annihilation, he could still unleash a second attack due to this triple saint aptitude, his prowess in the arts of 5 emperors, and his 11 fate palaces. This was the thing he was most proud of and believed that he could even defeat a legendary god king. So boring, just a heavenly annihilation, no fun at all. Li Qie wasn't interested at all at this second annihilation. With that, his world seal instantly retaliated with its own second annihilation. Chapter 1636, Buzz. A sizzling sound ensued with karmic flame from the bright flame cauldron, leaving no room to escape. It burned everything in the world. Rar. The great shadow of 9 supremes from the divine beast Zither descended in the form of a heavenly annihilation. Boom! Everything fell into the darkness and was devoured. The immortal devouring jar unleashed extinguish. Bang! Yin and Yang were separated with countless sacred fish floating in the air. The yin-yang fish citadel appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, a barrage of heavenly annihilation made the 9 worlds shake. This insane attack could destroy everything in this world. This was the reason why the World Seal and Li Qie were such a devastating duo. When his 13 palaces and the seal worked together, they could unleash an endless number of annihilations. At this moment, this was only using a butcher's blade to kill a chicken. It couldn't even be considered a warm-up, just a little bit of fun. This was the fruit of his recent cultivation achievements, a new understanding of the fate palaces. Is he trying to destroy the world? Even god monarchs dropped to the ground, unable to withstand this pressure. Other experts were twitching on their back. They felt that the end of days was coming. Even the confident Outyan was shocked at this moment. Nevertheless, he reacted quickly by activating his soaring immortal physique to its limit, evident by his shining body. At the same time, his weapons also exuded their bright lights. Boom! His two annihilations couldn't withstand the swift onslaught and collapsed instantly. However, his weapons spewed out a divine tsunami of brilliance. They rushed forward and turned into the most fortified wall in this world to stop the incoming annihilations. Even a legendary God King couldn't break through this wall. Meanwhile, his physique was at its fastest state and the virtuous sword was protecting him. He even added another layer of divine armor for protection. Bang! The wall couldn't stop the successive barrages and instantly collapsed. Nevertheless, Outyen was able to utilize the little second saved by the wall and pierced through space and time with his grand completion physique, then escaped the battlefield within a split second. Alas, the annihilations were too terrifying. They actually gave chase through time and space across the sky. Despite being quite far away, he was still struck by the remnant blasts of the annihilation. Bang! He was blown away to a different spatial sphere and through another one in an instant. Even with the protection of the armor and the virtuous sword, blood still gushed outward. Many people could see his body being penetrated while his armor shattered into little pieces. In the end, the destroyed spatial sphere disappeared along with Long Outyen. Who knows whether he was alive or not? The only thing certain was the grievous injuries, even if he were lucky enough to survive. In a short time, noises were robbed from this area. It didn't matter who they might be, both legendary god kings and emperor assailants felt a palpable fear because of fiercest. Ordinary god kings felt their legs giving in. To be able to unleash so many heavenly annihilations without any visible fatigue on his vitality was simply unstoppable. Maybe an emperor would be able to stop him, but god kings were no longer significant. So boring using annihilations. Li Qiye recalled the world seal and said with disinterest. The crowd felt like cicada during the winter. They became afraid and felt despair. For many people, they could try their whole life and wouldn't be able to unleash one heavenly annihilation. Long Outyen was already incredible to be able to use two in succession. This could be considered a miracle. But when Li Qiye unleashed so many with ease, it made everyone else lose hope. Fiercest just needed to use 8 or 10 annihilations and no imperial lineage would be able to withstand it. Outyen could be referred to as a timeless genius by using just 2, but he was nothing compared to Fiercest, who could throw them out like cabbages. The successor to Soaring Immortal is a little weak. Li Qiye shook his head and quietly disappeared among the vast ocean. This statement made even more people drop to the ground. Mount Qingqing was shocked as well. Ding Yuanho's comprehension ability was incredible since he was able to become a god king during the difficult Dao era. This was quite extraordinary, winning him the title of the #1 genius of the demon race at the Grand Sea. Hai Lin was amazing as well for being able to escape time and time again from Long Outyen. However, these geniuses were smiling helplessly. After being so proud of their talents, they found themselves trivial before Fiercest. If they were to evaluate themselves with one word, all they could say would be, trash. But if this level of characters were trash, others wouldn't have qualified to even be trash. People finally got up slowly a long time after Fiercest was gone. They were shuddering with fear upon hearing his name, no matter who they might be. Long Outyen still lost in the end. The successor of Soaring Immortal, beloved son of the heavens, an imperial prince, still can't take on Fiercest. A pale spectator commented. After descending to mortal emperor, Long Outyen was under the spotlight and proceeded to dominate with his talents and amazing background. The world thought he would be undefeated and eventually become emperor. However, after today, everyone felt that beloved sons of the heavens and imperial princes were nothing compared to Fiercest. 13 palaces are certainly unbeatable. A big shot from the last generation smiled wryly. After Fiercest becomes emperor, he might be the most brilliant of them all. His achievements will not be inferior to characters like Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng and Empress Hong Tian. No, he might even surpass them to be the eternal Prime Emperor. Weak. God kings were lost in forlorn after hearing Fiercest's evaluation of Outyen. I wish I could be considered a weak person in Fiercest's eyes. Everyone knew that Outyen wasn't weak at all, especially when he could use 2 annihilations at the same time. Even legendary god kings would need to retreat before him. Of course, only someone like Fiercest was eligible to make such a statement since he had the strength to back it up. Even if an emperor was around in this generation, they would be suicidal to try and fight against his excellency. Matriarch Yu personally watched the battle. She didn't find the outcome surprising at all. In her mind, His Excellency has produced countless miracles. It was pointless to compare someone like Long Outyen to him. Even Soaring Immortal paled in comparison. In a different location in the Grand Sea, Gu Zun was also watching the whole thing and eventually commented, "Only one person in this world can do this." "Master, are we still doing it?" After a moment of silence, Yi Jiuzhou asked. He wasn't asking out of fear but for the well-being of his master, for he was a devoted disciple. "Why not?" Gu Zun smiled. "Cultivators try for the impossible, that's his favorite saying. No one can defeat him in this world, but I still want to try." Jiuzhou couldn't do anything else but gently sigh. He knew that his master wouldn't cease from wanting revenge. Most importantly, his master wanted the legendary items in the treasury, coveted even by immortal emperors. They could be the Dark Crow's most precious artifacts. Chapter 1637, Gu Zun sat in a secretive location in the Grand Sea. It was quite a serene and comfortable area. He didn't look like a big shot or an expert, just an ordinary old man. Time had left its traces on his face. When Lu Zhongsun was still alive, Gu Zun kept a low profile without any responsibilities. He never asked about the matters in heaven suppression. Because of this, Zhang Xuan's vigilance towards him loosened. He maintained the same lifestyle later on without interfering with the sect. Very few disciples have actually seen him, the majority had only heard of his name. Nevertheless, Gu Zun gained considerable influence after Zhang Xuan's death. Ancestor Shan, who was Zhang Xuan's disciple, tried to reduce his influence many times to no avail. Outside of his peerless intelligence, Yi Jiuzhou's effort played a great part on his strong grasp on heaven suppression. Recently, Gu Zun's whereabouts had been a secret. The only person who was privy to his location was Yi Jiuzhou. Moreover, Gu Zun has been very mysterious as well. Disciples who have seen him believe that Gu Zun rarely stays in the same location for too long. Who knows why he has been changing places so often? He quietly sat there like an ordinary old man sleeping while enjoying the warm sunlight. After a while, he opened his eyes and smiled. "Have a seat since you're here, Brother Zhantian." Space fluctuated and was suddenly torn open. A stalwart middle-aged man came out with an angry expression. He had a golden glow just like a true dragon while possessing an air of authority, allowing him to criticize the 9 worlds. He sat and started with a scowl. "Gu Zun, this is not the proper conduct of a man. You watched without lending a hand. My Aoer is grievously wounded yet you didn't take action." His name was Long Zhantian, known to others as Ancestor Long. The few who were fortunate enough to know of his background were quite scared of him. This was the person in charge of Soaring Immortal in the current period. He was the leader of the young faction, someone with enough influence to change the direction of the 9 worlds. Even though Zhantian and Outyen weren't master and disciple in a formal manner, that was essentially their relationship. He personally instructed Outyen on his immortal physique. Zhantian was far stronger with a better cultivation and a perfect grand completion physique. "No need to be hot-tempered, Brother Zhantian." Gu Zun didn't mind the condemning tone at all and calmly responded, "Isn't Imperial Prince Long still fine? It's only an injury, nothing to worry about with Soaring Immortal's supreme alchemy skill. Moreover, this was a sharpening opportunity for him. Defeat isn't scary to cultivators like us, only when one loses their confidence after losing. The prince has never lost before since his debut. Having a taste of defeat is good for his future aspiration. After all, after his ascension, there will be more challenges. He is too inexperienced right now, this hardship will be good for him. Zhangtian could only snort in response after hearing this reasonable explanation. He eventually uttered coldly, "Is this Li Qiye really who you say he is? Immortal Emperor Min Ren's son? I'm 80 to 90% certain, at worst. Such powerful bloodline and talents, and coming from cleansing incense on top of wielding the benevolent saber and armament. Who can he be outside of immortal Emperor Min Ren's son?" Gu Zun chuckled and said. "But the world believes that the emperor does not have any descendant." Zhangtian replied. "That's only a rumor." Gu Zun shook his head. "How can the ignorant future generations know about the emperors? There are too many closed curtains and unknown questions, beyond the means of ordinary men to find out." He paused for a moment before continuing. "In the past, the emperor was still in love with that woman and secretly had a child with her, then hid him at cleansing incense. Brother Zhangtian, think about it. Immortal Emperor Min Ren had the love of that person and was one of his favorite emperors. If Li Qiye wasn't immortal Emperor Min Ren's descendant, why would that person teach him so well?" Gu Zun's expression became serious at this point. Zhangtian's eyes turned cold with a murderous glint after hearing about this person. "If we kill Li Qiye, he will come out," Zhangtian stated with a brutal tone while gritting his teeth. "Of course," Gu Zun said, "he's notorious for backing his own people. If you attack someone he had trained, he would certainly appear. That will be the time for your soaring immortal sect to try and do the impossible. Eliminate that person and you will be able to unite the 9 worlds. No one will be able to touch your sect any longer. Soaring immortal will become eternal at that point with the 9 worlds firmly in your grasp. You will be able to groom the 6th, the 7th, and all the successive emperors. At that point, the world shall be your garden." Gu Zun was a pleasant speaker. There was something stirring and tempting in each of his words. Zhangtian's eyes slightly batted while listening. He stared at Gu Zun intensely for a long time before speaking. "Don't forget, he is the ruler of the 9 worlds, the dark hand behind the curtain." "I'm aware." Gu Zun smiled, "But he's no longer the same, or he wouldn't wait so long before coming out again this time. The war with immortal Emperor Ta Kong back then had expended all of his resources. He no longer has the same power as before. He was able to be arrogant back then because he had immortal Emperor Qianli and the Black Dragon King as his backers. That wasn't the case against immortal Emperor Ta Kong. Right now, he has no Emperor or the Black Dragon King, not even the Black Dragon Legion. Think about it, with him and a few young recruits, are they capable of fighting against a behemoth like Soaring Immortal?" Gu Zun slowly speculated with reasonable logic. Zhangtian didn't reveal his opinion right away while carefully pondering. "Brother Zhangtian, you know my background, so do you think I know more about him or you? Don't forget, I was with the Black Dragon King for 3 generations and had been taught by him as well. To be frank, if I'm not completely confident, would I dare to oppose him? It is precisely because of his weakening period that I dare to do so. This is our best chance to kill him," Gu Zun said with a smile. Long Zhangtian replied, "There's something I haven't forgotten. He is the founder of your heaven suppression and even trained the Black Dragon King on top of helping you, thus, he can be considered your master. What I don't understand is why are you opposing someone who has given so much to your sect and you personally?" Gu Zun answered, "All of that is true. He indeed gave me the grace of his guidance before, but don't forget, brother Zhangtian, one sentence from him had sentenced me to a lifetime of suffering. Who am I? Supreme talents, one of the 10 Eonic geniuses. Even if he didn't teach me, plenty of other great teachers would have done so. My talents alone would have made me emperor." He continued, "Alas, He said that I had a natural disposition for treachery and betrayal and even ordered his generals to throw me into the eye of the sea. It didn't end there. He even removed my fortunes and destroyed my cultivation, subjecting me to 3 generations of torture. Brother Gentian, do you think the guidance matters after the 3 generations of torture? I must have my revenge even if he is the ruler of the 9 worlds, the dark hand behind the curtain. Vengeance shall be mine, for that is my nature. Gu Zun also gritted his teeth at this point. Gu Zun chose his words carefully and avoided revealing other important details. More importantly, it can be said that revenge wasn't the most important thing on his mind. Long Zhantian carefully mused over this response and found it to be reasonable. Brother Zhantian, don't tell me you want to back out now. Gu Zun looked straight at him and said, very well, I won't force you if that's the case. After all, you are responsible for soaring immortal and do not want the same thing to happen again. Chapter 1638, Long Zhantian's expression turned cold when Gu Zun brought up the past. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes that was more than enough to make God Kings tremble. Humph. He snorted and said coldly, our soaring immortal sect is not afraid of anyone. If it wasn't for immortal Emperor Qianli leading the vanguard with the Black Dragon King in the rear, we wouldn't have backed down like that. One day, we'll show him who is the real master of the 9 worlds. That's why we take his life when he is at his weakest. Gu Zun said, there are no more emperors backing him up right now, so it is an amazing opportunity. If we wait till he grooms another emperor, then he'll rise again and your sect will have no chance to kill him. Zhantian stared intensely at Gu Zun with a stern expression and uttered coldly, Gu Zun, soaring immortal shall take action, but you mustn't forget, you have a part in this battle as well. If we help you obtain revenge, what can you offer in the war effort? Brother Zhantian, are you forgetting who I am? You might not like to hear this, but you will be requiring my assistance eventually. Your immortal physique might be strong, but I'm certainly more powerful than you. Gu Zun flatly stated with a smile despite Zhantian's unfriendly question. Zhantian simply scowled and didn't refute the claim. Both he and his sect wouldn't cooperate with the weak. If Gu Zun wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't have formed an alliance with Heaven Suppression. Regardless of how strong you are, you must show some sincerity in this collaboration. Zhantian said. Gu Zun replied with a smile, no need to worry about this. I am someone who can keep my words. If it is an alliance, all problem will be ours together. As long as you lead that person out, I shall be the shining beacon and be the first to try and capture him. Looks like you have complete confidence. Zhantian slowly spoke. There was a subtle hint of mockery or requiring further explanation. Gu Zun still maintained his friendly demeanor, I know what you are trying to say. Yes, I was captured back then and thrown into the eye of the sea, but there's no shame in that. Brother Zhantian, to be frank, if I, an Ionic genius, wasn't able to do it, you definitely couldn't have done anything back then either. Trust me though, my killer move isn't something you can imagine. Humph. Zhantian was very unhappy with Gu Zun's comment. Rest assured, just lead him out and you will be able to see my hidden card. Don't forget, we're on the same boat now and are stronger because of it. We must work together. Gu Zun stated. Xantia ruminated his options before speaking, Gu Zun, I trust you, but there is one condition. When we capture him, dead or alive, we will take him back to soaring immortal. Gu Zun slowly said, I know that you want to pry precious information and artifacts out of him, so you want him alive. Have you not thought of it too? Zhantian sneered confidently. To which Gu Zun leisurely responded, Brother Zhantian, those are some strong words. You don't only want to have the same status as me, you even want to seize everything for yourself. Gu Zun, your strength is undeniable. Zhantian smiled proudly, but don't forget, I have a behemoth in soaring immortal behind me, I'm not alone. To borrow your words, our power isn't something you can imagine. I'm aware. Gu Zun laughed heartily, I heard that immortal Emperor Ren Xian's sons have escaped from the immortal confinement. Looks like your branch will be able to maintain hegemony for a long time. It's good that you're aware. Zhantian didn't hide it at all, the real imperial princes are back. You should understand the significance behind this. I know. Gu Zun said, but lest you forget, a few old men from your sect are friends with that person. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for your branch to make all the decisions. If they try to stop you, how are you going to be in control? No need for you to concern about that. Our sect is unified, no one will try to stop me in this generation. Zhantian spoke coldly, you know that when our 5 branches are of the same heart, we shall be invincible. With that, are we strong enough to take all the spoils now? Fine, if you are that confident, I have no more objection. I agree with that condition then. If we are successful, that body will be yours. Gu Zun smiled. Good, it's a deal then. Zhantian looked at Gu Zun and said, let's talk about how to lead him out then. Not hard. Gu Zun replied, start with Pearl City. Poke the nest and the bees will come out. You just need to do this at that point. After coming up with a working plan, Zhantian finally left. Gu Zun watched his departure with a faint smile. Yi Jiuzhou emerged out of nowhere by his side and asked, Master, will Soaring Immortal really muster all of their strength? Yes. Gu Zun said, they still consider the forceful search back then to be humiliating. Their young faction is ambitious and wants to rule the world. That's why they are reneging the vow and returning to the world after making sufficient preparation. They simply won't stop for anyone. Yi Jiuzhou was still skeptical, but their strongest cards are their previous generation, the old generals of the emperors. I'm afraid these ancestors won't agree to fight against His Excellency. Gu Zun smiled in response, those generals know who they will be facing but they are old now. The imperial princes have returned, just surviving from the confinement shows that they have reached a terrible level. His smile grew wider, Long Zhantian is only the vanguard. There are characters behind the scenes still. When he searched back then, so many people in Soaring Immortal were scared out of their mind and committed suicide with the imperial children running into the prison. The matter this time definitely has something to do with them and yes, they will want revenge. If those ancestors try to stop them, there will be a great internal struggle. Who knows who will win, but a disaster will come to Soaring Immortal, ending that sect completely. Wouldn't that be my chance to take advantage of the situation? Capturing him and destroying Soaring Immortal, then the 9 worlds will be mine. Yi Jiuzhou paused for a moment before speaking softly, Master, your life goal isn't hegemony. Is that so? Gu Zun smiled leisurely. Jiuzhou responded in a serious manner, if you wanted to reign, you would have followed His Excellency to become an emperor, no need to oppose him. On the contrary, you chose the course of actions that ended with your imprisonment for 3 generations. That can't be just for the 9 worlds since it would be a lack of foresight on your part. Emperors don't care for the 9 worlds and your view is definitely not that shallow either. Jiuzhou, you are being disrespectful towards your master. Gu Zun's expression became strict. Jiuzhou calmly bowed and said, I'm merely speaking the truth. Master, if you think my words were improper, I accept any punishment. Gu Zun looked at him and answered, you have followed me your entire life. You don't owe me, it is the opposite. I have no regret with regards to passing my arts down because I have a disciple like you. My only regret in life is not defeating the Dark Crow. In his eyes, I am but an ant. His eyes turned cold at this point, if I am only an ant, so be it, I'll show him that an ant can still break a dam. Even an ant can become trouble for him in the future. He was only a mortal yet he could rule the 9 heavens and 10 earths on top of surpassing immortal emperors and time. Why can't I do the same? I am one of the 10 greatest geniuses, I just need enough time to accomplish the same things as him. Gu Zun showed his determination with a sharp gaze. This was a completely different demeanor. Master, your talents are peerless. Jojo said respectfully, but His Excellency's achievements have nothing to do with his talents. It is because he possesses an unshakable Tao heart, as solid as the most precious metal. Jojo, you sound just like him when talking about the Tao heart. Gu Zun laughed in response, that Tao heart, I just need enough time and I can also do the same. Jojo slightly opened his mouth but refrained from speaking. He could only sigh in the end. What? Gu Zun looked at his favorite disciple and said, I don't blame you if you want to back out. You have done many things for me already, I won't force you to do something you don't want to. You are a father to me, master. Jojo calmly responded, it's just that sometimes, I feel that it is a waste of your life to oppose His Excellency. He didn't have ill wills towards you in the beginning. Not from the beginning. Gu Zun snorted, if that wasn't the case, then why did he hide everything? He had the physique scripture yet he taught me what kind of physique law. If he really wanted to train me, why did he groom Yin Tian to become emperor instead? He knew full well that I am a better candidate than Yin Tian but he chose to ignore that. It's because he thought I have a treacherous nature so he was always vigilant towards me, not allowing me to take a single step into his treasury. Fine, he can keep on thinking that, I will show him treachery, to show him that my life will not be decided by his first evaluation. I shall oppose him, true to his initial impression. Chapter 1639, Jojo had no response after hearing this either. He kept his opinions to himself. If he is no longer immortal in this generation, one of us will die before the end. This is my only chance to usurp him. Gu Zun scowled and said. Master, I have no problem with you wanting to fight against His Excellency. However, leading Soaring Immortal into our sect, just one misstep will make all your plans awry like leading a wolf into our home. It could bring eternal damnation to heaven suppression. Jojo pondered before speaking from a different perspective. Don't worry, just Long Zhantian alone wants to play against me. He's still too inexperienced. If it wasn't for his backing in the shadow, I would kill him, sooner or later. A frightening glint flashed in Gu Zun's eyes. To which Jojo responded, but this will turn our sect into a battleground, a truly negative outcome. There are battlefields everywhere in this world. Gu Zun said, in this momentous generation, no one should just worry about themselves unless they want to hide forever, never coming into being. If people did that in the past, our sect wouldn't be as successful as we are now, reigning for 3 generations. Jojo became tongue-tied and couldn't respond. Even if self-preservation is the key, it's not always possible. Gu Zun explained, we have the authority in heaven suppression, you think he'll just let us do as we please? In his eyes, heaven suppression is his own property and won't share it with us. It doesn't matter if we are allies with Soaring Immortal or not, he will eventually make us disappear from this world. If we can't play nice, then it's time to fight to see who will be the last man standing. Everyone dies eventually, even emperors can't escape fate. If I lose and die to him, that's not shameful at all. Emperors have been killed by him, let alone someone like me. But, if I were to be successful, then I will be an ant that has bitten a dragon to death. I shall surpass the constraint of time, my name will be immortalized. Gu Zun revealed a peaceful smile as if he had seen through life and death. Jojo eventually asked, Master, you have been wise your whole life but His Excellency's calculation has been flawless as well. Please excuse my impudence but I don't think you have a good chance of defeating His Excellency at all. Jojo finally revealed his opinion that he had been keeping to himself in the past. Gu Zun looked at him and said, Jojo, there is fear in your mind. This is not suitable for your Tao heart. Jojo earnestly said, yes, I do have fear about your fate, Master. I don't mind dying. It will just be His Excellency condemning and killing me. It's not my first time facing death either, it's not that scary. What I'm worried about is if you take action again, losing will result in certain death. His Excellency won't spare you in this generation. Gu Zun pondered for a bit before laughing. Right, I know that he will kill me since I've done the unforgivable in revealing the coordinates of the immortal demon grotto and led Ta Kong there. Even my brother-in-law wouldn't forgive me, let alone him. He smiled freely without any sign of guilt. Of course, the brother-in-law, in this case, was the Black Dragon King. But, Yi Jojo said. Gu Zun interrupted him and waved his hand. Jojo, I am not afraid of death either, since I rather die compared to being imprisoned in the eye of the sea. That was my most humiliating period. Only brother-in-law thought that being alive was still better than death. In my mind, there's no shame in dying to an existence of the Dark Crow level. Brother-in-law only wanted me to live in order to keep his promise with my sister. Humph, but that left me with a fate worse than death. Gu Zun said flatly, I have been unbeatable for so long with peerless talents, yet I have to live under the shadow of the Dark Crow, relying on the Black Dragon King's relationship with him. That's no different than death. With my power and grand Tao, I would have been emperor long ago if it wasn't for the Dark Crow. I would be up above the 9 heavens to become the most brilliant of them all. Even the calm Gu Zun scowled at this point. Jojo didn't speak since he didn't want to judge his own master on this matter. Right and wrong didn't matter, he would stand with his master. In his mind, his master was like a father who gave him life and directions. Because of this, even against the legendary master and the rest of the world, he would still pick to stand by his master. He wasn't afraid of death, but he didn't wish to see his master loses all of his fame before eventually dying. After defeating Long Outyen, Li Chia continued exploring the Grand Sea. He eventually remembered the full geographical momentum of the place, every single detail and branch. In the end, under the great momentum, Li Chia connected the entire area in order to borrow the strength of the earth. With the help of the girl in the yellow cloth, he took one step at a time inside this momentum. A bit interesting. He said slowly, no wonder I didn't find it before. So all of you left behind these seals back in your epoch, but due to the vicissitudes and polishing of time, they have changed completely. Future descendants couldn't see these little details. Humph, how can you imagine our epoch? We were the most resplendent, she said smugly, since she was very proud of her golden epoch. Alright, no need to flatter yourself. Li Chia interrupted her, I know of your epoch, an amazing one indeed, but the reason why the mysteries in this place can pass down has nothing to do with your epic strength. It is because this place is blessed by the high heaven, your group only added a little to it. She wasn't unhappy with this evaluation and snorted, you didn't live in our epoch so you wouldn't know how incredible it was. Humph, if you were there, you would be scared silly. Maybe you'll just be an insignificant nobody there. If your Archtruth epoch was as powerful as you said, then it should have been lucky enough to survive till now instead of disappearing in the river of time. Li Chia had no interest and retorted with a smile, your epoch is no different from the others, including ours at the present. The only big difference is the cultivation method. Humph, what do you know? We were once at the top of all ages. Our experts in that period are beyond your imagination, same with our cultivation method, the girl immediately boasted. Is that so? Then why did it disappear? Why is there nothing passed down including your amazing cultivation methods? He leisurely said. You. The girl became quite annoyed and angrily said, you don't know what this world truly faces at the very end of the path, you don't know the terrible changes incoming in the future. Li Chia chuckled, no, you are mistaken. I am fully aware, even more so than you. Don't forget, I am someone who has returned alive from that location. Because of this knowledge, I want to fight again to end in all in this generation. With that, he stared straight at her and asked, I dare to go all the way again for another attempt at the final battle, but you, if you come back to life, do you dare to fight again? Or rather, if your entire epoch has another chance, do all of you dare to face it once more? The girl pondered quietly. In the beginning, she was only having a bit of fun with him. After all, after being trapped in the cloth for so long, a verbal bout could be very enjoyable. But now, he brought up a heavy topic. Chapter 1640. The girl in the cloth kept to herself for a long time before replying, "We're not the only ones who have failed. I know, so many people have tried in the past with great effort and determination. All ended with failure." Li Qiye didn't tease her this time, only nodding his head. "This path is covered with bones and too many dead men to count." She added. "Would one be able to escape death by not taking this path?" Li Qiye chuckled. "Have enough people died just yet across the ages? Perhaps people live a different life, but the final outcome will always be the same, returning to the earth as bones. Immortal emperors and invincible characters, it doesn't matter who you are, death will come. Even the lord of an epoch can't avoid this either," he said with a tinge of emotion. "But so what if it is impossible to escape death? The world is still beautiful enough. Knowing that death is imminent, one should still fight to the end in order to see why the journey of life is so bright. After each golden era, more wise sages pave the road." He ended with a comment full of determination and acceptance. "But you think you alone can fight to the end?" She couldn't help pouring cold water over his head. "Some people use the power of the entire world, only to become ashes. But you are alone. Success is not possible. I will be because I am Li Qiye. That's why I shall accomplish it," he said with a smile. "Humph, delusions of grandeur," she said coldly. "Among the epochs were people like you who have spent generations, searching for a method. In the end, none amounted to anything. Why are you so confident?" "Because I am Li Qiye," he leisurely repeated. The girl had nothing to say. The word egotistic alone wasn't enough to describe him. Whoosh! Everything vanished where he was standing along with him. The spatial area here suddenly sank downward. When Li Qiye could see again, he was standing in a blinding area, a room full of mirrors. There were scintillating crystals everywhere of all kind of colors in the form of pillars. However, they weren't crystal and seemed to be alive and breathing. A sort of liquid was also dripping from them. This liquid was radiant with a strange and alluring light. The liquid beads fell to the ground and gathered into tiny streams that came together to form a puddle in an indentation on the ground. Li Qiye stood by this puddle and found it to be surreal, as if this was a dream, because the water was sparkling and translucent to an unimaginable level. A jade bottle was on top of the puddle. It was old, elegant, and had a softness to it. It seemed to be carved from the same piece of jade without any blemishes. It didn't sink despite being on the water surface. Strange enough, the water was actually crawling up the bottle before dripping inside. It seemed that this was the natural flow of the tiny streams. Such a strange scene was happening here, as if it was normal. Li Qiye looked at everything and said, "Cleansing temporal crystal. So you're not here for a treasure, only to use this crystal to reform your body. You know about it?" The girl was surprised. Li Qiye answered with a smile, "There aren't that many items that I don't know. The cleansing temporal crystal is indeed ancient, rumored to be a type of rock upon the creation of the world, extremely rare too. It took form in the deepest location of the main vein. People wouldn't be able to know of its existence, let alone dig for it." He then looked around at the walls and said, "This whole place is formed in a natural manner, never been carved before. More importantly, it had severed from the ordinary temporal sphere and is now completely independent in a different realm. It would be apt to call this place cleansing temporal sphere." With that, he stared at the piece of cloth again. "So this is what you all have done. Though you didn't change this place at all, you still locked its space and time. This allowed it to be independent for who knows how many years. It didn't matter how the world was changing and how many epochs have come and go, this place continued to exist. Humph, you know a lot." The girl scowled after Li Qiye revealed their method. "So this is the first step of your re-emergence to the world. Even though your calamity had passed, you still need to recreate and cleanse before coming out from the cloth. He smiled at the girl. That's right, in order for me to leave this cloth, I need a lot of time and an extremely pure crystal. That's the only way to sever the curse. She said coldly. Li Qiye shifted his glance towards the floating bottle and said, "This bottle is incredible. It must have been personally created by a top master from your epoch. It could absorb essences here and remove any impurity, the best possible thing for cleansing." He then looked at the puddle full of water. According to the records, it needs 10,000 years for the crystal to create one bead of liquid. There is enough liquid here to be a pond. All of this liquid is then further purified by the bottle, only the purest liquid is stored inside. It's definitely prime material. The liquid here can purify everything in this world, darkness, power, curses, and foulness. He said slowly. I'll be able to leave this cloth faster after removing my curse. That will be a good thing for you. She said. That's true, I won't need to spend as much energy on this. He replied, however, I'm a little bit surprised. What was your past? Who was it that hated you enough to use this method to imprison you, never letting you see the sun again for an eternity? In my opinion, your current state isn't because of the villainous heaven. It wouldn't do something so tasteless. But then, which heaven-defying character made you into an ink spot on this cloth? Humph, none of your business. She didn't like talking about the past. The girl indeed came from an ancient era. She used to be invincible but was cursed by someone else and trapped inside the yellow cloth. Moreover, this curse lasted for an eternity. Even though she was sealed for many years, the curse here was still enough to corrode the area around her. That eventually led to the destruction of the divine school. One could only imagine how terrible the person who did this to her back then must be on top of their deep hatred towards her. It really isn't any of my business. He shrugged in response, but all have turned to ashes. Even if you had some deep desire for vengeance, you can't carry it out anymore. She fell into silence. He was right, their epoch no longer existed. It had disappeared into the river of time. All the hatred in the past were gone now. That person had died long ago, there was no way for her to get revenge. Put me inside the bottle for purification. She said coldly. Li Qiye chuckled, as you wish. I hope you will be able to come out soon with a new body. Humph, so that I can work for you, right? She scowled. I won't deny that. He smiled and said, didn't you say your cultivation method was extremely amazing? After you recreate your body, I want to widen my horizon. Chapter 1641, The girl in the yellow cloth simply snorted at his comment. He didn't mind at all and took the bottle from the water before inserting the cloth inside. A sizzling sound immediately came about as if something was melting inside with smoke coming out. It looked as if this smoke was poisonous. Li Qiye chuckled at this sight, such a frightening curse. After so much time within the seal and the earthen jar, the remnant curse is still so terrible. Li Qiye put away the bottle and looked at the puddle, then smiled. Trash they might be, but can't waste them, can still be of use. Though the essences in the crystal liquid have been sucked dry, it was still a very rare immortal grade material. People from this world simply couldn't take them at all. The other reason was the 10,000 years it took for just a single drop of liquid to form. Li Qiye was calling it trash, but it was still very precious to other people. Coincidentally enough, I have something requiring purification. He opened his fate palace and took something from his alchemy garden. A young vine was released and it cheered right away. It became too excited after seeing the puddle of crystal water and immediately jumped inside. This so-called trash water was incomparable with regards to its cleansing property. Other immortal liquids had no chance against it. The vine crazily absorbed the water with loud sucking noises. It was shiny with each branch and leaf seemingly cast from gold. There was a red glimmer flowing through its body just like a flame, capable of incinerating everything. It was a very rare immortal vine and indeed contained a terrible refined fire within. This powerful fire had the name, Pure Sun Flame. A gourd was growing on this particular vine. It was ripe but it still hasn't fallen just yet. After the long years, one could hear thunders within this gourd. It contained an ancient power. It was mature yet it still wasn't time for it to leave the vine since it wasn't perfect. In fact, Wuxia had expended great effort and a lot of amazing liquids for this gourd. Both Wuxia and the vine had high hope for this gourd but it was still lacking just a little bit. The vine continued to absorb the liquid and finished the puddle in just a short time. It looked quite satisfied at this moment. Smoke and evaporation occurred all around the vine. Hot water vapor took over the area. A faint green flame jumped within the vine. So it turned out that this vine used its flame to refine the crystal water in order to take out all of the essences. Finally, one could see tiny water drops flowing towards the gourd. A faint layer of liquid covered the gourd and slowly seeped inside. A long time after, something was flowing out of the gourd. It was crimson and looked just like gold slags left behind after a gold smelting process. This was the reason why the gourd didn't drop just yet. It was still impure with these dregs affecting its grade. Even though it was very little, it had a great effect on the entire thing. After removing it, the gourd would be an entire grade higher. Finally, under the purifying property of the crystal water, the gourd lost all of its impurities. Next, with a slight explosion and cracking sounds, lightning rushed from the gourd and turned into two wings. The gourd seemed to be wanting to fly away. Badump. An immense heartbeat resounded, the signal of maturity. The gourd dropped from the vine and wanted to fly away. However, how could Wuxia let this happen? He grabbed it in just a split second. It was flashing in his palm like a golden gourd while emitting thunderous noises that were long-lasting and powerful. It seemed as if this gourd was containing an expanse of primordial chaos, ready to turn into a new world. Even the ignorant would know that this was an amazing item while holding it in their hand. Good stuff. Wuxia commented, truly an unpolished piece of jade. I will take my time sculpting it so that it will be brilliant in the future. This gourd was unique and after refinement, it would become an incredibly powerful treasure. The Grand Sea was very quiet but this was the calm before the storm. This oppressive atmosphere took people's breath away. The big shots from the last generation were especially sensitive about this incoming turmoil. Few people dared to talk about how Wuxia blew out Yan flying in public. There were only a few discussions in secret. Despite his defeat, Soaring Immortal was still a heavy boulder looming over everyone's shoulder. In recent days, more disciples and experts from the sect were teleported to this region. The atmosphere became tense with the emergence of warships, divine peaks, and temples in the sky. In just a short time, Soaring Immortal seemed to be mobilizing all of their legions in order to go all out. Everyone understood that the storm was coming after seeing so many experts arriving. Any lineage would tremble in fear when a sect with 5 emperors was about to start a war in the Grand Sea. Perhaps this would cause a monumental change and many sects would be erased in the process. I hope Fiercest will be unstoppable and sweep through everything. Many ancestors from the great powers began to pray. Even though Fiercest was not a nice guy, people understood that he had no interest in the Grand Sea. This wasn't the case for Soaring Immortal since they took camp here and created a foundation. With this, they could mobilize at any moment. The sea monsters and the demons were prime examples. Of course, none of them dared to speak up or oppose Soaring Immortal. No one wanted to be the first to step up because the first would surely be destroyed. Thus, they all tucked their tail between their legs. That's why the ancestors placed their hope on Fiercest instead, but they weren't confident at all. Fiercest was indeed insane, but sweeping through Soaring Immortal was easier said than done. A sect with 5 emperors had ample resources after standing strong for many generations. No one could touch it outside of immortal emperors. The experts from Soaring Immortal coming to the Grand Sea began to gather outside of the Pearl Archipelago. They seem to be forming a formation to siege Pearl City. You're tuning into the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.